JP.
Remain the same nigga till I'm in the ground. They showing fake love, I don't want around. A lot of people ask why I don't come around. Cause I got murder in my head, I gun you down. A whole different feeling when I'm out of town. My brother said we chillin', nigga, put it down. I'm like, I forgot we finally out our city now. But still hesitate to put that glizzy down. They tryna calculate the way I'm moving out. I say I'm way too strong for you to break me now. It was times they left me all alone when I needed them around. Stood on all 10 like a man, that's who made me now. Came in with no friends, at the end it's time I'm leaving out. Why would I pretend I'm the man, that's why you need me now. Treat them how I treat you, better walk out when they fingers out. I don't gotta think it's what you said, why you hate me now. You text me, I'ma leave shit on red. Every day deleting shit on fed. If they push me, I got too close to the edge. I forgive the move on and think ahead. If I tell you that I love you, I'm sticking straight to the end. I say it's a very beautiful lifestyle. A beautiful one, a beautiful one. Ooh, I was alright now. To make sure you come, to make sure you come. But it seems like you always leave when I need you the most. And when I look around, you act like a ghost. And I go through a lot, try not to let it show. Next time you come around, I should let you know that I'm good and how to move to a level. I finally moved on and I can say my life better. I know it hurt that I found someone better. Wish I could rewind, get back to time when I met you. I say it's a very beautiful lifestyle. A beautiful one, a beautiful one. Ooh, I lose it all right now. To make sure you come, to make sure you come. But it seems like you always leave when I need you the most. And when I look around, you act like a ghost. And I go through a lot, try not to let it show. Next time you come around, I should let you know that I'm good and how to move to a level. I finally moved on and I can say my life better. I know it hurt that I found someone better. Wish I could rewind, get back to time when I met you. You got caught in your lies, more than just the one time. Wish I could buy back the time from all the time I waste with you. I looked in your eyes, full of guilt in disguise. Now I'm gone, you gon' cry, cause I never shine with you. I say it's a very beautiful lifestyle. A beautiful one, a beautiful one. Ooh, I lose this all right now. To make sure you come, to make sure you come. But it seems like you always leave when I need you the most. And when I look around, you act like a ghost. And I go through a lot, try not to let it show. Next time you come around, I should let you know that I'm good and how to move to a level. I finally moved on and I can say my life better. I know it hurt that I found someone better. Wish I could rewind, get back to time when I met you. I get this drink call, Jamie, pray for me.
Okay. I can hear the drink call,
Jamie, pray for me. I'm never straight, you see it be some nice on, get on peace.
And this kind of right?
Straight with me. Let a bitch take this 30 before you think about taking me.
What do you say? What do you think about taking me?
I had enough of your time, don't wanna take too much from you.
Where's this where's this
No, I thought that, I don't even hear her again when I'm.
No, I thought it was. I just heard the beat.
I know, I'm saying this hurricane is not music, but
what about feelings? I don't wanna talk, just put that shit to the side. Tell you something you don't wanna hear, might say some shit make you cry. I might tell a joke, but one thing I would not do is tell a lie.
I can hear the drink calling Jeremy.
I'm never straight, you see it be some nice on, get on peace. I don't really like this life.
I think I'm gonna start lying.
What?
I had enough of your time, don't wanna take too much from you. I do too much, babe, I just do what I can do. Sit back and beat the road when I feel I'm too much for you.
I wouldn't make that with you.
Like I switch shoes. Got a lot up on
I
my
wouldn't make no
to win and not to lose.
I want to be more like all real. I want to be the black one. If I'm all universal.
I can really kill us, but with these people do shit only me made me. Should I rather be alone? They think they crazy. If I'm the only one that's around, he get rich and then sit down. They say he lazy. All that work and dedication, be glad he made it. He helped me out, they just easy.
black people and black people. All of them. Think about it though. Because listen, I don't care what nobody say, but if your kids don't look like you, when you go out to your family, with everybody that your kids white or you look black as hell, you don't like it. Your kids probably don't white. And I'm not saying it like that, but white men do not look at that shit like that. I don't give no fuck. That is how it is. You can only be perceived as one or two things, no matter what. Literally, a lot of people don't even realize when they get into black people, right? Black people was labeled white. Some was labeled fucking native. Some was labeled.
Yeah.
Some was labeled
You shoot
black.
both sides, you can't get away. They say,
Like,
my
some
soul
now,
business.
they don't talk about it.
That's because you listen to my music.
I know like all you
I looked at the writing. I damn what it takes.
like how they take the orders. God! Like when they're 8 or a year older.
And
I'm already on.
I think about anxiety, depression. I think about the wrong shit. They make me yeah. We shoot up both sides, you can't get away.
No. I feel like they can live whole lives young. But I only practice like a lot of whole lives young. Like I know that. I know that shit. I was all of us.
After that race comes, try my best to not to show the side. Solo can't slide. Solo, this is feel it. But guys like Kenny be chilling here. Last nigga, say what you mean by that.
That's what I mean. You know. Like I don't
Come on, you don't get the worst. The first, what you say? Make sure you feel the first. Make sure it hurts. Look like you're breaking out. Why you gotta take you out? Get away. Look me in my eyes, my soul business. They been saying just because you listen to my music don't mean you feel my pain. Hey, Chad, this book is about freaky as hell. I ain't gonna hold you. OD freaky, but Brittany did her thing. I ain't gonna lie, Chad, I'm gonna read it for what it is. We're gonna read it for what it is, man. I'm almost done, child.
I realized when I lost weight, all what's my weight? Like I had 50 eyes. It was this up to one
That hit different. I ain't never heard this.
Like, is there a lot of these niggas better play it safe cause a lot of them don't know the rules. Listen to what they say and get you shot all in your face. I got a bullet with your name. You fucking I be stepping on them niggas. I can't get no pass. I be on their ass if they start at them finish. Get caught out with your witness. I ain't gonna care. But it's better as one. It's just better to have a place. I can't catch players that look or shape, but I would be It is what it is. But like whenever we have a night, everybody, I be like, yeah, yeah. Because first of all, everybody's softer and they're better. No, it's not like it's not bad to be like slim curvy or whatever, so curvy. But I ain't trying to
Wanted to quit music a few times cause the shit was moving slow. Feel like the president cause when it's time they all gon' pick and vote. Got my name all in y'all fucking mouth, all of you bitches choke. I be stepping on them niggas, no I can't get no pass on my back just like a ninja. Boy I be on they ass if they start I'ma finish. Get caught out with your
What is food chat? We in that joint, man. Check it out.
no missing. I be stepping on them niggas.
Got this book right here for us. Then you hear different.
Boy I be on they ass if they start Get caught out with your witness. Your grave I find I dig it.
I know that music loud as hell, child. Yeah, different. We chilling though. We in that bitch. Cause I be snapping on them. You already know. But look, we can get into this book. Kiss the girls and make them cry. By Brittany Williams. Yeah, different. Not that book. Overly freaked out, but I don't get no fuck. We in that overly freaked out. All right. Overly freaked out.
overly it's super, super.
I'm talking about. Look, Chad. Brittany did her thing though. All right. We in a chapter 2 with that bitch. Let's get it. We locked in. We locked in. All right. Yeah. We in that bitch though. All right, Chad. Hold on.
I can't be sick.
Hold on. Let's recap this real quick, y'all. Let me get y'all back up to speed real quick. All right, let me get y'all back. All right, dog. All right, dog. You look too loud. All right, let me get back to what I'm talking about, though. Yeah, different, right, chat? So, what was going on in the book? We started the book off Richard and Nancy, you know what I'm saying? All right, they own the strip club. Richard dies because he slept with Lovely D, boo. You know what I'm saying? She set him up, so they came in and robbed. They asked killed Richard, you know what I'm saying? Because he wrestled her phone, boo. Nancy ended up taking over the club. Now she turned them into a full exotic male strip club. All right, so all her dancers are male. She rolled with an iron fist. She ain't playing around. She don't got no friends because she had this one slut ass best friend that got pregnant by her fucking husband. And this bitch had a baby by it, but it hit different when she had her own bond with this. I'm talking about spending countless hours with this baby on it, bro. That type of shit right there get motherfucker fucked up right here. Different. She did get that ass beat on the story. She did get that ass beat. What they do, Moon Press, what they do. So it hit different. We right here reading Kiss the Girls and Make Them Cry by Brittany Williams. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We in that bitch. So I'm just recapping chapter 1 so I can get into chapter 2 here different. But yeah. So she slept with her, you know what I'm saying, Gloria, you know what I'm saying. I was calling Natalie when I first recapped, you know, before I started reading shit. Gloria slept with, Nancy's husband, Richard, which is now dead, but they're gonna go into, they gonna like we into the book now. We're gonna go into chapter 2. I'm not really sure what's going on right now, but I know they recapped and talked about why she doesn't really have friends. She really don't have a lot of women close to her, and it's just simply because like the only woman that she really close to is her daughter India that she had by Richard. But it's funny that Richard had a daughter that ended up getting taken away with Gloria. I feel like she don't get tied into the book, mind you. They got a dancer named Ricky that India's in love with. I think that, it's on a chat. That's my 2 cents. Now, if I'm right, I'm right. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna revisit that later. But, all right, look. I think I recapped enough. You know what I'm saying? Let's get into it, shall we? Get into it, shall we? In, all right. All right, here different. Chapter 2, party time. All right, we on. Okay, it says the lights were positioned all around the club. Hold on. Bless you. All right, there we go. The lights that were positioned all around the club started flashing as the large red velvet stage curtains slowly began to slide open. When the curtains had finally opened completely, the 20 exotic dancers all stood next to each other, facing the crowd of screaming female fans. Damn, damn, damn. Damn. All right, we in that bitch, chat. All right, so okay, look, the 20 exotic dancers all stood next to each other, facing a crowd of screaming female fans. Like I said, all men dancers. You know what I'm saying? All male exotic dancers. Nancy changed to male. She don't sleep with none of the men. Like her husband was sleeping with all his female. Hold on, take him about. I don't even know that. I don't even know that. But look, her husband was sleeping with all the females at the strip club previously. She just decided that she don't want to mix business with pleasure because that's one of the main things that led to his downfall type thing. Right? It hit different. But Nancy is a real smart woman. You know what I'm saying? They described her as beautiful in the beginning. She's a dark skinned lady. They said she go to the gym about 2 times a week with a professional trainer and shit like that. So her body fit, you know what I'm saying? Body T. Bro, she looking good, but they try to describe my lady as average. I don't like this shit. I don't like this shit. It's different, chat. We ain't gonna talk about mama and everything like that, bro. It's different. All right, bet. We got though. All right, bet. All right. Hey, Chad. I think y'all understand me, right? It's different. If I need to slow it down, let me know something. All right, I just be talking. I'm definitely like, bro. All right, it's different. Damn, Stasia. Stasia. Stasia, baby girl. Can you take it? Yeah, I know. I know. You can take them off. Like, you ain't gonna do no good to have them on. Yeah, I'm sorry. You know, dog, damn, dog, I'm trying to read you over fucking me up, bro. I'm talking about something else. What you talking about, bro? Yeah, different. All right, bet. All right, so Chad, like I said, they stand next to each other. They stand in front of all the women. All right, bet. For 20 minutes, 20 exotic dancers did a well choreographed performance to DJ Twist mixing and scratching. After the group performance had ended, it was time for each dancer to perform his solo act. As the dancers did their thing one by one, the women inside the club went wild. Big Nook had to personally throw 6 women out of the club for their outlandish behaviors. Damn. Jeez. Big Nook, that's how we coming? Tossing bitches on, bro. Bro, yeah, there were rules inside the club. The women weren't allowed to touch the men. They weren't allowed to come on stage, and they weren't allowed to to touch or throw money. Often there would be some women overly drunk and acting like fools. There were always some women around that didn't like to follow the rules. They looked at these men like a well cooked filet mignon steak. Bro, yeah, different. Ain't no way, chat. No. It's just like how they talking about these men. Like women just felt entitled to them. Say, "Oh, you put their hands on."
Of course they sexualizing them. Right.
Yeah, yeah, definitely.
They selling sex.
Sound like Magic Mike. No kizzy, right? I said it
what
gave
women
Magic
do.
Mike
That's like
vibes
me.
on, bro. It definitely do.
That's why
It
as a
definitely do.
stripper, you shouldn't be a stripper
All
if you
right,
don't
all
want
right,
that like a club with
all right,
actually good
all right, all right.
protected law.
No, you know they got great law. Otherwise, they kicked out single. They kicked out single. They ain't supposed to come on stage. They ain't supposed to be, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Touching
that's
money
good.
from,
That's what I'm saying.
you know what I'm saying? They ain't
And
supposed
those
to.
protective,
But a lot of
protective
women, they were
laws.
talking about a women.
Because a lot of clubs don't really
Right,
like that. They say they do, but when it's shit, like, cause I be hearing girls on
hold on,
TikTok
I'm
talking
sorry,
like,
cause you,
go ahead.
I need to read, and every time you talking, I don't like this mic goes so loud. I'm not trying to be talking because I got a noise suppressor already on it. So when your mic talking, it's not gonna. I'm telling you, this shit is not all off. I'm not trying to be dealing with that shit all day. We just, you know what I'm saying. If I pause for a second, then we have a little conversation about the book. But if you're not having a conversation, please just get respectful about what I'm going on there. That's all. All right, cool. All right, and we in there. Damn, I'm trying to figure out what I was there. I hate when she do that. So I ain't gonna lie. Fuck, all right, better. All right. They looked at these men like a well-cooked filet mignon steak, so they would go above and beyond for a chance with them. Even though the dancers fed off the attention, they were grateful that Big Nook was always there to quickly get things under control. Big Nook was the head of security and an off-duty police officer who worked at the club. He stood at 6 foot 6'7" and weighed 300 pounds with a license to carry. He was known as the Gentle Giant, though because of his massive size, people would automatically assume that he had an attitude to match. He wasn't naturally aggressive, but if you pushed him, he wouldn't hesitate to use his weight to sit your ass down. When someone would piss him off, the Gentle Giant would quickly turn to Andre the Giant and start whipping some ass. Hey, that's funny as hell. He a different chat. I ain't mad at him. I ain't mad at him. Look, that's me though. Like I'm a gentle, like hold on, I'm a gentle midget chat. I ain't no gentle giant, but look, I'm a gentle midget. I'm bro, yeah, different, bro. Let's get it. We ain't that. What's wrong with him, bro? Let's get it. All right, bet. Say less. All right. As the music continued to blast from the speakers, the dollar filled stage and blew in the air. We're not trying to tell though. As the music continued to blast from the speakers, the dollars filled the stage and blew in the air. Dancers would jump off the stage and into the arms of excited women who wanted to get a feel of the goods. Damn. Once a dancer had finished his routine, his body would be covered with lipstick and handprints. His thong would be either damn, yeah, they got them wearing thongs is crazy. His thong would either be torn apart or hidden safely in someone's purse. Damn. They would leave the stage with plenty of money, but the real money was made upstairs inside of one of the small coach rooms. Inside of those rooms, they could talk, hug, kiss, or pretty much do anything else that came to mind for the right price. Nancy charged $200 for every half hour. She took half, and the dancer got the other half. Altogether, there were 7 chit chat rooms. Damn. The line of horny women would wait around flashing their $100 bills, hoping to be chosen by one of the exotic dancers. Some women had even managed to get inside of a few rooms before the club closed at 2 o'clock. Damn. Hold on, wait a minute, Jack. They said the line of horny women will wait around flashing the $100 bills, hoping to be chosen by one exotic dancer. That is sick. Sick. These bitches are thirsty. They said the line, dog. You ain't lying. Hold on. Hold on. It's crazy, right? Look, Predator, I'm trying to tell you, this shit is crazy. Look. All right, so bro, ain't no fucking way. Bro. All right, bro. It says some women even have managed to get inside of a few rooms. Oh, so these women were sneaking around. Hold on, wait. These women wasn't just going to one room. They said some women had even managed to get inside of a few rooms. So, damn, before the club closed. Yeah, when it was time for Ricky's solo performance, the stage lights started blinking. As usual, he was the last performer. The one they all had been waiting for, the grand finale. Okay, ladies, it's about that time. DJ Twist shouted into the microphone. Married, single, young, old, black, white, Asian, Hispanic, Spanish, all the women started yelling and chanting his name in unison. Mr. Orgasm, Mr. Orgasm, Mr. Orgasm. Mr. Orgasm. I ain't gonna do that. Hold on, say it different. Look, y'all gotta do that for me, all right? Bro, Mr. Different. We in that love. Check it out though. All right, page 41. Kids and girls make project. All right. Club Chance proudly presents the number one male exotic dancer on the planet. My man, y'all fantasy, Mr. Orgasm. DJ Twist says released his hand from the turntable. The sound of R. Kelly classic Bump and Grind instantly flows out of speaker. Damn, they got on it. When the women in the club watched Mr. Orgasm stroll on the stage wearing a black leather cowboy outfit, the crowd went wild. He gracefully flowed to the rhythm of the classic song in a one smooth motion. He slid across the stage on his knees and tossed his cowboy hat into the screaming crowd. Women were pushing and shoving each other out of the way to get it. Nancy and India stood on the balcony with pleased expression on their faces. Damn, he had they ass fool. Bro, it is different. Now Nancy is the owner. India is her daughter. You know what I'm saying? India love like she really is in love with Mr. Orgasm, just like any of the other women. It is different when she the only like everybody like India. They don't naturally like her mom. They respect her mom, you know, 'cause of what she is. But India, she's got that type of spirit, right? But India like Mr. Orgasm, but like that's part of his book, and we're gonna get into that. All right. It said Big Nook and his team of security guards walked around controlling the crowd. Women's panties, thongs, and bills started filling the stage. Do your thing, fine ass nigga. A woman yelled. Yeah, Mr. Orgasm slowly took off everything except his red thong. While undressing, he never missed a beat. The women watched as his dark brown, physically fit body did the snake across the stage. Okay, shit, twin. I'm about to spark this up. Like that shit, bro. Chat, how you feeling about this?
Where's your husband? It's like this. Let's be real. I feel like men bodies are sexy.
W Moon. Appreciate you coming through. It's been a minute, ain't it? It's been a minute.
I don't even believe sex should be a paid thing. That means y'all don't like each other. I don't give a fuck what nobody say. Like, they can't convince me otherwise.
Give me some of that. I mean, I don't like each other, bro. Prostitute.
Like, I remember having a conversation with some of my homegirls when I was young. They said they want their gangster ass black together. I felt cool. That was so cool, right? Okay,
all right, Chad, I'm gonna get back in. All right, that's it. Look. Every time he would perform on stage, a rush of adrenaline would run through his entire body. The stage was his life, his freedom. He did his best and gave his all, making sure that the long, hard hours of dance practice would pay off, and it did. At the end of Mr. Orgasm's 15-minute solo performance, he grabbed a box of long stem roses and started throwing them into the boisterous crowd. It was a signature moment that he would do after the end of each performance. He tossed them all into the crowd except for two. The two yellow roses that he was going to give out to two special females he picked to escort him inside of one of the cozy private chit chat rooms. Yeah. And I imagine look, so mind you, no, hell no, mind you, they definitely don't. We're gonna get into that. But mind you, I think he gonna make more money because he the main, you know what I'm saying? Everybody else is already making 200. You know what I'm saying? I wonder what they pay my man, Ricky.
That song with all the queens, man. Yeah, that's what I said. Who's that was on? But
My
yeah,
question
because
is,
it sounds like the
hold on, my
damn, I said
question
we
is,
must call that set.
yeah, what
But
year
he
was this?
Bolo.
What year was this?
That's your
Child?
man. Yeah.
Sage, how you check what year the book was written?
I
We're on
look
page
good.
41, so I
I
ain't
already
tripping.
figured that. I got him in. You would probably just go 2018.
Right, and what year was All the Queens?
Yeah, that's when it was made. 2018.
All the Queens, man?
No.
What year was that released?
A few years ago.
I'm saying.
I know the exact.
I'm saying that'll tell you. That'll tell you what inspired which.
Like season 4.
I'm saying that'll tell you what inspired which.
I told you I don't know. I don't know. But all the Queen's Man is a book too.
All right, that's cool.
I want to say it's by that black man who gets all the books or buy the books or whatever, and he adapt them to the shows.
I'm on the next page.
Or no, that's by Tyler Perry. Actually, all
I'm on
the
the next
Queen's
page.
Man. Tyler Perry. You know, he probably stole somebody's idea. Allegedly, you never know. His ass.
As DJ Twist kept the sounds coming, Mr. Orgasm leapt off the stage. He calmly walked through the crowd as the women pulled, touched, grabbed, and shouted, screamed, and fainted. Please pick me, no me. Please pick me, no me. I need a yellow rose. Me too. Were just a few pleas and bargains and propositions offered as he walked through the club.
You know we did.
Damn. Hold on.
Sorry.
Hold on. I need y'all to talk.
We don't.
Can't focus. Bro, there's a lot of shit going on. Alright, so that's cool. Thank you. Love you. Mr. Orgasm finally spotted the two females that he was searching for. In the back corner of the club were two attractive twins sitting at the table. When he approached their table, he tossed them both the yellow rose. A large smile filled their faces. He winked and turned away. Damn, twins though. Twins though, child like Ricky. I'm gonna start working at a strip club. While the others were dancing and talking, giving lap dances, Mr. Orgasm walked around the club mingling with all the ladies. He knew that most of them only wanted a good feel of his 8.5-inch dick. Damn, Chad, why we gotta Chad?
As big as this gay stories,
Dang. He knew that most of them only wanted to feel wanted a good feel of his 8.5-inch dick, Chad. So like they just treat this nigga like straight meat. So he made sure he gave them all what they wanted and paid for. He said, "How much for 1 hour with me at the Sheraton?" A dark-skinned woman asked. "I'll pay you 100 just to suck it." A petite white woman shouted. Oh damn! Mr. Orgasm just smiled, showing his beautiful white teeth, and continued on without responding. He was used to many offers that women threw his way, but everyone knew just how picky he was. To be one of the few lucky women who was chosen to enjoy some private time together, a woman had to be rich, a total dime piece, or above, or both of the above. Combined. Ricky had a good eye for picking a woman with extensive cash flow. It didn't always mean that he had to be dressed expensively either. Oh, that they had to be dressed expensively either. So that man just got an eye like that. He just like,
he a stripper.
Yeah. Look, he said just off one talk, one look. It could be as simple as an earring or the way that they sat and crossed their legs. I'm trying to tell you, different. He just had a deep understanding of women and the way that they carried themselves. It was a science that only he understood. You know, that do come with experience, though, Chad. Once you done ran through. No. This nigga, he done ran through so much. Like, he just been through so much. Like,
yeah, but you gotta realize, okay? You gotta realize, there's so many different people that's gonna come in. You're gonna have people from come in and you have middle class people trying to get away from their work, just want a crazy night out. You're gonna have rich people getting married, men and women coming, males and what you call a strip club, and a lot of rich women, they be hiring their goddamn male people to come to their houses and do weird parties and shit. The men hire them people and do the same thing, but usually they go to the strip club first. Or sometimes they do that shit they call the rich people like to call it yachting. They talk about that shit on this network allegedly. That's when they gonna sell themselves and buy.
No, I
ain't. I'm gonna say allegedly.
I ain't gonna lie. I wonder if he's gonna go in there and make him feel though. Cause I imagine that shit probably take a toll on him. No cap. But anyway, let's get it.
He was talking about
Okay. While the other dancers were talking and giving lap dance, Mr. Orgasm walked around the club mingling with all the ladies. He knew the most of them. He knew. Oh damn! I'm already past this. Hold on. I'm past this. All right, let's get on. Let's get on.
I was trying to tell you
Oh no, we over here. When Nancy had walked downstairs to check on things, India remained by the balcony. Her light brown eyes followed Mr. Orgasm through the large crowd like a hungry hawk eyeing his prey. Just like most of the women inside the club, her panties were moist from excitement. Every time Mr. Orgasm would perform, you would have India caught up in a rapture of lust and passion. Her mother Nancy had known about her infatuation with him. That's why she told India to stay away from him. And she told Ricky the same thing. Stay away from my daughter. She's not ready for a man like you. Cross the line and you'll be in the unemployment line. Damn.
how
Nancy
old
was
is that girl?
or worse. India 21. I want to say India 21.
Damn, so that did come in.
Yeah, you've been dead for like 20 years.
Yeah.
They thought it was
They were tired.
21 now 16 years.
Yeah, it's like 20 because he went to that other I'm not 21. Should have been a little bit older. Should have been 26. Because the guy got he said, all I need is some head. Get him some head. And then that person sent him out. They came and then they was just gonna steal the money. But his dumbass tried to run and get the phone when his wife was calling. They popped it down. And that's how he sees to exist. You know, these books be crazy. Because how the hell are they gonna say some story like that? Crazy. They thought that shit because crazy. I was gonna say something even crazier. I just say crazy. Just ended it. Yeah, my thoughts be all over the place.
Yeah, that's all. I think she about 21.
By the way, the shit crazy. She gotta be at least 18 to be in a strip club. You gotta be 18 to work in it.
Or worse, she continued seriously. India never knew why her mother had forbidden her to stay away from Ricky. It was obvious that her mother was hiding something from her, but she was too afraid to ask, so she just left her alone. There's a secret that Nancy and Ricky share, a dark secret that both have promised.
They slept with each other.
Had to.
I told you.
Had to.
I told you she slept with somebody in
She might have. She said she. But what then? And then it do say that she. And early in the book, it used choice words. It says she don't sleep with too many. Like she don't. It don't say that she don't sleep at all. Let's keep reading. Mr. Oreo finally made it through the boisterous crowd of pursuing women. When he reached the upstairs balcony, the first woman he had noticed was India. For a few seconds, their eyes locked. For that single moment in time, all the noise around them was suddenly silent. The gentle smack on his eyes brought Ricky back to reality. It was one of the beautiful twins smiling and standing behind him. Her identical twin was already waiting by the door of the champagne room. Both women were dressed in black, tight-fitted V-neck dresses with no bra or panties underneath. There were two tall red bones with long, silky black hair and bodies like runway models. India didn't say a word. She just watched as the one twin grabbed Ricky's hand and led him over to to her grinning sister. Yeah, they on some slice of child, bro. When the three of them went inside the room and shut the door, India turned back around and looked over the balcony disappointed. Half drunk women were throwing money in the air like a growing tree. Dancers were giving the lap dances or taking women into the other available champagne room. Artie, the bartender, had his hands full with paying customers. DJ Twist blended hit song after hit song on the two turntables. Big Nook and his men controlled the crowd. Nancy was back inside her private office, stuffing the money she made off the door into the secret safe she had behind the large file cabinet. She's smart.
She's smart.
Smart as hell. But Richard ain't had that. Richard's right there in the open. He just open the safe. She snapped. She hid the secret safe she had hiding behind the large file cabinet. Let's talk to him. India's stool outside of the room. India's stool outside the room, unable to move. I think they meant stood.
Yeah.
But they said India's
Let's say
stool.
stood. Mm.
Just read it for me. Let's read this shit, because it's throwing me off.
It stood. No, it stood.
India stood outside of the room. That's a stool. I ain't even sure.
India
Stood outside of the room, unable to move. There wasn't a need for her to stand guard, but she often wished that she could take the place of other women in the room with Mr. Orgasm. There were a few times that she even tried to listen at the door, but the music was too loud most times to hear much of anything. She was envious of women that would get private time with him. She always tried her best to make it less obvious that she was there only to spy on him by always shuffling papers or keeping her phone, anything in her hand, anything that wouldn't make her look like a creep. She was just interested in it and what it was that kept him coming back week after week after week for more. Damn. Inside the room, Ricky was seated in one of the plush leather facts. Inside the room, Ricky was seated in one of the plush leather. Damn, Stasia. Damn.
I'm sorry.
Damn. Inside the room, Ricky was seated in one of the plush leather seats with both twins down on their knees, slobbing all over his dick and balls. Both of them showed equal attention. You could hear the slurping sound mixing with the moans. While most people would be disgusted by the thought of having a threesome with identical twins, Ricky could care less. For him, this was just a paycheck. He performed it as if there were only the two women in the world. After a few more minutes of oral pleasure, Ricky was back in control. Damn, child, let me slow down. Hold on. Let me for what? Okay. So I'll be right back. All right, Chad, let's get it, man. We right back in. We got 2 years now. Yeah, let's do it, Chad. Let's do it. All right. I'm gonna do. All right, we just gonna start right back right here, right back right here. Yo, Z Keeper, yo, what it do, gang? What it do, gang? Yeah, in that bit, yo, I'm reading the free thought ass book, all right? So don't judge me. Let's do it. You know, all right? Say love. When the three of them went inside the room and shut the door, India turned back around and looked over the balcony disappointed. Half drunk women were throwing money in the air like it grew on trees. Dancers were giving lap dances or taking. Oh damn, damn! I already read all this, but fuck it, we gonna go back over it. Dancers were giving lap dances or taking women into the other available champagne room. Artie, the bartender, had his hands full with paying customers. DJ Twist bladed hit song after hit song on the two turntables. Big Nook and his men controlled the crowd. Nancy was back inside her private office, stuffing the money she made off the door. Damn, off the door into the secret. Damn. Hold on, wait. No, fuck no, wait. All right. Nancy was back inside her private office, stuffing the money she made off the doors into the secret safe she had behind the large file cabinet. India stood outside of the room, unable to move. There wasn't a need for her to stand guard, but she often wished that she could take the other places of the women in the room with Mr. Orgasm. There were a few times that she even tried to listen in at the door, but the music was too loud, and most times to hear too much. It was too loud most times to hear much of anything. She was envious of the women that would get private time with him. She always tried her best to make it less obvious that she was only there to spy on him by always shuffling papers or keeping her phone or anything in her hand, anything that wouldn't make her look like a creep. She was just interested in what it was that kept them coming back week after week for more. All right, definitely a creep.
That's what I'm saying.
All right, thirsty. She got her ear pressed to the door. She trying to get in there. She said, "Damn, I wonder what that's like." I'm trying to feel that. You're like,
You
oh,
should have
bro,
just
look.
said, told him
Yeah,
she wanted
look.
numbers. Oh.
Yeah, nah. Inside the room, Ricky was seated in one of the plush leather chair with both the twins down on their knees, slobbering all over his dick and balls. Both of them showed him equal attention. You could hear the slurping sound mixed with the moans. While most people would be disgusted by the thought of having a threesome with identical twins, Ricky could care less. For him. This was just a paycheck, and he'd perform it as if there was the only thing. He performed as if they were the only two women in the world. Damn. Freak man, yeah, that's you. Bro. After a few more minutes of oral pleasure, Ricky was back in control. The women loved to give him head, but they only paid for an hour of his time. And unless they planned on paying for additional time, it was time to fuck these women and get it over with. He found his mind drifting to India. He was aware of the fact that she would hang around outside the room often while he saw his private client. Damn, he knew. He couldn't lie about his attraction to her. There were times where he pictured her while he was fucking other women. It was getting hard to stay away from her, but he had to fight through the temptation as long as he possibly could. He shifted his focus back to the task at hand. Grabbing a condom from the shelf, he watched as both of the twins stripped naked and got in position. Both were face down, ass up on a bench in the center of the room. He walked up behind them and slid his dick inside of one woman while using his finger to stimulate the other one's clit. Both women groaned both women groaned almost in unison. It sounded like something straight out of a porno flick. He took turns fucking each one, all while looking at the clock. He had just a few minutes left before the time would be up. Both women had multiple orgasms, so regardless of whether Ricky himself had won, his job was still complete. He ain't give a fuck. He said, even if I don't get my shit, I'm gonna spit on these bitches, bro. Yeah, definitely. This nigga funny as hell, bro. An hour after Ricky and the two twins walked out of the room, Indy was still standing on the balcony. She saw the look of total satisfaction in both the women's eyes. It was the same look that every woman who Ricky chose will walk out with afterwards. The look that India desperately yearned for and that caused nothing but envy in her heart. After a long sigh, she turned and walked away. Freaky, freaky. This girl kind of freaked out, bro. Chapter 3, after the show. Man, fuck that nigga. what kind of gay ass man name is Mr. Orgasm? I don't know why all these fine ass women break their neck to get up here every Monday and Wednesday. Roscoe says, I'm fucking crying. Here go another dancer at the club hating. It hit different stages. It's this nigga Roscoe. He said, man, fuck that nigga. He said, what kind of gay ass name is Mr. Orgasm? I don't know why all these fine ass women break their neck, get up here every Monday and Wednesday. That don't even fucking make sense. Roscoe says shit. I don't know why either. In high school, Ricky was a skinny, no game lame. Damon added as they both started laughing. I'm fucking rolling. Y'all niggas hating, gang. It hit different. So like, nigga boss up one nigga at night, and now y'all mad now. That's how life go though. That's really how life go. It hit different though. I know one thing. If Loverboy ever try to sweet talk my fiance Tori, she'll be the last woman he will ever do it to. Roscoe said, looking out the window of his black Cadillac Escalade. Both men sat inside the truck watching as all the women walked out of the club, very excited. Expensive automobiles were lined up along the street. The fall night was tranquil, so a few people had their convertible tops down. The sound of hip hop and reggae music filled the darkness of the air. The outside of club chances was like a party itself. Roscoe and his right hand man Damon were known street thugs. They did everything from selling drugs, extortion, to even kidnapping. Roscoe was a dark skinned, stocky guy with average looks. Violence was the only way he knew how to get things done. So the only person who could get to his soft side was his beautiful fiancee Tori. She was the love of his life. That's why he would spoil her with all the finer things. That his dirty money could buy. That his dirty money could buy. Damn, he's got it buying whatever. That extortion, whatever. Hey, hold on, wait. They said Roscoe and his right man were known street thugs. They did everything from selling drugs, extortion, to even kidnapping. I don't like these guys. I ain't gonna lie to you. His best friend Damon was a brown skinned guy with above average looks. Many women found him attractive but very immature. Damon was Roscoe's yes man. He agreed with everything Roscoe said. When they were all students at the University High School in West Philadelphia, Roscoe and Damon were known as the two troublemakers. Once they jumped Ricky and chased him all the way home. Damn, y'all jumped Ricky and chased this nigga. Y'all some dirty bitches, bro. Once they jumped Ricky and chased him all the way home. For a long year, Roscoe and Damon had made Ricky high school life miserable. After high school had finally ended, the next time Roscoe and Damon would run into Ricky again would be 4 years later, after Ricky had finished serving his country and the U.S. Marines. So this nigga went in and got big. That's what happened. He ended up serving out the country and shit. He came back with some military experience. These niggas kind of scared him, so he talk shit behind his back. Yeah, different. No street thugs though, bro. You know. Now the one-time pushover was an ex-marine who grew 6 inches taller and put on 50 pounds of muscle. Chad, push on now. Push on now, bro. Push up, man. Yeah, different. When Tori and her girlfriend Melinda walked out of the club, they spotted the large black trucks parked right across the street. They crossed Lancaster Avenue and both got inside. Tori leaned over and gave Roscoe a kiss on the cheek. Hey, baby, how long you been waiting? She asked. I just got here. He lied. Oh, damn, we're right on time, Tori smiled. I see you got another one of those roses, Roscoe said, suspiciously pulling his truck off down the street. Melinda folded her arms across her chest and sat back on the seat. So, like I was saying, what's up with all these roses and shit? Did Loverboy try to holler at you? Cause you know, I'll fuck that fake R. Kelly wanna be up. Roscoe said, stopping his truck at the red light. Yeah, we'll fuck him up, Damon barked down, bro. Damon, what's up, little bitch? Roscoe thought, will you stop tripping for nothing? I'm engaged to you. Can't nobody on earth come between you and me. Boy, Mr. Oregon gives our roses to a lot of girls. That's just a part of the act, Tori explained, putting her hand around Roscoe's neck. I'm just saying, why do you got to be there every Monday and Wednesday night like some type of groupie? Roscoe asked, enjoying Tori's gentle hand massage his neck. Baby, I told you that it's just something to do. It's me and Melinda's personal treat because after working in the hospital all day. So can we please change the subject? I'm tired of talking about this every time we go out to the club. I don't say nothing when you and Damon go to the club, Tori said with a sad expression on her gorgeous light skinned face. Roscoe looked into his beautiful fiance's face and shook his head with a smile. As the light turned green, he pulled off, and no one else mentioned another word about Mr. Orgasmo Club chances. She know how to get on that nigga's hot side, but yeah, she definitely falling for that nigga. There's no way she pulling up to this shit every day. Like they said, Roscoe average looking. Okay. She after getting every rose and shit. She coming home. He said, I said, you got another one of the roses on, bro. That boy getting mad, bro. He getting mad. He get dirty. India was standing near the front entrance, watching as all the satisfied women exited the club. She stood there purposely so Ricky could see her before he walked out of the club. Big Nook looked over at India and said, girl, you got it bad. India just shook her head and smiled back. That was obvious. That obvious, she asked? Yep, curiosity and a few other words are written all over your pretty young face, he said. Big Nook was one of the few people at the club who knew about India's deep infatuation with Ricky. Once in a while, he would tease her, but it was all in fun. So, when Ricky had finally appeared from out of the dressing room, he was fully dressed. He had on thick wool sweater and a pair of faded Sean John jeans. On his feet was a pair of brown suede Timbs. The two attractive twins were waiting for him at the table. When Ricky approached the smaller women, they stood up from their chairs and each grabbed one of his arm. Before Ricky and his lovely friends walked out the door, he shook Big Nook's hand and looked over at India. Hi, India, he said, seeing the sad expression on her face. Hi, Ricky. I see you Wednesday night, right? She asked, replacing the sad look on her face with a fake smile. For sure, beautiful. He said with a smile and gave her a wink before walking out the door with the attractive twin. Don't worry, India. If it's meant to be, it will happen pretty. Hold on, hold on. Don't worry, India. If it's meant to be, it will happen pretty. And not even your mean ass mother will be able to stop you whatsoever, Big Nook said before walking toward the back of the club. Damn. He kind of rooting for her, no cap. You can tell. But like, I don't think that she was getting to that. No, no, I really wonder. India stood in the entrance and watched as Ricky is. Hold on, wait a minute. Chat. No, 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 no. Wait a minute. Hold on, wait. Ricky ain't Richard's son, is it? No, yeah, no. Ricky ain't. He could have slept with her mom, but then again, Ricky could be. Hmm. What is it? Hmm. Indy stood in the entrance and watched as Ricky and one of the twins got inside of his black BMW. Before Ricky had pulled off, he looked out the window and saw India staring. Ricky had liked India from the first moment they were introduced. He had thought that India was one of the sweetest, most beautiful women he ever met. It was hard for him to keep his distance from her. She was young, educated, and sexy, all rolled up in one. Every time he looked into her sexy brown eyes, he could feel her spirit calling him toward her, but he had been warned by Nancy to keep away from her or else. Nancy had her reasons, and so did he. Not a day went by without Ricky ever wondering what if. When Ricky slowly pulled away, a sky blue Lexus coupe was following close behind his car, with the other twins inside it. India let her eyes follow both cars until they disappeared into the darkness of the fall night. After a long sigh, she went back inside the club. The club where he was cleaning and putting the chairs on the tables on top of the table. DJ Twist saw India and walked over there. In his hands were a few albums and his headphones. You alright, India? He asked with great concern, seeing the distant look on her face. Yeah, I'm fine, Twist. Nice job, she said with a smile. Thanks, India. Make sure you tell your mom I'll be here on Wednesday. Alright, Twist. Just make sure you get home safely, she said. When Twist saw his girlfriend's car pull up in front of the club, he said his goodbyes and rushed out the door. After worker had cleaned up the club and left, India watched Big Nook lock the door behind them. Once everyone gone, India and Big Nook walked back into Nancy Clark's office. Girl, what's your problem, Nancy asked, seeing the sad look on India's face. Nothing, Mom, India said, brushing her off. Nancy looked at her daughter with one of those tell it to somebody else expressions. She knew exactly what India's problem was, but as long as Nancy was breathing and still alive, India would have to live and deal with it. Hey, that is a different one. I just read 2 and 3. Chapter 4. I'm gonna keep going fucking. Right. Just the 3 of us. 25 minutes later. The BMW and the Lexus pulled up and parked beside each other. Ricky and the two lovely twins got out of the two cars. The twins followed Ricky into his spacious, elegant loft. The loft was near Delaware Avenue, one of the hippest streets in all of Philadelphia that was adjacent to the Delaware River. The twins' names were Carrie and Terry. They were from Trenton, New Jersey. Ricky walked all over to the built-in wall unit and shuffled over through some CDs. When he found what he was looking for, he put in the CD and pressed play. Instantly, the smooth, melodic voices of Florida flowed out of the speakers. The loft was laid out, water walls, tan-colored carpet, high ceiling plant, black art, cream-colored leather sectional, and a huge plasma TV. Ricky walked over to the twins and stood between them. Did y'all enjoy our moment at the club? He asked. Yes, we did, both twins said in unison. Well, that was just an appetizer. Now it's time for the main course. You get you get to have me all night without watching the clock, he said, grabbing each of their hands. Ricky and the twins had a strange sexual relationship. He had met them at a club 6 months earlier. Oh, so they regulars. That's what I knew something. Since their first encounter, they would meet up every 3 weeks for a night and sometimes a weekend for exciting sex. Afterward, they would pay him for a job well done. The twins eagerly followed Ricky into the master bedroom. A king-size canopy bed sat in the middle of the floor. It was neatly made up with thick white quilt and four large fluffy pillows. The large walls were covered with mirrors, even the entire ceiling. Small white speakers were situated inside the four corners of the room. Ricky had it wired so that the music being played in the living room could be heard crystal clear in the bedroom as well. Would y'all like something to drink? No, the twins shouted in unison, cutting him off immediately. Before Ricky could say another word, the twins started getting undressed. They both slid their dresses to the floor and stepped out of them. They stood side by side with their beautiful naked bodies next to each other. As Ricky stood there with a pleased smile on his face, the twins started undressing him. When they were finally finished, they walked over and climbed on the large bed. Everywhere they, everywhere they looked around, they could see a reflection of themselves in the wall-covered mirror. Ricky's body was like a work of art, and both women were totally pleased. Carrie laid Ricky back on the bed, and the two of them began passionately kissing. Oh, okay. While their lips and tongues were locked in a sensual dance, Terry gently grabbed Ricky's hard, long dick and invited him to the deepness of her warm, wet mouth. Terry made love to Ricky Dick nice and slow, sending a flow of chills all throughout his body. As soon as Terry finished her erotic performance, she and Carrie switched positions. Now Carrie would finish up the wonderful job that her identical twin started. Terry straddled herself on Ricky's face while her sister continued to please him orally. Ricky took Terry's pussy lips into his mouth and immediately found the doorway to her sensitive clit. He held on to the headboard while Ricky's magical tongue maneuvered all around her clitoris. He reached under a pillow and grabbed a magnum condom. Then he tossed it to Karen, who was still performing and giving a wonderful blowjob. Ricky had his arms wrapped around Terry's leg and his mouth made love to her pussy lips. She gripped the headboard, staring at herself in the mirror while Ricky ate her pussy like it was the last meal of his life. After Carrie had finally finished, she put the condom on Ricky's still hard dick. After it was on, she climbed on his body in a reverse cowgirl position. She slid Ricky's rock hard dick into her wet walls. Carrie started riding the magnificent long stick nice and slow. Every time she went down on it, it felt like the head of Ricky's dick was touching her stomach. And that was just the way she liked it. Yeah, fuck that. I'm going crazy. Okay, we're going down. Yeah, dog. All right. All right. We're back into this book. We're back into this book. The twins had their back rubbing against each other. One was riding the mammoth dick, while the other had a satisfying tongue massaging her clit. The moans and grunts from both women started filling the air. Ricky lay back on the bed, satisfying both women at the same time. Ah, yes, Carrie moaned out as she slid up and down his dick. Oh, Terry yelled out as Ricky's tongue brought her trembling body out powerful orgasm. Come into tight shit. You feel me? Carrie screamed out at an orgasm, swept through her trembling body. Then Carrie's body slumped down to the bed. Hard breathing began escaping her nose and mouth. Ricky lifted up Terry's body and laid her beside him. He rolled her over and placed both her legs on top of his broad shoulders. With his still rock hard dick, Ricky slid it inside of her pussy as far as it could go. As he performed long, hard strokes, Terry moaned with joy and pain. Carrie sat there playing with her pussy, watching as her twin sister got her brains fucked out. What's my name? Ricky yelled out. Mr. Orgasm. Mr. Orgasm. Mr. Orgasm. Mr. Orgasm. Terry shouted. Oh, shouted out, "Oh God, Miss Dory, I'm coming!" She cried out. Ricky paid her cries no mind. He was like a man possessed with lust and passion. Please, I can't go on. Terry screamed as another intense orgasm ran through her trembling body. Her sister Carrie sat on the bed with a look of total disbelief on her pretty face. Right there in front of her own eyes, she watched her sister scream and beg and yell in pure ecstasy. Oh yeah, yeah, Mr. Terry screamed out before she finally blacked out and slumped down on the bed. Ricky looked down at the sexual prey and smiled. Then he turned and looked at Carrie. You ready? He asked as he crawled his naked body toward her. Carrie looked at her unconscious sister and just shook her head. I want the same thing you gave to my sister. Don't worry, beautiful. You're going to get every bit. He said as he started passively kissing her. After their long, fury kiss, Ricky lifted Carrie's body and carried her over to the front of the large wall mirror. He stood his body behind her, then spread her legs wide apart. Carrie put both her hands on the mirror. In one smooth motion, Ricky slid his hard dick inside her wet pussy. Damn. Damn, Ricky, he's just going crazy right now. I ain't holding. He tightly gripped her hips and started giving her long, thunderous strokes. Thunderous strokes, crazy. Like he was going dumb. I'm talking about, whoa, whoa. Boy was in there. I'm about, yeah, definitely get it. She fell on, oh my God, she held onto the mirror for support as the magnificent dick fucked her hard from behind. Oh, Carrie moaned and grunted at the same time. Ricky turned her around and scooped her into his muscular arms. Once again, the lips met with a long, stinging kiss. He set her back up against the wall, still stroking away. Then he softly kissed around her neck. Carrie held on tightly as Ricky carried her body around the bedroom, stopping at every mirror along the way. The sweat dripped from both their naked bodies. Oh, yes, wow, Carrie yelled out in pleasure. Terry finally lifted up her head and looked into the mirror in the headboard. When she saw Ricky holding her sister up in his arms, she just smiled and shook her head. She stood up from the bed and walked over behind Ricky while Ricky continued to fuck her sister. Terry kissed on his back, ass, and legs. Oh, right there, Carrie whimpered softly. What's my name? Ricky demanded, pushing the dick in as far as it go. Mr. Orgasm. She screamed out as tears of joy and pleasure fell from her satisfied eyes. I'm coming, Mr. White. I'm coming, Mr. White. Yes, Carrie continued to scream as they both climaxed at the same time. Ricky carried Carrie's body over to the bed and laid her down. Her body was trembling from the powerful orgasm that she was still feeling. Terry joined them on the bed. She watched as Ricky reached under the mattress and took out their two pair of handcuffs. He cuffed Carrie to one of his hands and Terry to the other. Yeah, some straight shit. He said all night. Tonight, ladies, will be one. We will be one, he said, lying in between both women at the end at the night when Ricky would make love to the twins over and over again. It would be the best sex that any of them had ever had. It was well worth paying the extra $1,000 to see Ricky outside the club. The price would be too steep, especially for sex. Sure, sex was easy to achieve, but good sex was something altogether different. You could search for miles before finding a man that could give you a mind blowing orgasm. And even if you did, it still wouldn't compare to what Ricky could give. For all the ladies that paid for his time, it was money well spent while experiencing the most powerful orgasm they will ever know. Damn. God, we at chapter 5 now. We going crazy, child. We going crazy. We at chapter 5. Yeah. Like I said, Buck overly freaked out. The last two chapters been about Ricky Pound shit. Ricky been going dumb. They just want y'all to know that Ricky going crazy, bro. He said thunderous, man. Like my man's going dumb. I think I've been there before. Yeah, no, I said, look, this man, psycho, I'm not going crazy though. Look, he gotta do what he gotta do. He said he do everything he do for his little girl. You know, there's other way to make money, but you know, that's some money that he making though. Like he going crazy. You know, everybody can't do that. He just not. He wearing condoms and shit. You know, he protecting and shit like that. You know, this man already going down. Tons, extra band on top of the money he made at the club. That's you don't even know about that shit. So, Chapter 5, Daddy's Little Girl. Tuesday morning. The early morning sun shined through the open window. Ricky opened his eyes and saw the two beautiful women peacefully sleeping. The three of them were all still handcuffed together. Ricky looked at the built-in clock inside the headboard and noticed the time was 7:05. He needed to drive to his parents' house and pick up his daughter Asia for school. His mother would watch her on the nights that he worked at the club. He never missed a day and he was never late. Ricky quickly woke up the two sleeping beauties and took off their handcuffs. Together, they all got out of the bed and rushed into the large walk-in shower. As the warm water fell on their naked bodies, the two women happily washed down Ricky down with liquid soap. As the water rinsed the soap off his body, Terry got down on her knees and blessed Ricky with a firm blowjob. After swallowing all of his love juices, her sister cleaned them off, and together they walked out of the shower. They dried each other's body off, then quickly got dressed. Carrie opened her powder purse and took out a small white envelope. Here you go, handsome. We'll see you in 3 weeks, she said, passing the envelope to Ricky. Ricky put the envelope inside his jacket pocket without looking inside of it. After hugs and kisses, they all walked outside of the loft and got into their cars. Ricky watched as the two twins drove off in the Lexus. Moments later, he started up the BMW and drove off in the opposite direction. After checking his voice messages and emails on his phone, Ricky pressed the play button on the CD player. He wasn't a fan of early morning talk shows where celebrity gossip flooded the airways parading. Ricky had paid his young friend DJ Twist to put him together a CD of all his favorite singers: Lauryn Hill, Jill Scott, Vivian Green, Fade, Music, Poetry, Maxwell, Luther, and his all-time favorite Mary J. Blige. You better watch out. Oh, wait. As he drove his car through the dilapidated ghettos of South Philly, he let the smooth voice of Jill Scott fill his soul. A half hour later in Winfield, after parking his car, Ricky went inside the house. Asia was sitting on the sofa holding her backpack. Hey, sweetie, he said, walking over and giving her a big heartbeat hug. Hey, daddy. Grandma and granddad went back to sleep. Aunt Nicole dressed me up. She's in the kitchen. Asia, Asia reported with a smile. What's up, lover boy? Nicole said, walking out of the kitchen. What's up, sis? Thanks for getting Asia dressed and ready, he said, grabbing Asia's hand and walking toward the front door. You got some money, Ricky? I'm broke, Nicole said. You know, it's hard for his college girl, she added. Ricky reached inside his jacket and took out the white envelope. When he opened it, he saw five crisp new $100 bills. Here, he said, passing Nicole one of the 100 bills. Thank you, she said, a bright smile on her face. Tell mom and dad that I'll see them later, he said, opening the door. All right, but we need to talk too, Nicole said, following Ricky and Ace out the door. What, now? He grinned. Our professor, Miss Langston, keeps asking about you, Nicole. Nicole smiled. I'm going to have to go up to the community college and come check this woman out, Ricky said, getting inside his car. I'm telling you, Ricky, she's cute and she's been asking about you ever since she saw you dance and found out that you're my brother. Ricky put Asia's seatbelt on and started up the car. Nicole stood there waiting, holding $100 bill in her hand. Ricky rolled down the window and stuck out his head. Tell your professor that I'm sorry that I don't remember her, but just for you, Nicole, I'll drive by the school on Thursday to meet her, he said. Bet, because I'm having a hard time in psychology and I need all the help I can get, she said. Ricky shook his head and slowly drove on down the street. Nicole was his 18-year-old younger sister and freshman at the Community College of Philadelphia. She was attractive, brown-skinned female with a sharp tongue and sassy attitude. Ricky did his best to keep her on the right path. They were as close as any siblings could be. Nicole's young girlfriends had a crush on her older brother. She knew that most females were money-hungry gold diggers looking for great sex and a future baby daddy. But when it came to her handsome older brother, Nicole wasn't having it. Bro. Ricky looked over at the beautiful 6-year-old daughter and playfully pinched her cheek. Daddy, Asia blood. You miss me, sweetie? He asked, pulling his car up at the red light. Yep, always, Asia said with a smile. Hey, what'd I tell you about that? Ricky said, as he pulled off after the light changed. I'm sorry, Daddy. Yes, I miss you a lot, Asia said, correcting herself. Ricky glanced over at his daughter and shook his head. Asia was a younger version and spit image of her beautiful mother, who had died while giving birth to her. Asia had hazel colored eyes and a caramel tone skin complexion. Her silky black hair was fixed up in two long braided ponytails. Daddy, can I hang out with Miss India again one day? Asia asked. You like Miss India, huh? Ricky asked, turning down the music on the CD player. Yeah, she's real nice, Daddy. We had a lot of fun at the zoo last week, Asia smiled. The next time I see Miss India, I ask her if she would like to take you out again. I'm sure she'll do it because Miss India likes you a lot too, Ricky said, pulling the car up in front of the schoolyard full of playing children. Thank you, Daddy. I'll see you after school, Asia said, snatching off her seatbelt and giving him a hug and a kiss. I love you, sweetie, Ricky said, looking into her beautiful eyes. I love you too, Daddy, Asia said, getting out of the car. Ricky watches Asia walk over to her teacher. After she and her teacher waved goodbye, Ricky waved back and slowly drove down the street. After turning the volume up, he headed for the next destination, Carmen. When India had returned home that night, she went upstairs into her bedroom and shut the door. After getting undressed, she lay naked across her queen size bed and thought about Ricky. India and her mother Nancy lived together in a beautiful 5-bedroom home in the Chestnut Hill section of Philadelphia. After India had graduated from Howard University with a degree in business management, she decided to move back in with her mother and help her run the club. That was a year earlier. When she had first seen Ricky, he was the one of the most handsome men she had ever laid eyes on, and now she was his boss. When Nancy saw the infatuated look in her daughter's eyes, she quickly brought her to a stop. You stay away from Ricky, you hear me? Nancy warned her that day. Mom, why? India questioned. Because I said so, and besides, he's too mature for you, and he'll just end up breaking your heart, Nancy said seriously. Mom, I can handle myself. India knew that there was more to it, but she didn't want to get into it with her mother. After a while, she and Ricky had become friends from working together, but whenever Nancy would spot them laughing and talking together, she would somehow find a way to break it up. Is mom being overprotective or is she hiding something? India will often ask herself. One thing for sure, India couldn't get Ricky out of her circle, and the more her mother tried to keep them apart, the more India wanted him. Fantastic. Chapter 6. Hey, definitely. Hey, definitely. I'm out here going crazy. I'm gonna fucking read this whole book to y'all. Well, chapter 6, The Bold and the Beautiful. The short city. Oh, the short city long avenue didn't take Ricky long at all. He parked his BMW inside a parking lot and walked across the street to the executive suite apartment. When he entered the elegant building, Ricky took the elevator to the fourth floor. Standing in the doorway of the apartment was Carmen. Carmen invited Ricky inside and closed the door. Without any words said, she quickly grabbed his hand and led him to the spacious master bedroom. Where's Hard Rock? Ricky asked. On tour with a few other Def Jam artists, she said, taking off her Victoria's Secret bra and panties. He'll be gone for a month. Ricky stood there in silence as she approached him. In his head, hearing he'd be gone for a month sounded like a cash register. Anytime that Carmen was allowed freedom was time that he could make a profit. He was always eager to get paid whenever he could. After Carmen gave him a soft kiss on the lips, she stooped down on her knees. How was the show last night? She said, unbuckling his belt. It was nice, he answered. I heard it. So who were the twins you gave that yellow roses to? How'd you know about that? He asked with a smile. Come on, Miss I got you. You know us girls can keep our mouths closed. I didn't have to be there. My girlfriend was there. Carmen said, sliding down Ricky's jean boxers. They were just a few friends of mine, just like you, Ricky said, feeling Carmen's soft hand rubbing against his hard dick. I can still remember when you first gave me my yellow rose, she said, teasing the head of his dick with her lip. Ricky looked down at Carmen as she slowly rolled her tongue over his upper lip. Carmen was sexy and she knew it. You know what's so damn sexy about you? She asked softly. Know what? Your cool ass demeanor. I'm sure a man like you arouses many women's interest, and the sex is just on another level. Sometimes I can't stand you, she said jokingly. Why is that, Ricky said playfully? Because I got everything in the world that I need. Money, a rich, superstar boyfriend, jewels, clothes, and I still can't get you out of my system. And I can't keep this pretty black dick from my mouth. She revealed, opening her mouth and taking his dick inside. Ricky stood there as Carmen used her mouth to make a slow, passionate love to his dick. Damn, hold on. She got a superstar boyfriend. So, damn, tramp. About it ever. When it came to giving blowjobs, she was truly the best who had ever done it. While Ricky Dick touched the back of her throat, Carmen massaged his balls. He stood there with his eyes closed, lost in Carmen's pleasing oral performance. Carmen Lewis was one of the top video models in the rap music industry. She had over 25 videos to her credit. She stood at 5'8" and weighed 135 pounds. Her perfect measurement, 38, 26, 38, drove men and even some women wild. Besides her beautiful hourglass figure, she had a golden honey complexion and a gorgeous face. At 23 years old, Carmen had everything a woman would ever need. After meeting her fiance, MC Hard Rock, one of the top rappers, producers in the music industry, Carmen was quickly swept off her feet. They had met at one of the Hard Rock video shoots. 2 months later, they were engaged, and Carmen decided to retire from the video industry. Hard Rock was a 28-year-old gangster rapper from North Philly. He had a dark skin complexion on his stocky 5'9" frame. Just like most rappers in the music industry, he had more bark than bite. In his song, he would constantly rap about guns, murder, sex, and violence, but 90% of his raps were all lies and a lot of hype. Still, the 2 million fans that had bought his first album, Killer Be Killed, idolized Hard Rock and believed every single word he spit out of his platinum film mouth. When Carmen felt Ricky's body tremble, she sped up her pace. Her warm, wet mouth slid up and down his dick, while her hands continued to massage his balls. When she felt Ricky's whole body jerk, she gripped his dick with both hands to prepare herself for the creamy eruption. Ricky grabbed the top of her head as he exploded his thick, creamy juice inside her mouth. Carmen swallowed it all down without wasting a single drop on the carpet. Freak bitch, around. I hope you still got some energy left, she said, standing up and walking over to the dresser. She grabbed a magnum condom from the top of the dresser, from off the dresser, and walked back over them. Ricky's dick was still on hard when she put it on. Carmen turned around and bent over. She used the bed to support her position. We have plenty of uninterrupted time to spare, she said seductively. Yo, Jordan, what do you do, gang? I'm in this bitch reading this freaked out ass book, gang. Don't judge me. I'm bro. Let's do it. All right, bet. Bro, say, look, check this out, twin. Check this out, twin. Check this out. All right, look, judge me. Look. So, are you ready for the spontaneous licky ass? Grinding his dick on her fat, round ass. It's lubricated. So do you, boo. In one smooth motion, Ricky slid his 8.5 inch dick inside of Carmen's tight ass. So, whoa. Experiment, huh? Oh, oh, she grunted as he started stroking in and out of, as he started stroking in and out of her ass. Ricky gave her a long, thunderous stroke, making sure every motion counted. Carmen held onto the bed with her eyes closed, enjoying every single inch of his hard dick. Ooh, Mr. Orgasm, she moaned in ecstasy as Ricky continued to fuck Carmen from behind. Tears of total satisfaction fell from her eyes. In less than 10 minutes, she was enjoying the amazing feeling of a wonderful anal orgasm. I'm coming, Mr. Orgasm, I'm coming. Carmen cried out as the wonderful feeling swept throughout her trembling body. When Ricky finally pulled his dick out, Carmen's naked body slumped down on the bed. After they made love again, they took a shower together. There were many things wrong with this relationship because it was leading into territory that he vowed he wouldn't go into. But it was comfortable though. It was released from all the ones that were strictly a job. As Ricky sat on the edge of the bed tying up his shoelaces, he could smell something cooking. It was customary for Carmen to fix a nice meal after he laid the pipe properly. He grabbed his cell phone off the bed to see if he had missed any calls and messages before he went on about his day. The food is ready, Carmen yelled from the kitchen. Ricky got up and headed toward the kitchen. Carmen had made him a delicious egg and cheese omelet with a large glass of orange juice. They sat up and talked about what's going on in each other's lives. So, what's up with you and your fiance? Anything new? Ricky asked as he took a bite of the egg. Nothing new. I'm just bored. He gives me the world financially, you know that. I love him to death, but I always feel like I'm nothing more than arm candy when he needs to keep up with appearances. I sit up in the house all the time while he's out doing this thing. Well, have you told him that you like to do more? I mean, if you just accept it without voicing your feelings, you can't expect anything different. Ricky said before taking a sip of his juice and a few more bites of his food. Of course I have, but he's in his own world. You know how that can go. He doesn't show me any attention whether it's in the bedroom or just in general. In the bedroom, no one compares to you. She laughed. Ain't no fucking way. I ain't gonna lie. A lot of women tend to tell this nigga that. Crazy work. Crazy work. Oh, well, we know that. But why you stay, yeah? He finished eating his food by this point. He slid his empty plate over there. Because he's all I know. What else am I going to do? She got up from the table to place the dish into the sink. Come sit back down, he said. Carmen walked back over to the seat at the kitchen table. He put his hands on top of hers. You are an amazing woman, Carmen. You can do anything in the world that you want to do. You have learned your own worth and should demand that you be treated the way that you deserve. If he really loves you, he'll come around. Trust me, because I truly appreciate that, Ricky. You've been an amazing friend, and I'll forever be grateful for your listening ear and the attention that you give me. You're always there just when I need you. She said with a smile and a quick squeeze of his hand. He just dicked your ass down. Talking about friend. Girl, he just dicked your ass down. All right, Carmen considered Ricky a good friend and a wonderful listener. As much as they were attracted to each other, they both knew that the relationship could never be more than sex. They had a mutual understanding. They were two consenting adults who played the game of sex without any of the nagging strings attached. I got something for you, Carmen said before Ricky stood up and was ready to leave. I know you said I don't have to pay you anymore, but here, she said, passing Ricky a white envelope. Consider another gift from me. She smiled. I told you, Carmen. Carmen put her finger to the lips and stopped in mid-speech. Ricky, what you do for me is more than I can ever ask for. And I'm not just talking sexually. I'm talking about whenever I need a shoulder to lean or a friend to cry to, I've always counted you. I know you don't want to be a dancer all your life. Plus, you have to take care of the pretty little daughter you got. We both know that when you eventually find that soulmate that you always tell me about, that our little thing will come to an end. Don't worry about the money. You know, I have plenty of access to money. You know, I have access to plenty of that. Just promise me one thing, she said seriously. What's that, Ricky said, looking into her water eye. Sign contact that no matter what happens with our lives, that we will always be friends. With that tear started falling down her face, Ricky walked up to Carmen and then he gave they each gave each other a long, affectionate hug. I promise you, Carmen, you'll always be my friend, he said sincerely. After a soft kiss on the lips, Carmen watched as Ricky walked out the apartment and shut the door. She went over to the window and watched him get inside his BMW driveway. After he disappeared, she grabbed her Gucci jacket and purse and walked over to the door. When she got inside her pearl colored convertible Jaguar, she dropped the top, put on her matching Gucci frame, and sped off. As she headed toward the King of Prussia shopping mall, the wind blew through her long black hair and the sounds of Lil Kim banged out her speakers. Hello, Carmen said, answering her cell phone. Baby, it's me, Hard Rock, a raspy voice said. Where you been? I've been calling all morning. I've been busy getting my daily workout in. What's up? I just wanted to call and tell you that they added a few more cities on tour, so I'll be on the road for a few more weeks. Do you, boo? I'll be alright, she said. Yeah, she definitely gonna be alright. She just got dig down. She gonna be straight down. Take care of y'all crib game, so nobody else gotta do it, bro. I'm telling you, I'm waxing that every day. I ain't even play with what? Come here. Come here. But I'm trying to tell you, put it down. At least once a day. That's an understatement. I'm just keeping it barbecue game. I'm going crazy. But fuck that. I mean, we get to the arena. Alright, Chapter2 right outside the field. The terrified woman stood there crying while Roscoe had his 45 caliber pistol stuck down her throat. Oh, her eyes were swollen and nose and mouth both bleeding from the brutal bleeding that Roscoe had just given her. The tears fell down her brown skinned face. Her name was Robin, and she was a 19-year-old runaway from D.C. Roscoe used her to sell drugs, prostitute, and set up people for him to kidnap. She was like his personal slave. Bitch, I told you about bringing me short money. If I come back over here one more time, my money ain't right, I'm gonna beat your ass worse than I did today. You hear me, Roscoe? Yeah, I don't like Roscoe, bro. I want to fuck this nigga. Oh, bro, Chad, like, come on, bro. Like, Roscoe, bro, like, you gotta do that. That's a female, shorty. Like, ooh, I'm gonna load up on shorty. Robin nodded her head as she cried. He took his gun out of her mouth and kicked her to the floor. Clean yourself up, bitch. You got my drugs and pussy to sell. I'll be back in a few days, he said, walking out of the house. When Roscoe got inside of his big black Escalade, Damon was already inside waiting for him. Man, I have to leave. You was beating the shit out that bitch, Damon said, laughing. Man, you hard on them bitches. He concluded seriously. You can't play with them bitches, homie. I don't love none of those hoes. A bitch can't do nothing for me but make me my money. Love for suckers, and I'll never be a sucker for love. Roscoe started to say laughing. Only one bitch got an invitation to my heart, and that's my fiance Tori. And she's so strung out over his dick and all his money I give her. She ain't never gonna fuck up. You laugh with confidence. But I don't understand how niggas get weak over them bitches. I don't understand how niggas get weak over them bitches. How niggas can cry over a no good bitch. One thing for sure, Damon, a bitch will never break me. Cause I'm a man who can't be broken. And I don't have no weaknesses. He bragged, pulling his truck on the expressway. You got those X pills ready? You got those expos ready? Yeah, they bagged up and ready to go. Damon said, good. Cause Pretty Boy left me another message on the voicemail. He's ready again. Roscoe said, smiling, man, stop tripping and light up that haze. I told you, nigga, cool, chill out. Inside Nancy's private office, she was seated at her desk talking to a man. Did you think about the $30,000 offer? I'm still thinking. I'll let you know real soon, he said. We did it before. This one will be a lot easier. We'll both benefit, Nancy said, smiling. I have to go meet somebody. We'll talk about it later tonight, the man said, winking his eyes, smiling, walking out of her office. Nancy stood up from her desk. She walked over to the file cabinet and took out a manila folder with a few white sheets of paper inside of it. After walking out of her office and locking the door, she sat down at the empty table and called Big Milk over. Chapter 7, The Eyes of Hate. Tuesday afternoon, after Ricky left the bank, he got back into his car and headed to the club for dance practice. While at the bank, he deposited $1,000 into his personal account, and at the same time in the account, he had set up for his daughter Asia. At least 3 days out of the rule, Ricky would do this. He had the dreams of one day owning his own house with a few acres of land surrounding the property. The money he would put into Asia's account was to ensure that anything ever happened to him, she would be set for life. On his way toward the club, Ricky picked up DJ Twist on the corner of 52nd and Market Street. As usual, DJ Twist was waiting patiently for Ricky's arrival. If there was one thing he could bet his last dollar on, it was Twist, and with that, Twist would be on time. Twist was always dependable and someone that Ricky could count on in any situation. In fact, he was the most punctual people that Ricky knew. He was one of the most punctual people that Ricky knew. Ricky didn't have any qualms about recommending him for a job at Chance or anywhere else for that matter. He recommended him for several different events, and he never heard anything negative about him. The two men shook hands at DJ Twist the two men shook hands as DJ Twist got into the car. Not much was said as he entered, proving how comfortable the two were with each other's presence. Ricky turned his radio up, then glanced in his side-view mirror before pulling away from the curb and making a right on 52nd Street. Ricky and DJ Twist had met 5 years earlier at a local DJ competition. Back then, Ricky was a party promoter, and it was always good to see what DJ was the hottest in the city. The competition had all the local DJs, including some that were from the cities in the tri-state area. All of them were extremely talented. Some of them were capable of doing tricks Ricky never seen before. Tricks Ricky never seen before. While effortlessly blending tracks together. DJ Twist was one of those with the special tricks up his sleeve. He did one of the move where he spun in circles and changed the track so fast that it sounded like it was one song. There was no surprise when he came in first place. Ricky was so impressed with DJ Twist's turntable skills that he hired him to become his personal DJ. He used him for every event that he hosted. After speaking with Twist and being around him as often as he was, the two became friends. Twist was loyal and trustworthy. Those were just two of the qualities that he had. There was a time that when after an event, a few men approached Ricky about a woman he'd been seeing for them. It was the perfect time to approach him while he was alone. Without warning, Twist came from the rear with his gun drawn, forcing the unarmed man to back off. Ricky knew at that moment he was someone that he definitely needed to keep around. After Nancy had fired former DJ for drinking on the job, Ricky had gotten his young friend the vacant position. I made you a new CD, Ricky. Twist said, digging into his large Nike sport bag filled with CD record and DJ stuff. I said, damn, you're gonna love this one, he said. Can I ask you something, Ricky? Twist said with a serious look on his face. Yeah, what is it? Ricky said, turn down the music. What's up with Nancy? Why you ask me that? Ricky said, because it seems like she got something against you. What's up with that? Twist question. It's a long story, Twist. One that I wish to forget about, Ricky said. Twist got the message and quickly changed the subject. Okay then, lover boy. What's up with you in India? I ain't crazy. Even a blind man can see the attraction y'all both have for each other. I saw India last night standing by the doors watching you leave the club with the two honeys on your arm. I'm telling you, Ricky, pain was written all over her pretty face. How come y'all two ain't never hooked up, Ricky? Twist out. We're friends, you know. She took my daughter to the zoo, and once in a while we talk about things on going on at the club. Plus, you know, it's not a good idea to make business with pleasure. Ricky said, stopping his car at the red light. Save it for the birds. If I had a young, fine, short, sweating like India, I would just have to take my chance. Twist said, everybody at the club wants to knock Shorty boo, but the only person she showed any kind of interest in is you. She's young, beautiful, and educated. What is you waiting for? I don't know, Twist, Ricky said, pulling off after the light changed. If it's meant to be, it will happen. Ricky, you're my man, and I got plenty of love for you, homie. But women like India don't stick around too long. Niggas snatch that kind of real quick. I know you got more than enough women that you can call on, but if you ask me, in my opinion, Ricky, you can't go wrong with India. Twist said seriously. Ricky just calmly nodded his head as he continued to drive. Everything Twist said was right. Ricky did have plenty of women that he could call on, but at the same time, there was so much that Twist didn't know about him and the women who paid him just as sexual. None of them were women he'd deal with otherwise. When Ricky pulled his BMW up in front of the club, all the other dancers' cars and trucks were parked outside across. When Ricky pulled his BMW up in front of the club, all the other dancers' cars and trucks were parked outside. Across the street from the club, Ricky and Twist noticed Flex, Ricky's number one competitor, standing beside Roscoe Cadillac Escalade talking to him. Flex, Ricky's number one competitor, standing beside Roscoe Cadillac Escalade talking to him. That's tough. That dude Roscoe ain't nothing but trouble, Twist said, grabbing his sports bag and getting out of the car. Ain't nothing new. Them dudes cool. Flex or Roscoe, Ricky replied, grabbing his black leather sports bag from off the back seat and getting out of the car. Ricky saw Roscoe pass Flex a small brown paper bag. When Flex put the bag inside of his jacket pocket, Roscoe pulled up the truck, rolled up the truck window. He and his friend Damon sped off down the street. "What's up, Flex?" Said walking across the street. "Bo, hold on." Ricky saw Roscoe pass Flex a small brown paper bag. When Flex put the bag inside of his jacket pocket, Roscoe rolled up down. "What's up, Flex?" Flex said, walking across the street. Both Ricky and Twist just nodded their head. Flex was an ass-kicking backbiter that only a handful like Ricky was not one of them. Ricky was not one of them. A few times they had almost come to blows. After Ricky, Mr. Orgasm Johnson, Flex was the next most popular exotic dancer at the club. Flex stood at 6 foot 385 pounds, had a light complexion and perfect physique. A few tattoos covered his muscular arms and back. Flex had a 25-year-old Flex was 25-year-old pretty boy with an ugly attitude. His light hazel eyes and short black curly hair would drive the woman wild and crazy. His conceit, arrogant, stuck-up attitude didn't keep him around for long, which is why Flex couldn't get the number one exotic dance position at the club. Ricky was a much better dancer with better skills. Whenever Ricky would perform his routine, he owned the stage. In this routine, he'd fly through the air or slide across the stage doing all kinds of acrobatics. This too would drive the women crazy. Ricky enjoyed performing for all his female fans. Seeing them smile, clapping, and screaming and singing will always bring a smile to his heart. Flex was the total opposite. He only cared about three things: money, who he could sex, and the day he could get Ricky number one exotic dance title. When Ricky and Twist walked into the club, everyone was standing around inside. Nancy and Big Nook were seated at the table going over paperwork. A few dancers were on the stage already practicing the routine for the next show. Andy was sitting alone at the table, keying something in on her laptop computer. After Twist had gone upstairs to the DJ booth, down. After Twist had gone upstairs to his DJ booth, Ricky walked over to India and sat down in an empty chair. "What's up, pretty? What are you doing?" he asked. "Hi, Ricky. Soon we'll have a winner for your ultimate fan contest," she said. "You have a lot of female admirers emailing. Will I be able to see a picture of the winner?" "Nope, sorry, India." "Nope, sorry." India smiled. "Oh well, maybe I'll get lucky. I see everybody wants a piece of Mr. Orgasm." India said. "I guess." Ricky says softly. "What ain't that what you want?" India asked seriously. "Sometimes I do, and sometimes India it can be one big headache for real. All I want is my own dance studio one day and a nice big house for me and Asia to live in," he said with a serious expression on his face. "You mean business about that?" she said. "He's fine." What about that special someone to share quality time with? Every man needs a good woman by his side. Maybe one day I'll find that I'm very picky. "I noticed," India retorted. "How's Asia doing?" She said quickly, changing the subject. "Fine." "She asked about you this morning. She really likes you," Ricky smiled. "I like her too. She's such a beautiful little girl. Honestly, I can't wait to have my own child one day," India said, closing the laptop. "Girl, you're way too young to be thinking about having children," he said playfully. "Ricky, believe it or not, I'm old enough for a whole lot of things. Anything that I don't know, I'm willing to learn with the right teaching," she said seriously. Before Ricky could respond, Nancy approached the table. "First of all, you're late. Second, you're bothering Indy while she's working." Nancy said in an angry tone. Mom, he wasn't bothering me. We were just talking about his plans on the website. India said defensively. I'm sorry, Nancy, that I was late, but I had to go pick up Twitch. Thanks for everything, India. We'll finish this conversation some other time. Ricky said, grabbing his bags and walking away. When he left, India looked up at her mother and said, Mom, why do you always do that when Ricky comes around? He's the number one exotic dancer, and you treat him like he's nothing. Why don't you run Flex or the other dancers off when they come talk to me? Why is it Ricky? India asked her. I don't have to explain nothing to you. You just stay away from Ricky, and that's that. Nancy said, walking away. When Nancy walked by Ricky, he saw her eyes filled with hate and rage. He watched her walk into her office, slam the door. Ricky looked across the room, and India shrugged his shoulders. Ricky looked across the room at India and shrugged his shoulders. He saw the confused look on her face and just shook his head. India knew that sooner or later she and Ricky would have to talk. It was killing her to keep her emotions suppressed. If Ricky didn't come to her soon, then India had already decided to go to him. She could hardly sleep at night thinking about Ricky. So whatever problem between her mother and Ricky was, India was now more determined to find out the answer. Chapter 8. If only they knew. When dance practice ended, everyone packed up their belongings and left the club. Indy was so upset with her mother that she walked out of the club without saying goodbye. Ricky and Twitch watched India get inside her cherry Range Rover and sped off down the street. Ricky, I'll see you tomorrow tonight, Thunder said, walking toward his parked car. Take it easy, big boy, Ricky said as he and Twitch climbed inside his BMW. Thunder was the biggest of all the male dancers. He stood at 6'5" and 275 pounds. He had a light brown complexion. He kept his hair cut low, sporting a head full of waves. Out of all the dancers at the club, Thunder was Ricky's closest friend. After Thunder got into his Hummer H3 and drove off, Ricky pulled up right behind him. Ricky had to drop Twist off at home. Then afterward, he had to go pick up Asia at her school. Nancy, Flex, and Big Nick were the only people left inside the club. Nancy, I'll see you tomorrow evening, Big Nick said, grabbing his bag off the table. Make sure you and your boy get here an hour early. You know how Wednesday nights are. I want y'all set up before all the 20 women start kicking the door down. She said, walking Big Nick to the front door. Don't worry, we'll be here, Big Nook replied, walking out to the door without saying a word to Flex. Big Nook didn't like Flex at all. Flex felt the same way, so the two of them just kept the distance. As Big Nook had gotten into his car and driven off, Nancy locked the door. Flex followed her back into the office. As soon as she shut the door, she started taking off her clothes. That's why she mad at her. She is sleeping with these niggas, bro. Do you think Big Nook knows about his Flex act? Undressing? Maybe he suspects something going on between her, but he's a cop. That's his job, Nancy said while taking off her bra. What about Ricky? He knows a lot. Do you think he'll ever blow the whistle? Flex continued to ask. Flex, no one knows the whole truth about you. Me, Ricky is old news. Our little affair ended right before my daughter graduated from college and my husband's ultimate death. Untimely death. Oh, so she was getting her little shit in. I'm sure he probably put the pieces together, but Ricky has moved on. Plus, he knows that he'll be as much of a suspect as you and I. He don't want no drama in his life. That little daughter of his in his world. Ricky don't want to bring no unnecessary trouble his or her way. Nancy assured him as she walked up to Flex naked. So what about that number one dance spot? When can I ever finally get it? Since we've been messing around, I've done everything you asked me to. The club is yours because of me, Nancy. Flex said seriously. Nancy looked into his light hazel eyes and said, soft flex, baby. What did I tell you before? You'll get the number one spot when the time is right. Right now, baby, Ricky is bringing a lot of money to the club, and because of him, we are the number one exotic dance club on the East Coast. He's my money right now. I'm bringing in over 25,000 every Monday and Wednesday night with Ricky being the headline act. You remember what happened when he got sick that time? The club wasn't even half packed. Nancy reminded him while putting her arms around his waist. Just be patient. Give me some more time. When my husband death will be forgotten and Ricky will be played out. Then, baby, you'll have the number one spot. Nancy assured him, kissing all over his chest. Now, handsome, I'm sure I'm tired of talking about Ricky and my late husband. I need my baby fixed. I've been feeding all day like a crackhead, she said, walking over to her desk and spreading her legs apart. So how do you want it? He smiled. I want you to fuck the shit out of me, just like you did Sunday night in the hotel. But this time when you smack my ass, don't be so hard, nasty too seductive. Big Nook pulled his gray Crown Victoria into the Kentucky Fried Chicken parking lot and parked. Moments later, a blue Ford Taurus pulled up beside him. A short, dark-skinned man quickly got his car and got it inside of Big Nook. "What's up, Nook? Found out anything yet?" he asked. "Nothing. If she did have anything to do with killing her husband, she ain't showing it." Oh shit, child. Damn, they just damn. Big news. What's up with her young lovers? Nancy and Ricky's affair didn't last long. When he was fucking her, her husband was still alive. I'm almost positive that Ricky had nothing to do with her husband being murdered. He was a good kid. Something scared him away from Nancy. Now they barely talk because he can't stand him for some strange, unknown reason. The only reason she puts up with him because all the money he brings from the club. So scratch him off the suspect list. He's clean, believe me. Big Nick said. What about the guy Flex? As soon as Loverboy popped up on the scene, her husband suddenly died. This has Hollywood true story written all over it. Greed, lust, sex, and murder. And that's it. But right now, I don't know too much about the sexual relationship Detective Lifestyle. I was hired a week before the murder happened. Maybe Nancy wanted it all the way. But the day her husband Richard was murdered, it didn't work. I didn't work. Nancy's a sharp woman. She's no fool. Whatever is going on with her and Flex, they keep it very secret. I know what's going on because I pay a lot of attention. That's what I get paid for. Maybe Ricky knows as well, but I'm sure that no one else at the club has a clue that Nancy and Flex have been having an affair right under our nose. Big no said. Maybe you're right, but I followed them Sunday night to the Sheraton Hotel out by the airport. I waited inside my car for over 2 hours. I thought aloud. Do you think her daughter knows? I told her I seriously doubt it. Indy's too busy running the day-to-day operation and yearning for Ricky's attention. Yeah, to be honest, I think they both want each other, but are afraid to cross that line. Ricky tries to not show it, but he wants her just as mad as India wants him. Big Nick said. Hightower went inside his jacket pocket and took out a small mini tape recorder here. He said, passing the Big Nook. When you get a chance, just hit the red recorder button and hide it on. This baby will pick up something, everything up to 20 feet away. You said that Nancy allows you and her daughter into her office. So the next time you get a chance, make sure you hide it inside the office somewhere. The recorder has a magnet on the back that will stick to any metal. It will record up to 4 hours. Sooner or later, Nancy will say something she's going to regret. If she did not plot her husband's murder, then most likely she's telling herself. Maybe her younger lovers will say something incriminating. Her boys keep their eyes and ears open. If Nancy's the woman I think she is, I don't want her to get away with murder. Her type is the worst. After the rich husband gets old and needs Viagra to boost him up, they go find a young lover to get rid of him and take his place. No. See, y'all know nothing about it. Richard never had those problems. You know, infidel. Like he just never, he was literally never faithful. And he slept with her best friend. That's where all that shit went. You know what I'm saying? They don't know what you're talking about. All right. I wouldn't be surprised if they're inside our office fucking right now on my way over. Yeah, I saw both their cars still parked outside. I Tyler was still zipping up his jacket. Yeah, I just left them before I came here to meet you, being said. Like I said, big fella, this has Hollywood true story written all over it. Hightower said, shaking his hand and getting out of the car. He said, I'm making the put out of the parking lot and go off. Chapter 9, The Conscience of Love. Chad, we read 6 chapters today. We're going to be 100 pages into this motherfucker. Fuck it. Chapter 10 said chapter on there, so if anybody keep reading chapter, we get it. The conscience of love. After Ricky dropped Twist off at his house, he went to pick up Asia. He was always excited to spend some quality time with his daughter. His life was so fast paced that he enjoyed the time he got to slow down. His daughter was one of the smartest children he knew. He loved that he could sit and have a conversation with her that most would assume were beyond her years. Her personality was special. They were nights that she kept him laughing well into her bedtime. He cherished those moments with her, and he made sure that she knew. After he and his daughter got to his parents' house, Ricky helped Asia with her homework. It was something he would do every day. Once they finished her homework, he sat around talking to Asia. He played games with her or whatever else she wanted to do before dinner. His mother would always throw down in the kitchen, so he looked forward to the meal as well as family time. This particular day, the two of them played a quick game of Jack before going downstairs inside the kitchen and enjoyed a delicious chicken dinner with his parents and sister in the car. After dinner, as they did every night, Ricky and Asia went back upstairs to her bedroom and watched her favorite cartoon, Nickelodeon channel. Before Ricky left, he kissed her on her lips and said, "Sweetie, if you want to talk to me later, call me on my cell phone like you did before." "Okay, Daddy, I will." He said, "Daddy, will you see Miss India today?" She asked him. "Yes, sweetie." I told her what you said. "Maybe next time we can all go to the zoo together," Ricky said, sitting on the edge of the bed while rubbing his hand through her long curly hair. "Thank you, Daddy. I love you," Asia said, wrapping her arms around Ricky's waist and giving him a big hug. "I love you too, sweetie. Don't forget, whenever you want to talk to us, just call me," said, kissing her forehead. "I will, Daddy," Asia said softly. When Ricky walked downstairs, the parents were sitting on the couch watching TV. He walked over and sat down between them. His parents were both retired from the city jobs. They spent their days taking care of Asia and had living a good life off their hard-earned things. "Have you found her yet?" his father asked. "Not yet, Dad. Still looking," Ricky grinned. "I keep telling you, Ricky, that you can't be a playboy all your life. Ain't nothing like having that one special woman that can cure all your pains and help heal your soul," his father said, winking at his brushing wife. "Dad, it ain't as easy as you think it is. Most of the good women's already taken. And I just don't want to settle for anybody. I want a woman who will love me for both me and Asia unconditionally," Ricky said seriously. His mother leaned over and kissed him on the cheek. "Don't worry, I have faith in you. You'll find the right one. Now, I'm gonna let you men talk. I have some laundry to take care of," he said, standing up and walking away. "Ricky, all I'm saying is you can't keep holding on to the past. Cheryl is gone, but she left you a beautiful daughter, a daughter who needs a motherly woman in her life." "She has mom." "No, Ricky, that's her grandmother. You and Asia both need another piece to complete your triangle of love. No matter how much your mother does for Asia, she's still just her grandmother. We are both near 60. Asia needs a younger woman in her life. Someone who will be a positive role model to look up to." "Ricky, I know you're having a lot of fun right now, and things are going pretty well, but just think about your beautiful daughter that's upstairs inside her bedroom playing all alone with her dog. Think about that for a second," his father said. "But Dad, I'm here for Asia if she ever needs anything." Ricky protested as tears welled up in his eyes. "Son, you are a wonderful father, but your daughter needs a father and a mother. That's why the black family is so messed up right now. There's too much of one and not enough of the other. You might never find yourself another Cheryl, but if you continue to keep that door shut and that shit up, you might miss out on someone just as special," he said, putting his arm around Ricky's shoulder. "Dad, it's hard. Women are like vultures out there. What about the pretty young lady that came over here and took Asia to the zoo? She seemed really nice." "Oh, India, we're just friends. She's the manager down at the club," Ricky said. "Well, I saw the way she looks at you. I'm telling you, son, the last time I saw a look like that in a woman's eyes, I ended up marrying her and having you," his father said with a proud smile. They both stood up from the couch and walked over to the front door. After his father gave him a warm hug, he looked at Ricky and said, "While you're out there having fun, being young and energetic, don't lose sight of the big picture and never stop searching for your true soulmate." Dad treating his dad, putting him on game though. No. As Ricky got into his car and drove off, he let his father poignant words linger into his thoughts. He thought about all the women he was having sexual intercourse with. The sex was good and the money they paid him made the sex so much better. Still, deep down inside Ricky's soul, he knew something was missing. After Ricky had gone by the gym and worked out for an hour, he took a long, warm, relieving shower and left the gym. As he drove his BMW down the Walnut Street, his cell phone started ringing. He looked at the number on the phone, call ID. "Hello, Gloria. What's up?" He answered. "You handsome," a soft female voice said. "I miss you. What's it been, about a month now?" 39 days, Ricky played for correctly. "Even count, huh?" She said. "How can I ever forget you?" Ricky said, maneuvering his car through traffic. "You won't let me in. Besides, every time we're together, it becomes a memorable occasion." He laughed. "I'm glad you think so. Because I'll be there tomorrow morning around 10 o'clock. I'm bringing another bag of goodies with me," she said. "I stopped by the sex toy shop and made a few purchases." "In that car?" he asked the shop. "No, I used the Mercedes," she said. Do you like the new what?" "Love it. I can't thank you enough for it," Ricky said, looking at his new gold yacht Master Row. "I what? Rolex what?" "Oh, yes, you can. You thank me more than enough," Gloria laughed. "Where's your hug?" "Gloria? Where's your husband, Ricky? Ricky said, changing the subject. His good friend Donald Trump, and he took a 3-day trip down to Florida this morning. So when the dog goes away, the cat comes out to play, huh? He laughed. Yep, especially when the cat gets to play with the younger, stronger, longer, darker dog. Well, yeah, this is definitely Nancy's. This gotta be Glory. It gotta be Glory. Gloria replied, laughing. I'll see you tomorrow morning. Rest up, she said, hanging up the phone. Ricky closed the cell phone. He set it down on the empty passenger seat as he drove home. A big smile was on his face. Gloria, 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 he said to himself. When Nancy had finally come home, she was so tired from her afternoon sex work I was like that. She walked upstairs into her elegant bedroom and fell right asleep for one intense hour. Flex had flushed Nancy all over the office. He was her young, handsome stallion. The only thing that Nancy liked was her money. Deep down, she still wanted Ricky. Ricky was a much better lover than Flex could ever be, but Ricky couldn't be bought or manipulated. Flex could. When Ricky realized that his affair with Nancy was wrong and deceitful, he decided to end it, leaving Nancy with unfulfilling high hopes and wet pushing. After Ricky had abandoned the affair, Nancy became very angry and vindictive. Her love lust romance instantly turned to one of the hate and revenge. She knew that Indy and Ricky were attracted to each other, and if she couldn't have Mr. Orgasm, the wonderful Mr. Orgasm anymore, then neither could her daughter. So she don't even care if he's sleeping with her daughter. She's saying I can't have you niggas, so she can't have you niggas. Crazy work, man. I thought she was respectable, child. You learned about that. This is a fucking freak, child. This is a fucking freak. Okay, inside her bedroom, India was lying across her bed, staring at the ceiling. A few scented candles were her only source of light. She heard when her mother had walked through the door, but she didn't bother to talk to her. India looked over at her cell phone and thought about calling Ricky. Halfway through dialing his number, she changed her mind. She thought about all the fun she and Asia had enjoyed at the Philadelphia Zoo. How surprised she was when Ricky let her take Asia. India was the only woman that Ricky had ever let Asia go with. The only other females that were involved in Asia's life were his mother and his younger sister Nicole. India stood up from her bed and walked over to the stereo wall unit. After she pressed the CD player button, she got back in the bed and lay across the spooky sheet. The smooth, soundful voice of Tony Braxton flowed out of the speaker. She reached under her pillows and grabbed a photo of her late father. She missed her father so much, wishing he was still around to take away some of her pain. He was alive. He always did. India kissed the photo and then put it back under her pillow. Inside her cozy bedroom, she peacefully cried herself to sleep. Chapter 2 Trouble in the Air. Late Tuesday night, the big Cadillac Escalade was parked right across the street from Club Champion. Roscoe and Damon sat inside the truck watching the people walk in and out of the club. Then Roscoe saw Flex walk out of the club and started walking toward the club. When Flex approached the truck, Roscoe scrolled down the window and said, "You finished already?" "Yeah, man. They got those two XP pills in there. I sold the whole bag," Flex said excited. He went into the leather jacket pocket and took out a large stack of hundreds. "That's 1,700. You got some more?" "Plenty," Roscoe said, going under his seat and taking out a similar brown paper bag. Flex took the bag and put it inside his jacket pocket. "I'll see you tomorrow night," Roscoe said. "Just remember, this is between us. I don't want Nancy or Big Nick to find out, and I don't want Ricky to find out either," Flex said. "Fuck Ricky. Don't you worry about that fake ass lover boy. You just keep doing what you say you do. You just keep doing what you're doing, and I'll worry about the rest," Roscoe said. "See you tomorrow, Flex," Flex said before walking back across the street. Roscoe rolled the window and pulled off down the road. "I don't trust that nigga," Damon said, passing Hayes still blunt to Roscoe. "Why is that?" Roscoe asked, blowing smoke out his nose. "Because he knows too much. We sold him that 9mm, and the next thing you know, Nancy husband gets shot 4 times with the same kind of gun." Yeah. Did Nancy set this nigga up? No, no. So what? We ain't got nothing to do with that. If he smoked that guy, that's his business. Roscoe said, passing blunt back there. What if he ever told the cops that he got the gun from us? His word against ours. What about the exfil then? What about them? He making us and himself a killing, Roscoe said, driving his truck down the Parkside Avenue. What if he get caught? The salt ass pregnant will turn us in without even blinking, Damon said. Damn, you worry too much. Flex is a hustler, just like us. He knows what will happen to him if he ever crosses us. The desert eagle on my waist will be the last thing his pretty face will ever see. Roscoe laughed. Like I said, Damon, you don't have to worry about Flex. The motherfucker I can't stand is Rick. He thinks the Marines done they made him a new man. He will always be that punk motherfucker we used to chase on for school. Roscoe said as they both started laughing while they continued to drive to the next destination. He thinks smoke from the blunt filled the air. Tori and Melinda were standing out front of the Mr. Cordia Hospital. When they were waiting for Roscoe to come pick them up and drop them off at home. Where they both were, they were not. What are you wearing to the show tomorrow night? Melinda asked, turned off her iPod. Maybe my white DKNY blouse, a pair of DKNY jeans, and my new leather ankle boot, Tori said, looking up to the street for Roscoe Carter here. Do you think we can get one of those yellow roses off of Mr. Orga? Melinda asked, dreaming. Girl, I wish. I love my baby Roscoe, but that sexy ass that sexy ass making Mr. Orgasm is one man I wouldn't hesitate to give a shot to. I told y'all, chat is going. Yeah, the Tori said with a sensitive smile. Me too, Melinda laughed. I heard that his sex is so good that he be turning women asses out. Don't believe the hype. I mean, he's fine and all, but what can a nigga do that hasn't been done yet? Maybe he can turn out some of those young bitches, but with the grown ass woman, it won't be nothing more than sex, Tori stated. Girl, I'm just telling you what I heard, Melinda replied. One thing for sure, I would still love to find out, Tori said after they both started laughing. What's up, DJ Twist? A short brown, dark skinned female said Twist walked out of the restaurant. What's up, Lexi? Having fun? Twist asked, walking towards the DJ booth. Not really. I'm just about ready to go. My girl is coming by to pick me up. You know, I don't mess with no drugs at all. Don't let security find out you got those extras in here. They're not allowed in the club. A guy who works in here selling them, Lexi said. What guy? Chris asked, shocked. Lexi scanned through the large car, then when she saw Flake talking to two attractive young females, she said him, the two guy over there. He pointed, and he one of the exotic dancers that work on Monday and Wednesday night. When Twist saw the person she was talking about, Flex, he was serious. Said, well, doesn't he work here? Yeah, he's an exotic dancer, Twist muttered. Well, Mr. Exotic Dancer over there is the X-Men, and I ain't talking about the movie with Halle Berry in it. More than half the people in here have bought some XE pills from him, and he's so cute that some of the girls who don't take X still buy them off of him. Like you said, Twist, if you decide to change your mind, me and Lori will be outside the club inside my car. No, I'm cool, like you Twist said. To yourself, like you said, walking away from the crowd. Twist watches Flex maneuver throughout the club. He decided that he will only tell Ricky about Flex's new secret application. When the song was about to end, he hurried back to empty DJ booth. Chapter 11. Me and Mrs. Jones. Wednesday morning, 9:56 a.m. Child. Ricky was standing in the doorway of his loft in nothing but his white silk Gucci robe and matching slippers. With his arms crossed, he watched as the $200,000 all-black Rolls-Royce Phantom slowly pulled up in park. The elegant car had a luxurious interior and could go from 0 to 60 in 5.7 seconds. The Phantom rolled around on 22-inch specially designed rims that were imported from California. Gloria Jones stepped out of her car. No, Gloria Jones stepped out of her car. She had on a pair of tinted Dolce& and Gabbana frames, a multicolored Dolce& and Gabbana dress, and a pair of matching D&G strap-around sandals. Her long blonde hair was tied in a ponytail that hung down to the center of her back. At 49, Gloria had a beautiful face and the body of a woman half her age. She was once one of the top models at the Ford Modeling Agency. She stood 5'10" and weighed 135 pounds. Her deep blue eyes were the color of the Pacific Ocean. Gloria and Ricky had met at the bachelorette party 6 months earlier. Ever since that day, they exchanged numbers. Ricky had been Gloria's handsome, young black secret lover. Ricky, elegant, private law, his BMW, and the new Rolex watch that he sported around were all gifts from her. None of it had made a dent in her Prada purse. Gloria was paid loaded big time. Her husband, Larry Jones III, was number 357 on the Forbes 400 list for the wealthiest 400 people in the United States. His family owned the second largest steel company in the entire country. The Jones Steel Corporation. Gloria reached into her car and grabbed three large shopping bags. After she shut the door, she turned around and she stood there for a second, letting her blue eyes stare down at the young stallion. She slowly rolled her tongue up over her upper lip. After a long sigh, she walked past Ricky and into the cozy loft. Ricky closed the door and turned around. How did the operation go? Crazy, she said, referring to the tummy tuck and the new set of 36 DD breasts her husband paid for. Damn, that's why she already came for surgery. I think you're gonna really enjoy my new baby, she said with a sly smile. Yesterday I stopped by a sex shop on South Street and picked up a few more toys. A remote control vibrator, handcuffs, neck chokers, a whip, dildo, and a small handheld paddle so you can spank me when I'm naughty. Gloria said with a seductive smile. What's in the other bag? He asked with a grin. Oh, I can't go shopping without picking up a few items for you, Gloria said. Reaching inside the Macy bag, she pulled out a new black leather peacoat, a red cashmere crew neck, two pairs of Gucci jeans, Prada and Versace sneakers, and Sean John Polo and Calvin Klein cologne. And she just what the fuck out there, bro. Gloria, I told you you don't have to keep buying me stuff, Ricky said. And I told you, handsome, that I don't mind. If I don't use the black card that I have, then what's the use of having it? She explained, sitting down on the soft leather section. Ricky sat right across from her. Ricky spread her legs apart so he could see that she wasn't wearing any panties under her dress. Can I ask you a serious question, Gloria? Gloria took off her frames and sat them on the glass coffee table. Sure, go ahead, she said, looking into Ricky's eyes. His eyes. Why me? Is it just sex? Gloria smiled and shook her head. Then she leaned forward and grabbed Ricky's hand. Yes, the sex plays a major part, or else I wouldn't be risking my marital reputation by sneaking over here to have sex. Believe it or not, Ricky, every white woman wants to experience the love making of a black man. Black men possess an exotic aura that no other man on earth has. When you're fucking me, I can feel your passion, pain, and desire all at the same time. Besides the great sex, you're a handsome, sweet man. And that's why I don't mind doing all the things I do for you. Gloria went down to her knees and started crawling towards Ricky. When she got there, she untied his silk robe. Her body was burning with desire. Gloria grabbing his hard dick and started teasing the head with her tongue. You have a lot of stuff with you, Gloria, Ricky said, putting his hand on top of her head. Even us rich white bitches have a dark side, she said as she started licking his dick like a chocolate ice cream cone. Ricky lay back on the chair and closed his eyes while Gloria made love to the dick with a warm, wet mouth. When India walked down the stairs, Nancy was sitting at the living room table, counting large stacks of money. Where are you going, Nancy asked. I'm going out for a drive. I have a lot of things on my mind. You need a damn man in your life, and then you won't be around stressing all the time, Nancy said with attitude. And she wrapped a rubber band around one of the money. Mom, please don't start with me, as my India said, irritated. Why don't you come and help me count some of this money before I drop it off at the bank, Nancy asked. No, thank you. Every time I look at piles of money, I think about the person who robbed it to my father. India said, I don't know how you can take it so easy. I had to learn to move on. The same thing you should do, India. Nancy said, I had to move on. What the fuck? Sometimes I don't think I'll ever be able to move on. India said sadly, well, your father left you a nice, hefty fortune when he died. Nancy said, what's my mom? Is that all you ever think about, money? India, yeah. What else is there to think about, Nancy? Yeah, back. What about love? I'll take the true love over money any day, India says, and you'll be a damn fool. Money rules the world, while true love can only be found in movies and songs. Money doesn't rule anything. Money is the root of all evil, Mom. One day I'm gonna find true love and prove you wrong. I don't care if you're poor or rich, as long as we love each other, that's all that will ever matter. India said, walking toward the front door. India, India. Nancy yelled from the table. Yes, mother, India said, turning around. Make sure you open the club on time because we have a lot of money to make tonight. And Nancy said sarcastically. India angrily shook her head and walked to the front door. After she got to her ankle, she stared off down the street and with tears dripping down her face. I love the way you fucking Ricky. Gloria yelled. Ricky had Gloria bent over the king size bed with his long hard dick deep inside her wet pussy. At the same time, he had a 7-inch distance control vibrator inside her tight asshole. A small remote control was inside his hand. A black neck choker was strapped around Gloria's neck. Ricky had the leather strap wrapped around his wrist, pulling it every time he would choke. He would stroke in and out her dropping pussy. Damn, that man got the vibrator, stroking. They like going crazy. Hand on neck. They said leather neck choke. Glory was a cold freak. The rougher the sex, the better she liked it. She had no boundaries when she can get with her secret black lover. Anal sex, oral, ass spanking, golden showers was all part of her sexual resume. Oh my gosh, I'm having another orgasm. Gloria shouted, feeling the double penetration movement inside her body. Rick continued to stroke hard and deep, bringing Gloria to total satisfaction. Mr. Orgasm, I love this black dick. She going to ecstasy. Her body was tingling all over in pleasure. I'm yo bitch. Fuck this pussy. Fuck this white pussy. Gloria granted. Ricky stroked harder as he pulled on the leather neck strap, the remote control in his hand till the vibrator was turned on high. He could feel the vibration every time his dick slid inside her wet pussy. Gloria's neck was dark red. Her freshly manicured nails gripped the silk sheet. Tears of pain and pleasure fell down from her blue eyes. Bitch, what's my name? Tell me, bitch. Ricky shouted. Mr. Orgasm, your name is Mr. Orgasm. Oh, I'm coming again. Mr. Orgasm. Oh, Ricky shouted, slumping down on the bed. Ricky slid out his hard dick, but he let the vibrator still stuck inside her ass. He reached over and grabbed the small ass powder from the bed, and after he wrapped the strap tighter around his hand, he said, "You've been a bad girl. You know what happens to bad girls, don't you?" "Yes, Daddy," Gloria said in a seductive voice. Ricky raised his right hand high in the air and then came down with a wooden paddle hard on her round white ass. Smack, smack, smack. Yes, Daddy, I've been a bad girl, Gloria, and as she started coming again, once again. Chad, why do they gotta be like this, Chad? They're going so crazy. We 12 chapters into this motherfucker, Chad. We 12 chapters into this motherfucker, Chad. Good book, Chad. Do y'all think that Nancy set this nigga up though? They get it different. How you find out that Flex bought the gun off Roscoe? And they said Roscoe didn't always been trouble. But nigga, he bought the gun for the nigga not even a week before we started. So, chapter 12, now you know if you already everything is ready for tonight, Nancy. My security team working out front and inside the club. They make sure to make sure the right person. That look, I need you to put an extra guard inside the VIP section. Too many people be sneaking in there and messing with my celebrity clientele. You know how celebrities are. When they come out to enjoy themselves, they don't want to be asked by 90 cents. The rapper Eve and six and a few of the sexual wives might stop by for show tonight. I want them all to enjoy the show without being disturbed. I'll get right on it. Nick was like, anything else before Nancy could answer, there was a soft knock at the door. The time was like a big Nuke thought to himself, he told one of the security workers to knock on the door 5 minutes after he had entered. Then once Nancy opened her office door and started feeding her a bogus story about seeing Mike running around the VIP section. The distraction gave Big Nurse just enough time to open many tight recorder underneath her large desk. Damn, Mike. Nancy said, very irritated, Big Nook, I need you to call instantly. There's a few of those little bastards running around. They'll all be dead before showtime. Big Nook comes walking out of the office. Nancy shut the door behind him and walked back over to her desk and sat down. After hearing another soft tap on the door, she said, "What's it now?" The doorknob turned and Flex stuck his head inside. Nancy frowned turned to a big smile. "Come in and lock the door," she said eagerly. Big Nick stood on the balcony and grinned. He looked down at India sitting at the table, typing something on her laptop computer. He looked at a few dancers that had come to work early to practice the show routine. 15 minutes earlier. 15 minutes later, he saw Flex walk out of Nancy's office with a satisfied look on his face. The dancer was still practicing. Indy was deep into her laptop computer after Big Nick got off his cell phone with the tech eye. He thought about the hidden tape recorder and just smiled and shook his head. After 3 hours of hard work, and after 3 hours of hard work, Rustic and Gloria and Ricky were laid out on the huge king size bed. The rich, older white female cuddled up under her young black lover as the two naked bodies held each other up. At the soulful voice of Marvin Gaye flowed from the speaker. Ricky fucked Gloria every way he wanted it done. Alright, stay left. Stay left. Just everybody had something writing that she lost count with the seventh one. Damn. As soon as Marvin's soulful voice started to fade away, the melodic voice of Anita Baker quickly replaced it. Gloria sat up on her elbow and looked into Ricky eyes. Promise me something, I said earnestly. It depends on what it is, Ricky said, looking at her seriously. I want you to promise me that I'll always be honest with you. I'll always be honest with you. Gloria, Ricky said, seriously. We both know that our little secret affair won't last forever. We are two people from two different worlds, she said. Where's all this coming from? The heart. I can never have you the way I would like. I've already dropped my shield for you, Ricky. That's something I never did for my own husband. You are a very handsome young black man, and I'm an older white woman still trying to hold on to my youth. So what are you saying? He asked, seeing the children well up in her eyes. I'm saying that when you're finally ready to move on, just don't leave me in the dark. At least give me the opportunity to save my old heart. Gloria said as the tears started falling down. I said, Gloria, just tell me you'll do it, she said, cutting him out. Ricky stared deep into her watery ocean blue eyes and said, I promise you that I'll always be 100% honest. If I ever feel it's time for me to move on with my life, I'll look into those beautiful blue eyes and tell you it's up, he said softly. After laying after they lay and rested for a few more moments, they took a warm shower together and both got dressed. Gloria had to get back to her suburban Philadelphia mansion, and Ricky had to hurry and pick up his daughter AJ at school. When they walked out of the front door, Ricky walked Gloria over to her Rolls Royce Phantom and watched as she got inside. She put on the designer frames and rolled down the window. I'll see you when time permits, she said, what's wrong? Before you leave, can I ask you just one question, Ricky said, and be honest. Sure, go ahead. Can you tell me what it is that you're so afraid of? He asked. Gloria smiled as she took her friend off. Besides, she said, I'm afraid of someone loving someone we cannot love me back. Mm. Ricky stood there in silence as Gloria put her frame back on, smiled and rolled up the window. Then he watched her slowly pull off inside her $250,000 automobile and disappeared. Once she was gone, Ricky got into the automobile and spoke into the BMW and squared off. He couldn't wait to see her beautiful smile face again. After Ricky picked up Asia from school, he took her back home and helped her with her homework. Once they finished, they played a few games of Jack and they watched cartoons together. Before Ricky left, Asia asked him about India again. He promised her that he would see India soon. There are always things that you want to protect a child from, and heartbreak is one of them. His goal was never to have his daughter alone for anything or anyone. This was one of the reasons he opted to never bring his daughter around anyone because children become easily attached. On his way to the club, Ricky picked up DJ Twiz. When they pulled up, they immediately noticed Roscoe's big black Escalade parked out front. Roscoe, Damon, and Flex were all standing outside of the talking and laughing as if they didn't care African or what. Ricky described Roscoe so yelled that he wouldn't say anything out of line. Here comes the fake ass lover boy, Roscoe said. As soon as Ricky and DJ Twiz walked by, Damon and Flex both started laughing. Mr. Orgasm, how fucking good is that? Roscoe laughed. Ricky passed Twiz his square bag and walked up to Roscoe. Do you have a problem with Roscoe? Ricky said, anything. If so, then we can handle it like two grown men. Roscoe didn't even blink. He just lifted his white t-shirt, letting Ricky see the Desert Eagle handgun stuck inside his jeans. Lover boy, Mr. White got whatever they call it. Now's your way out of your league, partner. Ricky stood there with raised in his eyes. He thought about Agent started slowly backing away. This ain't the old days, Roscoe. I ain't scared no more. Ain't nobody chasing me home now with the scared. You'll always be that scared little punk that we chase home, Ricky. Ain't nothing changed but your gay ass name. Roscoe spat at Damon and Flake busted out laughing. Is there a problem, Ricky? His friend Thunder said, walking out of the club. There will be, big boy. If you don't hurry up and get him. Roscoe said, come on, Ricky, it ain't worth it. Thunder said, grabbing Ricky by the shoulder and walking inside the club. After Twiz followed Ricky and Thunder into the club, Roscoe, Dana, and Flex all started laughing. Fuck that soft ass Danny wearing motherfucking. You lucky I ain't put a cap in his ass. Why didn't you, Dana? Because my girl would probably be mad at me for killing her favorite exotic dancer, he said, laughing. Flex, I'll see you later. Keep up the good work and keep an eye on that car. Big note. Roscoe said as he and Damon got back into the truck. Don't worry, Roscoe, I got you. Like said, walking back into the club. Light that blunt up. Every time nigga got my blood pressure up, Roscoe said. Starting up the escalator and driving out. Scared to stupid ass. That's what it is. Bro, back inside the club, Thunder and Ricky stood by the stage talking. Don't let that stupid ass nigga fuck up your mood, Ricky. That's all Flex want to do. It's Wednesday tonight. We have a 4 hours cheering us on. Those talking like niggas ain't worth it. You bigger than that. I'm feeding to the little trap. Thunder said, putting his arm around Ricky's shoulder. Thunder, I'm really tired of that nigga Roscoe. That nigga think he's tough and, and mothering and mothering or no one can touch him. And motherfucking no one can touch him. The only reason I ain't beat the shit out of this bitch ass because he had a gun on him. I have a little daughter to worry about, Ricky said. Just don't feed into this bullshit game. A man like him, you have to find his weakness first, then you attack him. Thunder said, what if he ain't got no weakness, Ricky said. Ricky, everybody has a weakness. Some people weakness is their money, while others are love for the children. We all have weaknesses. Thunder said, walking away and leaving Ricky alone together. So when Ricky looked up, he noticed India sitting at the table staring at him. He grabbed his bag and walked over. What's up, pretty? He said, you, India replied, what about me, Ricky? Asked about the serious question on face. Ricky, what, India? What, India said, the same thing. India decided to stick her head. Her mouth wouldn't let her say what her hurt after Holter had told her she turned around, took her laptop, and said, we have a one for your ultimate defense. I think, is that it? There's nothing else you want to tell me. Ricky asked her leave. After a long sigh, she said, no, Ricky, that's it. Next Friday, the club will pay for you and your lucky female to have an all expense paid dinner from the restaurant to any restaurant you choose in the city. Is that all, Ricky asked? Yes, that's all I have to tell you. And be lied. Well, you can hook everything up. You can even pick the restaurant, tell the winner I'm looking forward to meeting her. You know the game, India, it's all about. I'm saying, Ricky said, turning around, walking away in disappointment. India sat there at the table with a confused look on her face and sadness boiling inside her soul. India, hey, India, Ricky, you're back. Yeah, Ricky, she turned and said, I forgot to tell you, Asa asked about you again. Before India could respond, Ricky disappeared behind the large curtain. He really had a soft spot for his daughter. She wasn't happy about the way things had gone. Her heart and mind was so conflicted. It's always hard to shake feelings when you know what you want, but see many obstacles in your way. India turned back around and looked at her laptop computer. And the winner of Ricky's Ultimate Fan Contest was a woman named Tammy Mathis. She was a 35-year-old woman who lived in North Philly. It was India's job to notify the contest winner and tell her that she had won. She reached into her jacket pocket and took out her cell phone. She had the entire woman's info on the screen in front of her. Then she turned around and saw Ricky practicing his moves on stage. After dialing the woman's phone, she waited. Hello, woman. Voice. Hello. I said no, and then answered into the call. Chapter 13, The Freak come out at night. Club every Wednesday night, 8:30 p.m. A long line, excited women are all waiting to get inside the club. Beautiful female dressed in the most expensive U.S. fashion. Young and looking their best. The barbers and hustle all hanging around showing off his most expensive cars with 22 grams and banging system. So many blunts who lit that strong smell of marijuana filled the air. A white marathon, a Mercedes Benz limo pulled up in front of the club. Big Nook and two of the men quickly cleared out the path. When the chauffeur walked around and opened the door, four beautiful women, all actors, women, two were black, two were white. Three of them were the wives of NBA players, the other was the fiance of a professional football player. Big Nook quickly escorted the four lovely women up to the private VIP section. Already in VIP section were some of Philly's top female celebrities. Some of the celebrities were Jill Scott, Patti LaBelle, Eve, Charlie Baltimore, Vivian Green, and singing duo Flourishing. To name just a few, Lil Kim and a few other New York girlfriends were also inside the VIP, and all were enjoying themselves. The club was packed with women. There were women of all races who had just come out there a good time, women and sipping on margarita and daiquiris. They bought bottles from Moet, Crystal, and Hypnotic. A few women were already tipsy, shouting out their favorite dancer's name. Nancy was standing all alone on the balcony. Every time another woman walked through her door, she saw $. India was standing in the back of the club, lost in sight, lost in thought. Working at the club where her mother was no longer flying, it was now a job that India had regretted taking. The only reason she stuck around and didn't quit because of Ricky. Seeing Ricky coming and going would work all the bullshit her mother was taking her through, she thought. DJ Twist was mixing and scratching on the turntable. The bass from the songs was banging hard on the speaker. The women were laughing and conversing while waiting for the show to start. Ricky was standing behind the stage curtain, looking throughout the people. He looked up and saw Nancy on the balcony. Even as he stood behind the curtain, he could see the look of greed on her face. As she continued to scan the large crowd of women, he spotted India by herself on the back wall. Of all the women inside the club, India was the prettiest one there, the only one he wanted, but because of certain circumstances, he couldn't have her. He was once her mother's young secret lover, and for that reason, Ricky decided to keep her distance from India. Hey, what's up, Ricky? You ready to do your thing? Thunder House? I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm a little nervous, but I'm ready. Ricky said, touching his arms overhead. Another exotic dancer walked up and joined in the conversation. Packed house already. Packed house today, huh, fellas? Yes, sir. There's more people here than there was on Monday night. Thunder said, adjusting his blue tie. Ricky, you alright? I heard about the little incident with Rocker, and then Neil said in the same way, yeah, I'm fine, yeah, that's something. He said, do you see the pretty red one over there? The one standing by a tall, brown skinned chick, Neil said, pointing his finger out the road in the curtain. Yeah, she's pretty. Who is she? Yeah, that's Roscoe's fiance. He drops off at the club every Monday night. Neil said, is that right? Ricky said, come out of the smile. Just thought I'd let you know, Neil said, nonchalantly walking away. So, what do you think, Thunder? Like, yeah, I don't think you need to ask me this. Yeah, like I told you earlier, everybody has a weakness, Thunder said with a smile, everybody. Once again, all the lights in the club went out, or even the fluorescent green light that lit up the large stage. The women started screaming, clapping, whistling, and yelling. Then a few colorful ceiling lights started blinking on and off. Women were running up to front of the stage, trying to get a better view. A few women stood up on the stairs. Are y'all ladies ready to get this party started? DJ Chris started on the microphone. A loud word female voice instantly filled the crowd. Are y'all beautiful women out there ready to be entertained by 20 of the best exotic dancers on the whole East Coast? DJ Chris yelled into the mic. Women started screaming at the top of the room. After DJ Twist released his hand off the record, the crowd went crazy. Houdini's classic rap from The Freak Come Out at Night started banging out from the speakers. While women cheered and sang along to the classic chorus, the large curtain started slowly opening. At the stage curtain had been pulled back, 20 well-toned, greased-down bodies stood on the large stage. The 20 men all performed a well-choreographed dance. These exotic dancers were dressed in a pair of black male thongs and a black bow tie. After the breathtaking performance had ended, the stage started to close and all the dancers walked backstage. One at a time, each of the exotic performed a solo routine. After Thunder did his thing, Nia performed right behind him. The last two performers were left to dance with Flex and Ricky. Flex turned out to perform Ricky. Even though he had only 5 minutes to do his thing on stage, Flex had a few tricks up his sleeve. He walked out on stage to Nelly Clark's front hiding him. Flex was dressed in a foreigner's outfit, a foreign hat, jacket and pants. The women went wild and crazy as he strode across the stage and jumped on the dance floor. Flex threw his jacket and hat into the singing crowd. Women were pushing and shoving each other, grabbed items. The women The women who stood on the balcony were throwing bills all in the air. The club was raining with money. After Flake slid down his pants, he ran out into the bushes, saw a big nook in the sky like the first thing one off him. One of the women had managed to snatch off his phone without a care in the world. Flake leaped on top of the table and, and started grooving to the music. The women were getting the show of their lives, and even India stood back and played while Flake was riding performance. When Flex had finally made it backstage, even some of the other dancers had to congratulate him on the job well done. Nancy had watched it all from the balcony, and she couldn't wait to meet her young lover Flex back at the hotel. But she had been waiting for him after the club closed. Her pussy was already wet with anticipation. Once again, the lights all went out. Y'all know what time it is, DJ Twist shouted. Ladies, stand up, get on top, put the bottles of Twister and Belvedere down, and let's welcome to stage the one, the only exotic male stripper on the planet, Mr. Orgasm. Twist shouted in the microphone. We want our orgasm. We want our orgasm. We want our orgasm. Women kept yelling. When DJ Twist let his hand off the record, 50 Cent and Lil Kim Classic on Magic Stick bang hard out of his speakers. Women went crazy. When the stage curtain was pulled back, Mr. Orgasm was standing on the stage with an entire pimp outfit on. He was wearing a big black mink hat with a matching mink coat. Black shades covered his eyes, and about 10 gold chains were hanging around his neck and one of his hands. He had a long, shiny cane in the other. He had a large signature pimp cup. Uh, Mr. Orgasm strode across the stage like he owned it. After he laid down his cane and cup, he tossed his hat and changed into the cheering crowd. A fight broke out between two of the women. Big Nook and his crew quickly separated the two females, escorted them both out of the club. Mr. Oregon slid down the mink coat and stepped out of it. The mink coat was a gift from Glory. He wasn't tossing that in the crowd. After he stepped out of his coat, he ran and did a line of backflips across the stage. When he finished, he landed in a perfect leg flip. Once again, the women went wild. Mr. Orgasm flowed to the rhythm of the beat. His beautiful body made the love of the stage like it was his woman. And just like on Flexible Performance, the bills filled the air and the money rained down all over the club. In the middle of his erotic performance, DJ Twist mixed in another classic song, the song called Get Your Freak On by Missy Elliott. Before Mr. Orgasm had ended his breathtaking performance, he grabbed his 2 dozen red roses and started tossing them to the crowd. The women were pushing and shoving one another to get one. The last rose he held in his hand was the yellow one. He walked across. He walked along the stage, searching for the special female he would give it to. Woman yelled his name, begging for the rose to be given to them. India stood in the back with a sad look on her face. This is the part of Ricky's performance that she hated the most. Mr. Oregon jumped off the stage into the arms of all the screaming female. The women grabbed and pulled on his arms and legs like he was a rock star. He walked up to the chosen female. She was short, attractive, red bone. Her excited girlfriend stood by her side. He leaned over and whispered something in her ear. Then, smiling, she nodded her head and accepted his yellow rose. Ricky danced his way back to the crowd. When the exotic dancers were spread out all over the club. Some were giving lap dances while others were standing around grinding on horny females, flexing bragging to two women about his performance. Thunder had an attractive dark skinned female scooped up in this huge arms. Neither was giving a white woman a lap dance. DJ Twist was mixing and scratching on the turntable. Nancy was already in their private always counting money up the club had made from the door. Big Nut and his men kept the crowd calm and ordered. Artie, the bartender, was filling their drinks left and right. It was like the one big after party. 300 women and 20 handsome, exotic male strippers. Panties were wet, dicks were hard, acid bounce, and the music was banging loud and hard. India watched as the lucky female with the yellow rose ease her way through the crowd. Her girlfriend pushed her on. Ricky saw the lust in her eyes when he opened the door and went inside. She followed. Then she locked it from the inside. India wiped the long tear from her face, but before anyone noticed, when the coast was clear, she eased out the door of the club and got into her truck. Ricky on her mind, the tears started falling once again. Guilty pleasures. Chapter 14. So you say your name was Tori, right? Ricky asked, looking straight into her lustful brown. Yeah, Tori responded, standing against the wall with her hands behind her back. Before Tori came to meet Ricky inside the room, she gave her friend Melinda her 3 carat engagement ring to hold her for her. Tori stood at 5'4" and weighed 135 pounds. She had an extensive weave that hung down to center her back. Her gorgeous body was just as tight as her weave. For her hourglass measurement was 36, 25, 38. You only have half an hour. Tell me, beautiful, what would you like to do, Ricky? I'm moving slowly towards her. Whatever you like, just as long as you use a condom, Tori said with a serious smile. Ricky opened up his hand and showed Tori the magnum condom inside. I'm always prepared, he said, pulling her into his arms to grind his body up against her. Ricky started kissing all around Tori's sensitive neck. Each time his lips made contact, he sent chills down her spine. She reached her arms around him and cupped his eyes. Ricky put his hand under her dress and ripped off her soaking wet thong. Tori was so turned on that she didn't resist. With 2 fingers, she started playing with her pussy. Oh, Tori moaned as she groaned. The 2 fingers quick massaged Ricky's dimple. Ricky pulled back and just stared at her. He could see in her eyes that she was burning with desire. Take off your dress, he ordered. Tori slipped the dress down her body and stepped out of it. Then without Ricky asking her, she took off her bra. Also, Ricky slid down his Ricky slid down his thumb and kicked it to the side. Tori's eye almost popped out of her head when she saw Ricky majestic dick at full of Ricky. Yeah, you know, like a horse. He said nervously, you got excited. Yeah, I hope you enjoy riding one, she said. He said, grabbing her hand and walking walked her over to the small cushion bench. Ricky sat down and opened up the magnifying. I'll put it on to her, he said, taking it from his hand. He grabbed his hard dick and slid the large condom all the way down. It was a perfect fit. He grabbed her and easily lifted her naked body onto it. Tori wrapped her arms around his shoulders and held on. Slowly, Ricky slid his hard dick inside her wet pussy. Oh, God, she moaned. Holding on to her waist, Ricky slid in out of her. Then he went inside of her as deep as he could go. Oh, I feel it in my stomach towards her. Ricky kept it there and started circling the hill. Oh, that's my spine coming. Tori, yeah, I'm glad. Ricky stood up in the bench with her wrapped inside his strong arms. He started carrying her around the room with his hard dick still inside. Tori came too much times. Oh my gosh, she screamed that tears of pleasure fell from her eye. Ricky laid her down on the soft carpet floor. Her body was trembling with pleasure. It had only been 10 times. She had come 3 times. It had only been 10 minutes and she had already come 3 times. He climbed on top of Tori's trembling body and placed her legs on his broad shoulders. Please go slow, Tori begged. Ricky smiled and said, don't worry, beautiful, I will. Then he slowly slid his dick back inside of her wet neck. Ricky pinned her down, her body down, and started delivering a long, slow stroke. Oh, yes, God. Tori moaned out. Each time Ricky went inside her, he was going as far as he could. Then he moved his hips around like a professor over and kneeled down in front of her. Beautiful, I really enjoyed myself. Thank you, he said softly. Tori didn't even respond. Her half hour with Ricky was the best sex she had ever had in her life, and it was the first time Tori had ever had an orgasm from penetration alone. Sheesh, sheesh. That's sad. Man, I can't say that. Yeah, I can't say that. Want to do it without me. It's tough. It's tough. Man. So I have to do better though. Mm-hmm. Ricky kissed her on the forehead, then stood up before walking over to the towel rack. He grabbed a dry towel and walked back over to Tori. Her body was still trembling. He took the towel and wiped the wetness from around her inner thighs, pushing her legs. This was something totally new to her. Whenever she and Roscoe had finished sex, he would immediately roll over and fall asleep. Never paying attention to her needs, only his own. After they both dressed, Ricky gave Tori his business card. Call me the next time. I promise you beautiful. That it will be 10 times better, he said. Can I keep these? Ricky asked, holding on her thongs in hand. And said, yeah, go ahead. Tori said, dreaming. Ricky put the thong inside his sports bag after he zipped his bag up. He walked over and kissed Tori on her forehead. Again. Hope to see you soon, he said before walking out of the room. 5 minutes later, Tori walked out of the room, more content than ever. She saw Ricky talking to Nancy, but she kept going. She kept on walking. She kept walking on. The music was banging, and everybody was still enjoying themselves. No one seemed to pay her any mind. Her girlfriend Melinda saw her and quickly went up. Melinda saw the fat boy looking at her and said, damn, that girl, huh? Where's Flake? Did you see him? Tori asked nervously. No, that nigga is too busy running around bracking and taking pussy, Melinda said. He grabbed Tori's hand and pulled her into the special area of the club. Secluded area of the club. What happened? She asked. KRAZY. Tori looked into her best friend's eyes and said softly, Melinda, that man just fucked the shit out of me in my room. I came about 5 times. Tori said seriously, what? But y'all was only in there half an hour. Melinda said, so I'm telling you, Melinda, Mr. Hurting just fucked my brains out, girl. My pussy is still hurting. This nigga dick is way bigger than Rocco. What? Oh my God, Melinda. After we finished, she said, thank you, and then wiped me down with the towel, girl. Tori said, shaking her head, and told me, I don't think he even came because his dick was still hard when he pulled out of his damn. I told you, girl. I told you about the woman. Melinda said. He took my penny as a souvenir. Girl, you crazy, Melinda. You gonna see him again? I hope so. And he told me the next time will be 10 times better. Melinda just stood there shaking her head. After hearing all detail, her panties were filled with wetness. She gave Tori her back her engagement ring and said, so now, what's up with you and Roscoe? I don't know, but soon we're gonna have to sit down and have a nice long talk. Tori said, you gonna tell Melinda? Well, hell no, but I'm gonna tell Ross that we need to slow down with our marriage plan. Right now, Melinda, I have a lot of things to think about. Tori said, seriously. I told you guys that this place we burnt, we trying to want to know. I told you, Melinda. Yeah, I'm cool, Tori said. I was definitely no, the hell you ain't. Your body is still shrimp on Melinda from out there. After leaving the territory, and Melinda saw Roscoe big white truck and walked across the street and got inside. Joey said, Roscoe, I was pulling down the street. Yeah, I had a nice time, Tori said. Good, I'm hungry. We'll go to dinner, Roscoe said. You hungry? I'm starving, Tori replied. Melinda sat back and back and didn't say a word while Roscoe and Dan were talking. Tori looked back and shook her head. After Melinda winked, Tori turned back around on the driver. When the driver didn't hurt, her satisfied body never stopped trembling. She Chapter 15, keep it on down. Inside the men's bathroom, Ricky, Nia, and Thunder were all talking. Ricky, I saw her face when she left the club. What did you do there, girl? I did what I do, he said. You must have done one hell of a job, Thunder outside, and then on his back. Yeah, but y'all know what? Ricky said, seriously, what's that? The two seconds, I can tell she's a nice girl. She's just infatuated and curious, just like most of the women are. So I'm not gonna hurt her because my beef ain't with her. It's with her man. Ricky said, do you think she's happy with him? Yeah, probably not second, maybe not at all. One thing that I know for sure is when a woman is fully satisfied with her man, she's not letting nobody enter their love system. It don't matter how handsome, rich, or how nice the person body is. A real woman would not violate herself or the man she loves. Ricky said, well, where the hell are the real women at? Thunder asked. My cousin went to prison and his wife left him just 7 months in his own wife. Yeah, look at all the wives that come here to get the freak on. All the wives be running around, creeping on the down. All the wives be fucking, then sending back home with left marriage and wet pussy meal at it. All I know, fellas, is we all have a soulmate out there somewhere. One thing for sure is I won't settle for anyone that less than a queen. I won't stop doing my thing until I'm 100% positive that I found my soulmate. Ricky said seriously. He looked into the mirror and checked his appearance. After wiping his goatee, he and his friend walked out of the bathroom. After the show had ended and all the women had left the club, India stood back waiting at the club, waiting to clean the club. Nancy and Big Nook were inside of her office with the door locked. Most of the dancers had gotten dressed and left. DJ Twist had packed up his equipment and left the club when his girlfriend showed up deep in the horn. India watched as Ricky and Thunder was walking toward her. Hey, India, see you next Monday. Thunder said, all right, Thunder. She replied with a smile. Nice show you did, Ricky. Thank you, India. Where were you? I didn't see you. I was chilling in the back, you know what I mean? I like to stay out the way. She said, you know you seen her. Did you get with the contest when he asked? Yeah, everything is said. I'll call you yourself and give you the details tomorrow. If you don't answer, I'll leave you a message on your phone. Your voicemail service. It will be definitely next Friday. That's fine. I'll make sure I'm free. Ricky. Yes, India, what is it? I was alongside. She said, I just wanted to tell you again how much I really enjoyed your show. What about me? Thunder. I was joking. You too, Thunder. She said playfully. India walked over to the door and stood in the doorway. She watched as Ricky and Thunder both got in the car. Thunder quickly pulled out down the street and saw his blue Ford Encouraging Ricky pulled his car up to the front of the club. The window slowly rolled down. India, can I ask you something? She walked over to the car and said, yes, what is it? Ricky looked into her beautiful face. India, do you believe that everyone has a soulmate? Yes, I do, Ricky. God wouldn't have it any other way, she said with a smile. Thank you, India. He said, winking his eye and pulling off. After the club had been cleaned by working, India left and drove home. A few hours later, inside the Sheraton Hotel by the airport. Yes, baby. Oh, yes. Fuck me harder. Fuck me harder. Flex. Oh, yes. Nancy yelled out. Flex ass. Nancy bent over the bed, fucking her from behind. Before they had started, she made Flex take a 50 milligram Viagra. This nigga don't perform. Okay, you go down, leave you down. Wet covered both of their naked body. Nancy was so loud that the couple inside the room next door could hear every word she said. Flex was fucking Nancy all over the room. Nancy would enjoy every bit of it. She had manipulated a young lover to kill her husband so that he could collect so that she could collect the insurance money after he died. After 23 years of marriage, Nancy was tired of the same old thing. She wanted a new life, one with more excitement. Yeah, they just told us right there. Nancy was enjoying every bit of it. She had manipulated her young lover to kill her husband so that she could collect the insurance money after he died. After 23 years of marriage, Nancy was tired of the same old thing. She wanted a new life, one with more excitement. Even with her husband, when her husband was alive, Nancy was having a secret affair with Ricky. Ricky knew it was wrong, so he decided to terminate the affair. Nancy was very upset with Ricky, but it didn't take her long to find his sexual replacement, Flex. After Nancy had set up the whole plot, she paid Flex $20,000 to kill her husband. The police had interviewed everyone at the club, but they found no suspect, print, or witness to help in the case. Oh, fuck me harder, Flex. Nancy yelled out, baby, I love this dick. Fuck me harder, she screamed out, having another intense orgasm. Outside in the hotel parking lot, Hightower was waiting inside his car. Big Nook had just left after giving him a cassette from an intake recorder. Hightower was determined to get all the information he could get on Nancy and Flex. He knew their every move, secret trips to Atlantic City, private suites at expensive hotels, and even a surveillance tape of them having sex in a downtown hotel. Still, he knew he needed something more concrete and incriminating to get a grand jury indictment. He needed Nancy or Flex to say something about the murder on tape. Nothing was more incriminating than the suspect's own word. But Nancy's own action has also been in Hightower's favor. How can a woman work in the same office that her husband was murdered in? Hightower thought. Even a blind man could see that something wasn't right with that. Hightower was no fool. After he waited another half hour, he pulled off and drove home. Beside her bed, when India's naked body was lying on top of a thick blanket, as the candle stood to his corner, she had her jackrabbit vibrating, pulling the weapon. With Ricky on her mind and her heart, India felt the powerful orgasm travel all throughout her naked body. After taking a quick shower, she got back in bed, hugged the pillow, and fell asleep with a smile on her face. Chapter 16. Who's that lady? Sad. Get out of the bush, man. Thursday morning, after Ricky snapped on Asia's safety belt, the car got in the backseat of the BMW. He slowly pulled off down the street. The car that Ricky had bought Nicole was currently in the repair shop. So Ricky decided to drop Asia off at the elementary school and then take Nicole to college. Daddy, can I go out with Miss India again? Asia, please. Sweetie, I'm gonna call Miss India later and ask her if she would like to come take you out on Saturday. Rock, Ricky said while driving down 54th Street. Nicole was sitting in the back seat talking on the cell phone. Sweetie, why do you like Miss India so much? Ricky asked her. Because she's nice and she treats me nice too. Miss India is pretty too. Asia said with a smile. Daddy, you like Miss India? Yeah, I like her. She's my friend. Is she your girlfriend? Asia asked Brandon. No, sweetie. Me and Miss India are just friends. Daddy doesn't have a girlfriend right now. When you get a girlfriend, Daddy, can it be Miss India? Asia asked with a serious expression on her face. Miss India might have a boyfriend already, he responded, laughing. He doesn't, Asia said with assurance. How do you know? He asked, making a right turn down 52 First Street. Because she told me she didn't have a boyfriend when she took me to the zoo. She told me she was waiting for a nice man to be her boyfriend. Asia revealed. Oh, she did? Yep, I mean, yes. When I told Miss India that you were a nice man, she just smiled. So you really like Miss India, huh? He asked, pulling his car up in front of Asia's school. After Ricky unbuckled Asia's seatbelt, he leaned over and kissed her on the cheek. I asked Miss India if she would like to take you out again. Be good and I'll see you in school. Yes, okay, Daddy. I love you. Love you too, sweetie. He replied as he watched her get out of the car and shut the door. Nicole closed her cell phone and got out of the back seat and climbed in the front passenger. Ace stood there with a teacher waving goodbye. After Ricky and Nicole waved goodbye, he slowly pulled down the street. I just got off the phone, Miss Langston. Nicole said, sorry, who? Miss Langston, my teacher that I told you about, that really wants to meet, who really wants you to meet. Who really wants to meet you? You have a good teacher, so whenever Ricky asked her, yes, she gave it to me after I told her that you're my brother. Nicole said, girl, wait, up to you now. I'm just trying to hook you up, Nicole said with a smile. I don't need no hooking up, so stop lying and tell me the truth, Ricky said seriously. Okay, I'm having trouble with psychology and I figure that I can introduce your teacher to meet me. You got it down, so order belt and see we cut you some slack. He said, cutting her off. Yeah, something like that. Nicole called me and said, I don't know about this, Nicole. I have too many female friends now. I need to get rid of some of them. He said, driving down Spring Garden Street. Please, Ricky, please, you'll like her. And she's real pretty. Nicole back. Ricky just smiled and shook his head. Girl, you're something else. He laughed. When Nancy just walked through, when Nancy walked through the front door, Andy was sitting on the sofa typing her laptop. He watched as her mother hung up her coat and just sat down and she laughed. Next time, can you at least call and tell me that you're gonna be out all night? India said, girl, don't worry about me. I'll be fine. Did you call the bank this morning? See, I was taking off her shoes and putting up her feet on the carpet. Yes, my called the bank. All the checks were clear. All the money was deposited, and they wanted to give you a new American Express. And he said, I can pick up her shoes. Nancy walked up to the stairs. I'm tired. I'm taking myself out of the shower and then a nice long nap. If anybody calls, tell them I'm asleep and take the message. She instructed while walking. Mother said India didn't respond. She just turned her head at this point and went back to talking her feet. Tori was standing in the doorway of the apartment, watching Roscoe get inside his escalator and quickly pulled him out down the street. After he left, she shut the door and ran over to the sofa. She grabbed her cell phone off the coffee table and quickly dialed Mr. White got a cell phone. The voicemail recording instantly came on. I'm sorry that I'm unable to get your call, but please leave me a message and I promise I'll get back to you ASAP. Hello, Mr. White. It's me, Tori, the girl from the club last night. I really enjoyed myself with you and I would really like to see you again. Soon, you can call me back on your girlfriend's number. On my girlfriend's number I gave you. I thought about you all night long. Anyway, I'm free whenever you are. Hope you call. Bye. She closed her phone, sat on the sofa, and smiled. After half hour sex session with Mr. She couldn't get her mind off him. While Roscoe lay snoring all night, Tori was in bed staring up the ceiling, thinking of all the wonderful orgasms which had given her body the chills. When Tori heard the knock at the door, she snapped out of her laughter daydream and ran over to open it. When Linda walked inside the apartment and just stared at her. After looking at Tori's glowing eyes, Linda just shook her head. Damn, girl, look at you. I ain't seen you glow this much since Roscoe gave you that diamond ring. Damn. That nigga must be voodoo. Cause he dancing put a spell on you. I warned you about that nigga when he said, now that they got you feeling like a crackhead on the corner of 17th Street and Garden Street. And Ricky pulled up in front of the community college of Philadelphia and found an empty parking space. The street was full of students and teachers, all rushing to get to the morning class. He looked out the window and noticed an attractive white woman standing in front of the large door. Who's that? Ricky asked. He pointed. Nicole looked at her brother and smiled. That's Miss Langston. Damn, she's fine. I told you she was pretty. What is she? She looks Spanish. She's Italian. Nicole said, getting out of the car. Ricky got out of the car. He went far behind Nicole. The woman saw them both walking toward him. Hey, Miss Langston, this is my brother Ricky. Nicole said, what's not how are you? The woman asked, shaking Ricky hand. I'm late for my class. I'll see you later, Ricky. And I'll see you in class, Miss Langston. Nicole said, rushing off. Ricky stared into the beautiful woman's green eyes. So, what do you like to be called? He asked politely. Oh, I'm sorry, my name is Victoria, she said, blushing. My sister told me that you're Italian. Langston said, Langston doesn't sound Italian to me. That's my husband's last name. My maiden name is Victoria myself. Husband? Yes. Do you have a problem with that, Victoria? I seriously. No, not if you don't. I came to one of your shows 2 weeks ago, and I must say that I was very impressed with the way you danced. Victoria said, "Thank you," Ricky said, smiling, eyeing her from head to toe. Victoria stood at 5'6" and had long, silky black hair, green eyes, and a nice petite body. Her pretty teeth were as white as snow, and her face was drop dead gorgeous. She was a 38-year-old psychologist who had been working at the cost for 4 years. Nicole said that you wanted to meet me. I did. Yes, I did. Like I said, I was very impressed with the way you did. When I found out Nicole was your sister, I told her that I would really like to meet you. She said, flash and beautiful smile. Lucky me. It can be me. It can be, she smiled. So tell me, where did you get the name Mr. Orga? She said, flirtation. I earned it. You can flirt it back. Is that so, Victoria? Right? Blessed. Yes, and I do my very best to live up to my reputation with the said seriously. Victoria looked him up and down, like everything she saw and heard. Are you busy this Saturday, Mr. White? Now that you're in need of my services, I see you are a very confident man. Very. Ricky said, licking his lips. Victoria went into her purse and took out a small piece of it. This is my number and address card. Ricky took it and then passed her a business card. I'm sure you know, beautiful, that nothing in this world is free. Yes. Victoria looked into his serious eyes and smiled. That's just the way I like it. I'll call you tonight and we can discuss the details. We can discuss all the details, she said, switching away. Chapter 17. That's why. Let it that money. Pastor Home Project, South Philly. Roscoe, I'm gonna get your money. The man cried out. Nigga, you been saying that for a whole week. Fuck you think I'm a sucker, Roscoe? You up on this profile and scare man said, kill this motherfucker, damn me up. Please, man, please. The man cried. The man said if I go for South Carolina. The 1 year old son was weak and thought his crib in the bedroom. Please, man, please. I get your money later today. Just don't kill me, man. The man continued back for him. Like Roscoe kicked him in the stomach. Then stood over it. The body of the man lay on the floor, curled up and saying, bitch, please don't hurt him. His girlfriend tearfully shouted, bitch, shut the fuck up. Damon still pointing his 9mm at her. Damon, go in there and kill that motherfucking baby. They think this is a joke. Russell said, no, please, not my baby. The girl stood up and screamed, please, Roscoe, what do you want? Just name it. You can have it. Just don't hurt my son, man. The man desperately pleaded. Damon stopped walking toward the bedroom. Turned around. They had no intention on hurting the child. This was all part of the deal between anything, Roswell. Anything, just don't hurt my son, please. Okay, then, Joe. Let me have her and we'll call it a deal. Afterward, I go my way. You don't owe me shit. We'll be even, Roswell said. Please, man, I'm a girl. I'll pay you all your money with interest, Joe said in a scared voice. Joe, just let me do it and get it over with. The girl cried out. Keisha, no, Joe said. Damon, I'm tired of playing with these fools. Go kill the kid. Roswell said and said, no, I do it. Just don't touch my baby Keisha bag. Joe, it's up to you. What you gonna be, Roswell said. Joe lay on the floor crying and shaking his head. He was between a rock and a hard place. Judge, you right? He muttered. No, nigga, first me, then Damon. Then we'll leave, and you won't ever see us again, Roscoe said. Please, man, I'll get you your money, Roscoe. Joe said. Joe, this is my last fucking time asking you. Your bitch pussy or your baby's life, Roscoe said. Okay, go ahead, he muttered. He falling to. What did you say, Roscoe said? Well, slide again and say, go ahead. Go ahead, get over it. Joe said, softly. Roscoe looked over at Keisha and smiled. Keisha was a dark-skinned female with average look, but she had a body out of this world. From the first moment Roscoe and Damon saw her body, they wanted to fuck him. That's why they kept loan sharking Joe money, knowing that he wouldn't be able to pay it all back. Then they would have an excuse to go after his girl Keisha. Watch this bitch ass nigga. Then if he moved, put a hole in his head. Roscoe ordered, grabbing Keisha by her arm, walking her to the bedroom. When they entered the bedroom, the baby was still asleep inside the crib. Keisha wanted to shut the door, but Roscoe stopped her. Leave it open. Keisha shook her head and started undressing. Roscoe went into his jeans and took out a condom. A confused look came out of Keisha's face. Right then, she realized that it was all set up. She wanted it all over with, so she kept on undressing. When she had taken all her clothes off, Roscoe just stared at her gorgeous black wife. Keisha Mesmer was 40, BB 26 and 38. He walked over to her and then slid down his jeans. The dick was rock hard. He slid the condom and pushed Keisha back into the bed. Please, let me just take the baby in the other room. She pleaded. The baby was fine. Roscoe was still climbing on top of her body and forcing her dick into her pussy. Uh-oh, she grunted. Keisha tried to hold back her loud groan, but she couldn't. Roscoe had her legs on her hip, choking her out her pussy all before her eyes. She moaned, cried out, and grunted all in one. Roscoe turned around and started fucking her from behind. So tears fell down from her scared face. In the other room, Joe lay on the floor in tears. He could hear everything going on. The sexual sounds of the woman then fucked in the next room. Got him losing his mind. Damon stood over him, smiling and pointing the low gun and said, ah, God. Keisha continued to cry. Roscoe was so turned on that his dick didn't go down after he had come in the condom. And as he kept going, sweat dripped down his dark face. After he finished, he threw the condom on the floor. Then he pulled up his unit. Keisha was laying on the bed until her pussy was totally violated. When Roscoe left the room, Damon quickly walked around. He was already turning on for hearing all the moans he cried. Damon took a condom out of his jeans and slid on already rock hard dick. Can you just wait 1 minute? Keisha asked, holding her son. Bitch, shut up. Damon yelled, climbing on her body and ramming his dick inside her. For the next 30 minutes, he fucked Keisha even more aggressive than Roscoe had. Oh, she yelled out in pain. When Roscoe and Dan finally left the apartment, Keisha had been brutally raped twice. Joe felt total humiliation. Their 1 year old child somehow was still sleeping peacefully. I killed it, nigga. I can't run. While India was typing on her computer, she reached for her ringing cell phone. Hello, she said. What's up, pretty? Yeah. Hey, Ricky, did you get my message? I left in your voicemail early, India. Yeah, I heard it. And I'll be ready for my blind date with the lucky contest winner next Friday said. Walking out of the gym, getting out of the car. So what's up, Ricky? Hey, I need a big favor from you, he said. Pulling off down the street. Anything it is, said Cookie. Yeah, you better start telling me anything, Ricky said, laughing. Why, I mean it, India said. Seriously, Ricky just laughed it off and said, India, I want to ask you if you would mind taking Asia out to Saturday. She likes you a lot, and y'all go buy your parents and pick her up Saturday around 10. India said, cutting them off and they speak. I love your beautiful little daughter so sure she can hang out so sure she can hang out with me. India said excited and with a big smile. Thanking me, how much do you want? I'll pay you. Ricky said, driving this car down Belmont Avenue. Ricky, you don't have to pay me for taking your daughter out. Just don't let my mother find out. That's all. I don't want to hear her mouth. India said, you got it. Just like the last time. It'll only be between me and you. And Asia, India added, yeah, and Asia too, Ricky laughed. Where's Nancy? She just said, nice shot. This time of day, Ricky had a shot. Yeah, she was out all night. She came in the house early morning and went straight up to her bedroom and set herself inside. The world's coming to an end. Nancy Robinson is counting and collecting money. This can't be real. Ricky joked after they both started laughing. So you told Asia that you didn't have a boyfriend, huh? Ricky asked, quickly changing subject. He told you? India is feeling a little embarrassed. My baby tells me everything, said joking. Well, it's true. What happened to your little boyfriend you had from college? Yeah, turning BMW down city line avenue. Too many headaches, too much drugs, too much bad boy. Too much boys, not enough man. Sorry to hear that. Don't be, cause I'm not. Don't worry. A girl as pretty as you are won't have a problem finding a boyfriend. Ricky said, "Gee, I'm not looking for a boyfriend, Ricky. I'm looking for a man, a husband, a soulmate." And he said, "You're too young to think about all that, Ricky. I told you before, I'm a full grown woman. There ain't nothing wrong about me, young. Is that right? That's right. I hear you, pretty Rick," he said with a smile, and I hope I'm loud and clear. And he said into the phone. Uh, a true friend. After Ricky finished talking to Andy, he checked all the other messages in his voicemail. He had over 10 messages, all from different women. When he had heard the urgent messages from his friend Carmen, he quickly called her and told her to meet him inside her building park garage. When Ricky pulled into the garage, he saw Carmen standing next to him inside. He pulled inside. He put his car beside her and quickly got inside and shut the door. "What's wrong with you?" he said, looking into her face. "Ricky, this guy has been stalking me." Carmen said, terrified. "What guy?" he asked concerned. "Some guy I met one night down at Turner Records on South Street," Carmen said. "At first, the guy seemed cool. That's why I gave him my cell number. We went out once. He took me to dinner. I realized after dinner, we went back to his apartment to just chill. No sex. I just really want to chill, watch a movie and just talk to each other. Anyways, while we were watching the movie, the guy falls asleep on the couch. I needed to use the bathroom, so I got up and walked down the hallway toward the bathroom. Then what happened? Ricky asked, seeing the tears falling down constantly. When I walked past the bath, I just happened to take a peek inside. Carmen wiped her tears and shook her head. "Carmen, will you tell me what happened?" Ricky asked, impatient. Ricky, this sick motherfucker picked all over the bedroom, me naked. He had cut my hair from my magazine. I had posed for my part and placed my head on naked women's bodies. There were pictures of me all over the bedroom, big ones, little ones, and they were all naked photos. I didn't even get to use the bathroom. I just tiptoed out right past the guy while he was still sleeping. I went out the door, got in my car, drove off. "What's this guy name?" "His name's Calvin. He works at Tower Records." "How long has this guy been stalking?" "Just a few days. He called my cell phone 100 times yesterday and 25 times already this morning. The nigga said he loved me. He said when I was a video model that he was my number one fan. Does he know where you live?" "No. You're the only person who knows where me and Harlock live, but early this morning, I believe I saw Calvin inside. He used the blue Maxima following me in the supermarket. I made sure I lost him before I came back home." "Connor, how do you keep getting yourself in a situation like this?" "But it's crazy that nigga would have kidnapped you and helped you out. So killed you in the house. So you haven't contacted police or anything, right?" Ricky asked concerned. "Ricky, I get tired of being stuck in an apartment all day long. I'm hanging out with the same female all the time. I'm from New Jersey, my man stays out on tour and some studio. I get lonely sometimes, and the only real friend I have is you. I haven't called the police. It's my fault that I'm in this mess, Ricky. I don't want her to find out about this." Ricky reached over and wiped Carmen's tears from her face. "Carmen, you just need to slow down. So you're engaged to one of the most successful rap artists in the country. But you can't keep meeting people and giving your number out to do just because you get lonely once in a while. Even if it's just to pass time, do you even love her? I don't know. I'm just so confused with everything right now. Well, I'm telling you this, Carmen. If you don't love a man, then you don't even play yourself or hard rock and go through with the marriage. Many people make the mistake and end up regretting it in the long run. Look at all the first signs, then weigh all the options before you say, I do, Carmen. If you think you're hurting now, marriage to the wrong man will only destroy you. He says, what if I told you that I love you? Carmen says, staring at Ricky eye. I'm positive that you have some love for me, Carmen, but it's not the love that you think it is. Our entire relationship isn't based on sex. We don't know each other on no other level of sexual. We don't love each other, we lust each other. Most people who lust will lie to people that they really love just to keep on lusting. Carmen sat there shaking her head. She knew everything that Ricky said was true. Ricky grabbed her hand. He looked deep into his serious eyes and started crying. Just Carmen, don't worry about this guy, Calvin. I'm gonna take care of everything. But from now on, shorty, I don't want you to start I want you to start evaluating your life. You're a very beautiful woman. Don't let the niggas dog you or break you down, Carmen. And please don't be the cause of your own downfall, because believe it or not, so many good women are. Carmen leaned over and gave Ricky a long, warm hug. A part of her wanted to hold on forever and never let him go. Ricky was like no other man she had ever met, and one of the few men that truly cared about her well-being. Ricky took out his cell phone and dialed her number. Amel answered him second. Hello, Thunder. It's me, Ricky. I knew you'd meet me down at Tower Restaurant on South Street in about half hour, Ricky said. Drama, Thunder. Yeah, but it ain't about nothing major. Some punk who works there has been stalking a friend of mine. A pervert pussy chasing. No more need to be said. I'm on the way there. Thunder said, hanging up the phone. Stop crying, shorty. Everything's gonna be okay. Yelling for the Ricky said with a smile driving out the fucking. Don't worry, I'm gonna pay. I'm looking forward to paying my debts coming to you back. While Ricky navigated his BMW through the congested City Line Avenue traffic, Carmen turned on the CD player and let the melodic soul voices jagged edge take her away. On the corner of 16 and Illinois South, Flex saw Roscoe's Escalade pull up and park. He quickly got out of the car, ran up over to the truck and got inside. What's up, Roscoe? What's it you so on, Flex? We were down at Tasker on Park taking care of some very important business. Roscoe laughed. Yeah, somebody had to get fucked, literally for not paying their debt. Dana added, laughing. Flex went into his jacket and pocket and took out a thick roll of money. Damn, you ain't playing in the club, Roscoe said. Man, them kids is eating those pills. Man, them kids eating that pills like that with just a smile. Then make sure you watch yourself. You ever get caught with them pills, you be looking at a lot of time. Roscoe warned. Passing Flex a small brown paper pad. Don't worry about me, Roscoe. I got this, Flex said. While rushing out of the truck, Roscoe and Damon watched him get in the car straight away. So what's up now? What we gonna do next, then? We're going to North Philly to go see Ronnie. It's time for him to pay his overdue tab. Let's hope you ain't got it because his girlfriend has a fat ass better than Keisha, Roscoe said. As they both started laughing, Roscoe turned down Broad Street and headed toward North Philadelphia with money lost in on an evil mind. When Carmen walked into the crowded Tower Record music store on South Street, she was nervous there before she had gone to the music store. Ricky and Thunder had told her what to do, and once Carmen did her job, they would take care of the rest. Calvin spotted Carmen as soon as she walked through the door. He laid down a box of new CDs and quickly approached her. Carmen stood there with a big face on her face. So you finally got tired of me chasing you, huh? Calvin asked with a smile. I just wanted you to see how persistent you really were. A girl can't be too easy, she smiled. Why didn't you wake me up the night before you left my apartment? He answered. You were sleeping all day and wanted to wake you up. I've been calling you for days, Calvin said agitated. I'm sorry, but I've been real busy. When can you get a break? I really need to talk to you. I can take a break now on the system energy set phone. I have my new truck parked around the corner and go for talk for a few minutes. Yeah, we go, Calvin. I started. When they walked around outside, Connor noticed Calvin blue Maxim parked right out front. She was sure that it was the same car that followed her from the supermarket earlier. The big blue excursion they walked to had dark tint on all the windows. That's a big ass truck, Calvin explained. Oh, I can handle it. The bigger the better, she smiled. She walked around and used the key to get inside. When she popped the lock up, Calvin quickly climbed in before he could say a word. The door had locked and he was armed wrapped tightly around his skinny neck. Thunder had been lying down in the backseat, hiding behind the front passenger seat. He had Calvin gripped inside. He thought Calvin was struggling just to breathe. Carmen quickly pulled off down the street. Ricky pulled off right behind him. Calvin's face was red as an apple. The more he struggled, the more he could feel the air leaving his body. He finally just let his hands fall to the side and gave up. 5 minutes later, Carmen pulled up to a secluded area behind the old warehouse on 3rd Street. The warehouse was run down and empty. After she parked, Ricky parked beside her and quickly got the car. He ran over and opened the passenger door. He grabbed Calvin's leg and dragged him out of the truck. Then Thunder got out of the truck and started stomping Calvin with his boots. Ricky joined in. After stomping him into a bloody mess, Thunder picked up his bruised body and held him while Ricky beat the hell out of him with 2 fists. Calvin's face was bloody and swollen beyond recognition. Ricky had broken his jaw, some teeth, and one of his ribs. Carmen, come here. Ricky yelled. Carmen got out of the truck and walked up to him. Ricky grabbed Calvin's face and lifted his knee and said, "Do you see this one, motherfucker?" Ricky asked angry. Yeah, man, Calvin muttered with his broken jaw. If you ever call her again, or if you ever follow her again, the next time won't be so nice. Ricky whined. You hear me, motherfucker? Yeah, I hear you. Calvin muttered in pain. The thunder released Calvin's beaten body, then kicked him hard in the ass. Calvin's broken, bloody body slumped on the ground. Blood was flowing from his nose, eyes, and mouth. When he heard the 2 vehicles pull up, he was too beat to get off the ground. As he laid on the cold ground, Calvin knew he would never bother Carmen again. She was the last person he ever wanted to see. Thanks, big guy. I'll talk to you later, Ricky said, closing his cell phone. Ricky watched his thunder made a right turn at the corner and drove in the opposite direction. He looked over calm and smiled face. Thanks, Ricky. She said, don't worry about it, crazy. You just remember what I said and stay focused on the crazy. Out. Stay focused out on these crazy streets you wanted. You want. Since it's only 2:05 and you don't have to take up your daughter until 3:15, let's swing by your spot. I can clean that blood off your hands, she said. And that's it. He asked, no, but since we don't have enough time to get all freak like we usually do, I'm gonna do that trick you like on my tongue, she teased. Which one? The one that makes all your toes curl, Carmen said with a smile. Fucking roll, man, freak, man, freak, man. Yeah, that's him. Yeah, we ended the book on crazy. We on chapter 19. There's literally 10 chapters left. Chapter 19. When trouble comes. Friday afternoon, inside a small house in North Philly. Shut up, you stupid bitch, Roscoe said, smacking the scared female to the floor. Please, Roscoe, I'm gonna get all your money. I get my welfare check next week, bitch. She cried, bitch. You told me the same fucking short story last week. Roscoe said, reaching down, squeezing his hand around his skinny throat. With an evil look on his face, he tightened his grip as hard as he could. The woman grabbed on his arm, trying to loosen his grip, but he was too strong. When Roscoe finally let go of her throat, the woman grasped her eyes were watering red. Damon was standing there laughing. Both men had a thing for seeing on the torture and pain. Roscoe punched the woman in her already swollen left eye. Once again, she fell hard on the floor. Why do I have to pay my husband's debt? She cried. Because that punk ass nigga got locked up. Still owing me money. Owe me my money. Roscoe yelled angrily. Well, how much more do I have to pay? I fucked you. I sucked you. Both of you did, and I gave you money. She cried, bitch, your man owed me 3,500. You gave me 200 dollars from work. One off pussy, and me and my friend started at a blowjob. I told that nigga right in front of me, if he fucks up my money, you will be the one who pays the cost. But he got locked up. She protested. Tough motherfucking cookie. I want my money, bitch. I don't care if I have to get out and sell your pussy on Broad Street. Get my fucking money in. If you try to run it hard again, next time I track you down will be the last time. I'll be back in a few days, and you better have me some money. Roscoe threatened. He and Damon walked out the front door. The scared woman sat there on the floor crying. She knew that Roscoe would be back when he said, and if she didn't have money for him, then things would be a lot worse. Roscoe pulled off down the street in his truck. Man, you just dogged that bitch. Damon said loud. Fuck them bitches, man. I don't have no sauce like three hoes. The only bitch I care about is my own. And I and I got her and told her check he bragged. The rest of those bitches ain't nothing coming. Ain't got nothing coming. I treat them just like I do niggas. So what's next? The first 2 stops turned out to be fun. Damon expressed. He said, so what's next? The first 2 stops turned out to be fun. Damon expressed. We're going to Chester, PA. I gotta go meet Robin on 9th Street. He left a message on my voicemail. What she said? She said that she got all my money. My girl, they don't love. Rapping on 9th. West Philly, 49th Street in Fairmont. Twist was standing in the doorway of his house, and Ricky pulled up in the BMW and parked. Twist walked over to the car with three CDs in. He passed them to Ricky and said, Ricky, I'll hook those CDs up, man. I got everybody on that list you gave me. You got over 6 hours of nonstop baby making music, man. Did you get Earth, Wind, Fire? Ricky asked, man, I told you, I got everybody. With my computer, I can get everybody. So you got Donny Hathaway, Luther, Gerald Levert, I'll Be Sure, Rose Royce, Keith Sweat, Boys to Men, Stylistic, Drew Hill, New Edition, Blackstreet, Guy, Teddy, Pendergrass, OJ's, R. Kelly, Chico DeBarge, Maxwell, Music, Jill Scott. All right, Twist, I got it. Ricky said, I knew I. So who's the lucky girl, Twist? Yes, Ricky, come on, man. I'll be standing here guessing all night. Roscoe's fiance. Ricky said seriously. What? No way, Twist laughed. The pretty little red one who became to all your shows? Yeah, she needed me at my loft right after I go pick my daughter, yo. Drop her off at home. Man, Roscoe loves that girl. He waits outside the club for every Monday and Wednesday night. And I saw that big ass rock on her finger. Oh shit, Twist said, jumping up and down like a little kid. Why are you seeing her so early? Because she took off work today without Roscoe knowing about it. He picks her up at her job every night at 10 p.m. I told her that I needed a good amount of time with her before she meets Roscoe back at the hospital where she was. Man, this is crazy. No wonder you want to go see these bad. Twist says, Ricky stuck his fist out the window and gave Twist a pound. After rolling his window up, he beat his horn and slowly pulled down the stream. Twist clicked him and told him this was Ricky didn't feel feeding the Roscoe game of violence. What Ricky did was far more skillful tactful. He went after his enemies only with his beautiful young fiancee Tori, the true love of Roscoe life. So while Roscoe was stuck on doing battle with Ricky was strategically put a plan together to win the whole war. His lifelong enemy would never see coming because there are no rules in love and war. A few hours later, after leaving Chapter2 where Roscoe picked up some money that was owed him, and Damon drove across the Benjamin Bridge to Camden, New Jersey after shaking down a few people in Jersey. They crossed over the bridge to Philly and drove the journey down. Roscoe and Damon were inside a house on Sioux Avenue talking to a guy. The guy named was Troy. He was a known person who could get any kind of handgun to black man. Down in the basement of the house, Troy, Roscoe, and Damon sat around a large brown box of new guns. Inside the box, 9mm with attached silencers, 380s, 40, 45, 357, 38, and a box of ammo. While Troy was negotiating the price for the large shipment gun, Roscoe gave Damon a sneaky wink. So what do you want for the whole box? Roscoe asked. That's 75 handguns and boxes and bullets. Troy said, how much, man? Roscoe asked again. Give me $200 for each gun. Now it's a deal. That's only 15 grand. You double that on the street. What's up with those silencers? Do they work? Damon asked. Taking the two 9mm, he tossed one over to Roscoe. Troy walked over by the wall and picked up a shot of tequila. He used it. A lot of gun customers who brought silencers for him. Roscoe and Damon looked at Cliff and walked over to a Troy. And the man, go ahead and shoot. You'll see the silences up to the top of the line. Troy stood the mannequin up and stepped away. Damon aimed the gun at the mannequin and squeezed twice. The bullets were quiet. But the powerful force knocked the mannequin to the floor. I told you, man, y'all ain't heard nothing, Troy Black. Your turn, Roscoe, he said, walking over and standing at the mannequin back. Roscoe pointed the gun at the mannequin and laughed. What's wrong, Troy asked. Standing there, Roscoe pointed the gun at Troy's head and said nothing. He stooped him up, then he squeezed the trigger. Damon Damon shot Troy 3 more times in the head. Damn, they just these niggas so fucking rough, bro. Damon shot Troy 3 more times in the head. Like that's overkill. So his body started moving. Roscoe and Damon quickly grabbed the entire box of guns and carried them upstairs. After putting the box of guns in the back of Roscoe's Escalade, they sped off. For them, today has been a perfect day. Three women have been beaten, three others have paid the bill, and one man beat down civilian, one now another man dead. On top of all that, they came with 75 brand new guns, ammo on their way back to West Philly. They smoked the fat blunt aloud. Chapter 20. That's the orgasm, pure bliss. When Ricky had pulled up in front of his loft, Tori was already standing outside waiting. She was looking even prettier than the last time he had seen her. When Ricky got out of the car, nervousness swept through Tori's entire body. She was nervous more than she had ever been in her entire life and just as scared. Even with, I don't know. Even with all the nervousness, her body was still burning with desire. Tori was dressed in a pair of tight fitting jeans that made her nice round ass stick out even more. Her hair was done up in a long braided ponytail that hung down her back. She was wearing a tan colored Versace jacket and a pair of matching Versace sandals. When they walked into the loft, she was in total amazement. It was laid out like the most expensive condo she had seen in magazines. Without any words being spoken, Ricky grabbed her hand and walked her into the bedroom. When she saw the mirrors all over the wall, she just smiled and shook her head. Take off your clothes and get relaxed. I'll be right back, he said, walking out of the bed. Tori sat on the edge of the bed and took off her jacket. The nose and slowly subsided. As she began taking off the rest of her clothes, music started blowing out his feet. When Ricky walked back into the room, he held two glasses of white Jim Fando in his hand. Tori just sat there smiling. Her blouse and jeans were still on. I want you to stand up and take everything off. Everything, she says, off everything, Ricky said in the ceiling. Tori stood up from the bed and started to slowly undress. Ricky watched as she unbuttoned her blouse and laid it on the carpet floor. Then she slid off her jean broad thong. He stood there staring at her beautiful petite body. From head to toe, she was a work of art. He walked up to her and passed her the glass of wine. Now go lie back on the bed and relax, he instructed. Tori climbed on the large king-size bed and got comfortable. She sat there sipping on the wine, watching Ricky there, her nervousness and her now forgotten wetness was building up all inside her lower stomach. She stepped and watched Ricky slowly undress in front of her. When she was totally naked, she was sat there in amazement. He had the perfect body, she thought. He was chiseled to perfection with muscles all in the right places, and the man was hung like a horse. Oh my God, Tori softly muttered to herself. She quickly sit down the rest of her wine and shook her head. The reason why I told you to get undressed is because when you're around me, I want you to be totally free with your body. In order to reach that ultimate level, we must first be on the same page, she said. After Ricky finished his wine, he placed both of the empty glasses on the floor. Then he told Tori to lie on her stomach off the bed. She did as she was told without protest. Ricky reached under her pillow and took out a small bottle of peachy body lotion. After rubbing on his hands, he sank his warm fingers into Tori's back. Now just relax and let me take your mind, body, and soul. He said while massaging her strong hands into her soft, delicate skin. As Ricky explored her body with his hands, Tori was lost in the water, fast and dry. From forehead to pedicure to her pedicure toes, Ricky let his hands travel nonstop. He massaged her neck, upper and lower back, ass, thighs, shoulders, arms, and feet. Then he turned her over on her back and did the same to her breast, erecting nipples, face, and all over her stomach, and the gold belly ring she had inside her navel. When Ricky had finally finished, he started kissing the nape of her neck and around her earlobe. Oh, Simone. Ricky moved his hand down to her wetness with his fingers. He started light and hard, slightly above Tori's sensitive clit, and started working his way down. Oh, when Tori, oh, when Tori leaned her body into him, that was a signal to let him know that he was stimulating the right spot. The film was so good that Tori had already come twice. Ricky found his way to the hidden G spot. Tori had never known it existed. He rubbed his two fingers on her G spot, watching as her body started trembling uncontrollably. I'm having an orgasm, she yelled out in pleasure. Tori had just experienced her first G spot orgasm. The feeling was so intense and powerful that she ejaculated from her pussy. Oh God, she screamed. The feeling inside her trembling body and had her both excited and frightened at the same time. After that, Ricky grabbed a cotton from under his pillow and put it on his long, hard dick and turned Tori around on her stomach. He put her body down to the edge of the king size bed and then spread her legs wide apart. As her trembling body was still recovering from the amazing G spot orgasm, Ricky eased his long, hard dick into the deepness of her throbbing wet wad. While he stroked long and hard, Tori moaned with joy and pain. Ricky grabbed her long braided ponytail, and wrapped it around his hand. Oh, I'm coming again, she moaned. Oh my God, I'm having another orgasm, God. She cried out in pleasure while Ricky kept looking. Pure bliss fell from her eyes. Uh-oh, she grunted. No, no, she grunted. So he's like, now what's my name? Ricky asked, Mr. Orgasm, Mr. Orgasm. I'm having an orgasm first, and it's been you feel me? While the music on the CD plays, Ricky never stops stroking deeper inside of pussy or wet pussy. Shorty had already come more in less than 1 hour than she did the entire month of fiance. Yeah. Ricky slid out his dick and spread out toward his ass. He stuck his middle finger inside her pussy and then slid inside her asshole. She got her asshole was tight, but Ricky played inside of it with his finger until it was done. Please go slow. I never did it before. Tori moaned softly. Ricky leaned down her ear and whispered, "Don't worry, beautiful Mr. Org, I'm gonna take good care of you." Ricky slid out his finger and then slowly eased long hard inside Tori's eyes as far as he could go. Ricky gripped her hips and started slowly stroking inside. "Oh my god, oh my god." Tori grunted out every time he pushed and pulled. "No, what's my name, Mr. Org? Your name is Mr. Org, Gavin." Tori cried out, another wagon swept through her entire body. She could only lie there in tears as her body had just experienced her first ever orgasm. Tori couldn't believe the feeling that had taken total control of her body. She had come so many times that a large thing covered the split tree. Ricky slid his dick out of her ass and turned her around on her back. "Now I want you to watch me fuck your brains out," he said, putting her legs over her broad shoulders. Then Ricky placed the pillow underneath her hips so it could increase the pressure on her clit and allow deeper penetration. He slid his stiff shaft in as far as he could go. Now he started fucking Tori aggressively. She moaned, grunted, and cried all at the same time. "What's my name? Mr. Orgasm, Mr. Orgasm, Mr. Orgasm." Tori screamed out. Before they had finished, Ricky had fucked Tori and everything on the mat. He fucked her all over his loft, the living room, dining room, shower, floor, couch, and all included. Tori had come so much she started begging Ricky to stop. He had gotten a sex lesson 101 of her life. Ricky stood there watching his toy lay on the living room floor, crying in the beautiful listen, "What's wrong with you?" Tori looked into the camera and tearfully said, "I can't believe it's fucking like this." Ricky leaned over and kissed her forehead, "Believe it, because it only gets better." He said, lying down beside her while Tori laid her trembling. Ricky rubbed her back and wiped her ass with it. Chapter 21. Everyone has a weakness. Later that night, DJ Twist at the club jumping his mixing and scratching skills with one of a kind. A group of females fans stood around the booth. He enjoyed showing off his skills when people were watching. The club was packed with young men and women who had come out to have a good time. Big Nook had already thrown out 3 people for fighting. Some people couldn't come out of the club without getting into a fight, but Big Nook and his security crew weren't having it. He and India were standing on the balcony talking. I talked to Asia earlier today on the phone. She was excited about me coming to her in the morning. India said with a big grin. "You seem more excited than probably she is," Big Nook said. "I am. Asia is a beautiful little girl, and I feel a little strange connection with her." India looked up at Big Nook and saw his eyes focus on the crowd. When she followed his stairs, she saw that he was watching Flex. "Big Nook, what do you think is up with Flex, huh?" he said, snapping out of his chair. I said, "What's up with Flex?" "He's got so many older women chasing after him on a male stripper night, but he's here at the club faithfully on all of our hip hop nights. Maybe Flex like him young. I just don't understand why a grown ass man wanna be around 18, 19-year-old kids all night. There's something about him I just don't like." India said seriously. "Me too," Big Nook said with disgust look on his face. "Like, do you got a minute?" The skinny white kid said, tapping on her shoulder. When Flex turned around and said, "Who is it?" He smiled. "Ladies, I'll be right back," Flex said before walking through the crowd. The skinny white guy found a secluded spot in the back of the club. "Bobby, what's up, man?" "How many do you need?" Flex asked. "I need 20 more." "You got it?" "Do I got it, man? I keep it." Flex said, going to his jacket pocket, checking out clear Ziploc bag. The bag was filled with ecstasy pills. After Flex had counted 20 pills, he passed on the bottle. Bobby paid Flex with the marked money that the high tower had given him. "Now, what do you be doing with all those pills?" "You're my number one customer," Flex said. "The ones I don't use, I sell to my friend Bobby," replied, showing his mouth full of braces. "Maybe we can hook up if you start working for me," Flex offered. I could use someone like you. Hey, I'll think about it, Flake. Maybe we can hook up one day soon. All right, Bobby, just think about it. I'll see you later. I'll be getting right back over to little cuties. Flex said, giving a pound and walking with Bobby smile. As he watched Flex maneuver his way through the crowd, once again, he had everything Flex said recorded on tape. When Tori walked into the apartment, Roscoe was sitting on the sofa, waiting for her. It was 1:27 a.m. Where the fuck you been all day? He asked. Why wasn't you at work when I went there about to pick you up? And why didn't you let me know you took the day off? What the fuck is going on, Tori? Roscoe stood up and shouted. Roscoe, sit down. We need to talk. Tori said softly. He walked over and sat on the couch on the sofa, but she didn't take off her coat. Tori, what the fuck is going on? Will you please sit down? I told you that we need to talk. She said, and Roscoe looked into Tori's eyes and sat back down beside her. He saw confusion on his face. Why didn't you call me or answer your cell phone? I left two messages on your voicemail. I was worried about you. When I talked to Melinda, she told me that she didn't see you all day. What's going on? He asked in a concerned voice. Tori sat there shaking her head. Tears were falling from her eyes. He reached into her pocket and took out a 3 carat diamond and gave it to her. Here, Roscoe. I don't think I'm going to be needing this anymore. She said, passing Roscoe money. What? What the fuck are you talking about? Roscoe, I think we need a break. I think I'm ready for a marriage. I don't think I'm ready for a marriage or a commitment like this right now. That's why I decided to move out of Grandma until I get my mind right. I'm sorry, but that's how I feel. Are you fucking kidding me? We've been together for 3.5 years. I took you out of those rundown 46th Street projects and moved you into an expensive house apartment. I buy you and give you everything you want. I sent you to nursing school. I paid your whole tuition. And you got the nerve to come here at 1:30 in the fucking morning to tell me you need a fucking break. Bitch, is you crazy? He screamed out. Tori looked up at him with disgusted expression on her face. It was the first time that Roscoe had ever saw that expression. It was also the first time Roscoe had ever called her a bitch. The two things had never done for Tori was call her out her name or put his hands on her. Tori had a hold on Roscoe heart that couldn't be broken loose. He was the true love of his life, and now her painful words had him feeling like his heart was breaking into a thousand little pieces. Roscoe, I will always love you. I will always have love for you. But right now, I just gotta follow my heart, and until I can get my mind right, I think it's better we stay away from each other. She said, "Is it another guy?" Roscoe muttered as the tears welled up in his eyes. No, I've thought about this for a while now. She lied. Come on, babe. Can we just talk about this? He said he pleaded, trying his best to console her too. I'm sorry, Rocky, but it's just not working anymore. Tori stood up and sadly said, "You fucked somebody else, didn't you?" Roscoe said, "That's it, damn." Tori looked deep into his crying eyes and saw pain all over. She said she had never seen Roscoe cry before. Never seen him so weak, so broken. No, Roscoe, I didn't fuck nobody. She lied with a straight face. I'm going to get my suitcase and pack me up a few things. I'll get the rest of my belongings in a few days. I'm sorry, Roscoe. Tori said, walking away. Roscoe stood there watching her walk into the bedroom. He was confused beyond all words. He was trying to figure out how they got to the point. He wasn't ready to lose her, but he wasn't about to beg someone to stay that didn't want to. In his heart, he didn't feel like he'd done anything that was this detrimental. He hadn't felt this way about anyone in a very long time. His heart was breaking as he sat there, shattered inside. Tori walked out the bedroom carrying her suitcase full of clothes. Roscoe was sitting on the sofa crying with his head down. After a long time, Tori wiped her tears and said, I'll be back in a few days. Come get the rest of myself. Don't call me on my cell phone because I'm changing the number tomorrow. I'll call you by myself. He turned around and walked out the front door. Roscoe didn't feel well. When he left her apartment, his mind was too lost to come in. The woman whom he had loved more than anything in the world had looked into his eyes and told him it was over, that she needed a break. The pain filled his entire body. The tears continued to fall. He looked over at the 3 carat diamond ring that was lying all alone the carpet and realized the moment that all of his dreams had just walked right out the door. Half hour later, a yellow cab pulled up in front of Ricky's block. Ricky was standing in the door with only a Gucci robe on, matching slipper. He walked over to the cabbie and gave him a $20 bill. Keep the change, he said. Open the door and grabbed the cigarette. Tori looked into his handsome face and smiled. He got out the car and walked over to him. Mm-mm. Did you handle your business? He asked, walking toward the front door. Yeah, I took care of what I needed to. She replied, following Ricky into the lot. Ricky looked into her eyes and said, you been crying, I see. What I had to do was hard, but at the same time, I feel like it was needed. She said, softly. Ricky set the suitcase down and walked up to her. As far as your heartbreak, I did. She muttered softly. So you're gonna drop me off at my mother's house in the morning, right? I told you I would do it. I'll drop you off on my way to go see my daughter, Ricky said. So I told her, well, what now? Ricky got her and started passing the car down. He could feel her melting in his arms. He kissed her all over her face and neck. Tori just stood there hypnotized by his presence. Once again, her body was burning with desire and lust. Go to my bedroom, take off all your clothes, he said. I'm going to get us some wine. Without any hesitation, Tori turned around and walked towards the bedroom. Chapter 22, Pleasure and Pain, child. It's literally 7 chapters, but y'all. I just finished the book. Early Saturday morning, in the tranquility of the bedroom, Ricky and Tori had copulated all night long. After an early morning shower together and a delicious breakfast Ricky had cooked, he dropped her off at her mother's house. Before driving off, he kissed her on the lips and told her that he would see her soon. Then he drove straight to his parents' house in one field. When he pulled up to his car, India's red Range Rover parked outside. India, Nicole, and Asia were standing all around talking. Asia ran over to her father and gave him a big hug. Hey, sweet, you look pretty today. Ricky said, lifting her up in his arms, swinging around. After he put Asia down, he looked over at India. Like always, she was looking as fine as ever. Ricky let his eyes explore her body as India did the same. Daddy, Miss India is taking me to the circus, and she's taking me shopping. Asia said, ecstatic, ecstatic, ecstatic. Ricky knelt down and said, you be a good girl, you hear me? Yes, Daddy, I will. Asia prayed for this. India looked at Ricky and said, you have my cell number, and I have yours. If you want to call and check up on her, please do. The circus is in town for a few days. I just wanted to take her for to have some fun. Then afterward, we're going downtown to the gallery mall. Maybe next time we go with y'all, Ricky said. That would be nice, very nice. India said with a smile. Asia walked over to India and grabbed her hand. Ricky looked at them both, smiled, and felt a strange feeling inside his body. Nicole saw the way that Ricky looked at India and just shook her head. She knew Ricky better than anybody. That's why when she looked into her brother's eyes, she saw the way Ricky used to look at Asian mother Cheryl. Daddy, can you go with us? Asia? No, sweetie, not today. I have a busy day, Adam. Asia frowned up her pretty little face. After they all walked out the door, Ricky watched as India and Asia got into the Range Rover. India started aiming to her seatbelt. Nicole was standing in the door, smiling and waving goodbye. Ricky walked up to the window and said, India, thank you for doing this. Ricky, I told you, I enjoyed being with Asia. She's a wonderful little girl. Plus, being with her takes a lot of things off my mind. One day, I'm going to be a mother, and being with Ava is getting a lot harder. Maybe if I can just meet that soulmate you asked me about the other night, things will start happening a lot sooner than later. So that's all you're waiting for, huh, Ricky? I said. India, I remember a conversation with Big Milk beside the corner. Ricky, I don't smoke or drink. I'm 22 years old, single, I have a college degree, no children, and I'm God-fearing. Yes, my soulmate is who I'm waiting for. A man who will teach me and complete me. I'm gonna love my man like he ain't never loved me before. Like he ain't never seen love before, and I will be a man's rock for life. So until I find me a good man who's willing to give himself to me completely, I will continue to be myself. You have a perfect life, man. He said. Yep, and it's all for him who's willing to show, who's willing to love me. And the reply starting up with the odds, Asia back before 8 o'clock. I'll call you if I need to, and I feel free to call. Feel free to call me as well. Ricky stood back on the sidewalk and waved as India and Asia drove away. After they left, he walked back into the house. Nicole was sitting on the sofa waiting for him. Big brother, you need to stop playing yourself when you get with that woman. I saw the way y'all looked at each other, and I'm telling you, I know love when I see it. What are you waiting for, Ricky? Why ain't India your girlfriend? She asked her because she can't be that wide. She's wide. Nicole stood up from the sofa and walked over to him. She looked deep into Ricky's eyes. The last time I saw that look in your eyes, you were sure. You ain't never let none of your female friends take it, y'all. I don't know why you're running from that girl, but I truly hope, Ricky, you fix the problem and snatch India up before somebody else do it for you. Nicole turned and walked away. When she got to the stairs, she turned around and said, oh, thanks for meeting me. For taking me to school and meeting Miss Langston. She was smiling all day long. I'm supposed to be, I'm supposed to see her tonight. He invited me over to her house. Ricky said, "Great, okay, lover boy. I'll talk to you later. Just remember what I talked to you about earlier." She remembered walking up the stairs when the cold went upstairs into her bedroom. Ricky sat down on the sofa. I think my daddy likes you, as India agent said. India stopped the Range Rover at the red light and asked, "Why do you think that?" "Because my daddy looks at you funny." Agent said with a smile, "He does?" "Yep." "I mean, yes, he looked at you the same way he looked at my mother's old picture." Agent smiled. "Well, I like your daddy too," India said. Pulling up the light turn. "Are you gonna be my stepmother one day?" The question caught India completely off guard. "Would you like that?" "Yep, I mean, yes. I think my dad would like it too," Asia said. A few hours later, "Damn, did he tell you? Damn, he did all that?" Melinda shocked. "I'm telling you, man, the man is gifted," Tori smiled. "Girl, I still don't believe you walked out on Roscoe. That nigga was calling me all last night looking for you." "I know he knew I was lying, but I told him every time I called the same thing. I ain't seen her all day." Linda said, laughing, "Do you think Roscoe is going to just let you go like that?" She said in serious tone, "We don't have no choice. I love Roscoe, but I'm not in love with him the way that I should commit my life to love him. My life to him. Sorry, I just don't understand how after 3.5 years of being with somebody, you can just easily walk away from them." "What did Mr. Orgasm do to you?" Melinda asked. "Melinda, it's hard to explain. He did everything to me that Roscoe never did. It was so much deeper than just sex. That man had me screaming, yelling, crying, and moaning just from his kisses. I honestly didn't have any control of my own mind, body, and soul. Every time we finished making love, he would cuddle up with me and just talk to me." Tori said. "Talk about what?" Melinda asked. "Here, about life, about my life. The man is deep. He talked to me about learning to love myself first, and I could tell that he was sincere. I decided to leave Roscoe because being with Ricky showed me that I wasn't truly happy with the man I engaged to, not only sexually but emotionally, mentally, and spiritually also. Roscoe only satisfied me financially. That's not enough anymore. I'm not no young, naive little girl caught up in a materialistic lifestyle anymore. I'm a full-grown woman with needs. Why should I marry a man who doesn't know the woman he has? My mistake was letting our relationship get this far without seeing the signs of misery sooner. Being with Ricky that last night opened my confused eyes. Yes, I must admit that the sex was the best I ever had in my life, but his mind and presence played a major part too." Corey said seriously. "So what's up with y'all now?" Melinda questioned. "We are friends, and I think we'll be friends for a very long time." Corey said. "What about Roscoe?" "I truly hope Roscoe finds what you're looking for that person, but that person will no longer be me. Like I said, I have Roscoe and I always will for all the things he's done for me. I love Roscoe and I always will for all the things he's done for me. But I'm not in love with him like I thought I was, so I have to do what's best for me. I have to move on." Melinda just shook her head and totally believed. Then she looked at Tori and said, "Okay, enough of all that. Tell me more about the trick you did with the swinger, his tongue in the vibrator." They both started laughing. Chapter 22. Love and Pain. Chapter 22 is 70 pages, love child. Chapter 23. Love and Pain. India and Asia had enjoyed a wonderful ride together at the circus. India let Asia ride on the pony, take pictures with the clowns, and even play with some of the other children that were there. They ate popcorn, cotton candy, corn dogs, and shared a large statue and ordered fries. Most of the time, they held hands and talked. Asia was having the time of her life. India was like her best friend and role model. After they took some pictures together in their adventure day at the circus, bam, they got us out the Range Rover and India drove downtown to the Gallery Shopping Mall on the 9th and Market Street. He took Asia to the Gap Kids outlet, KB's toy store, and a few other stores carrying all the bags from the shopping spree. They rode the escalator up to the third floor parking lot and put all the shopping back into the truck. 5 minutes later, they were driving out of the Gallery Mall with a trunk full of new toys and clothes and a big happy smiles on both their beautiful faces, both of their beautiful faces. Damon looked at his friend Roscoe and didn't know what to say. He had never seen Roscoe so mad, so confused. They had been driving around the city all day long, picking up money and beating people up. Roscoe was so upset by his breakup with Tori that he stopped the female worker heading to the ground until she fell unconscious. Throughout their violent journey, he had beaten down four different women and two men. When he decided to call Tori, she had already changed the number on her phone, her cell phone. Roscoe looked over at Damon and said, "Tell me what you think, man." After a long sigh, Damon said, "I honestly can't believe I can't I can't understand why or what could make her just suddenly want to end your relationship. You treat that girl like a queen. She don't need for nothing. Do you think she been fucking around on Roscoe Mud Dust? Nah, man. Well, who is crazy enough to sleep around Roscoe County twice? Can't nobody give her nothing that you ain't already give her." Damon said, trying to turn his back to cheer Roscoe up. "I'm telling you, Damon, there's something going on. I'm gonna find out what it is. If it's another man, she leave me before I'll kill them both. Before I let that happen," Roscoe said, punching his fist into the steering wheel. "But if anybody know the truth, it gotta be Melinda. Girls talk, and they are best friends. So I'm sure Tori always confides in her. Plus, they work together at the hospital. If Tori won't tell you what's really going on, then maybe we'll have to meet the we'll need to put the press down on Melinda," Damon said with a shady grin. Roscoe just nodded his head. "I'm gonna wait a while and see if Tori comes back. If not, we're gonna pay Melinda a visit." 30 ass on, bro. Y'all no fucking piss me off, man. Chapter 24, Desperate Housewives. Inside the Hyatt Regency Hotel, Flex and Nancy had been just finished making love. Nancy had gotten a suite for the whole weekend. Throughout their stay, they would leave and go handle some business, then meet back later to make love. Nancy was lying across Flex lap as he sat up on the bed while the flash on TV. "How long do you have to keep sneaking around?" he asked Flex. "I told you already. As long as it takes. My husband ain't even been dead for a whole year yet. Do you know what that would look like? What will people think?" Nancy asked. "Is that what you want? Is that is that why you went and had the abortion? Because of what people think?" Like, that's interesting. Like, I thought we moved past that. I'm almost 50 years old. What the hell would I look like having another baby? I was pregnant when my husband was still alive. How would that have looked? A baby would have messed up everything we put together. Who do you think the police would have been looking at first for my husband's murder? If the daughter's wife or her handsome young brother? Nancy looked up at Flex with her face and said, "Baby, just give it a little more time. At least 6 more months, and then we'll come out and open the relationship. And by then, I'll have a good excuse to get rid of Ricky so you can take care of his place at the club. You never one exotic dancer," she said, moving street, moving sheet back and grabbing his hard dick. "And why don't you just lie back on the lap and let my warm mouth put you back to sleep?" she said seductively. Ricky pulled up in front of the beautiful row home and parked his BMW. The art museum section in the city where his upper middle class citizens live. The streets were quiet, clean, and lined up with tall trees. He got out of his car and walked up and knocked on the front door. Moments later, Victoria opened the door and let him in. Inside, Ricky stood there with a shocked expression on his face. Victoria was wearing a short, pink see-through nightie with nothing on under it. Ricky could see her hair pussy and her luscious breast staring at her right in the face. Victoria had a gorgeous body that went perfect with her lovely face. The scent of perfume and those ocean green eyes had Ricky instantly turned on. He took off his quilted black leather jacket and passed it to her. Vicky took it and hugged it in the closet. "Did you have a hard time finding the house?" "My direction was perfect," he said, looking around the beautiful decorated home thirsty. "No, I'm fine," Ricky replied, looking at her. "What's wrong, handsome?" she asked. "Trying to figure you all out, that's all," he said seriously. "What have you figured out so far?" she teased. "I just don't understand why a woman as beautiful and educated as yourself wants to pay for sex. Is it that she wants to sleep with a black one as a fantasy yours? Or is it?" Ricky asked, confused. Victoria looked at him and said, "Yes, it's both of the above and a lot more also. I've always had fantasy about being with a black man. After I saw you dance in the club, I just couldn't get you out of my mind. I've left messages on your website, email a few times. I've even signed up for your Mr. Orgasm number one fan myself. When I found out that you were my student's older brother, I had her introduce me to you." Persistent, huh? Ricky said, smile, very. When I see a good thing, Victoria flirted. So you never been with a black man before, never. Victoria smiled. So you're just curious to see if the myth is true or not, huh? No, I already know if the myth is true. All my girlfriends are black lovers. I slept with a black man before. I guess you could say that I'm just overdue. Victoria replied flirtatiously. She walked over to the glass coffee table and picked up $500 bills. Here's 500. Here's the 500 chart. Ricky folded the money and put it inside his pants pocket. After Victoria walked around, dimmed all the lights in the house, she grabbed Ricky's hand and said, "Come follow me up to my bedroom." They walked up the stairs and entered a large, spacious bedroom. A canopy queen-size bed sat up against the wall. The bedroom was well decorated with a large walk-in closet. Victoria dimmed the bedroom light, then walked over to the stereo wall unit. "You like Kenny G?" she asked softly. "Yeah, Kenny G's fine," he replied, watching her phone. After sliding the CD in, she pressed the play button, and Kenny G magical soprano sax flowed from the outer speaker. She turned around and saw Ricky staring at her. She looked into his handsome, dark face and barrel eyes and smiled. Without saying another word, Victoria lifted her pink nightie over her head and tossed it on the empty chair. "You like?" she asked, spinning around so Ricky could see her gorgeous hourglass figure. He just stood there and told her, "Maybe your turn," Victoria said, inviting. Ricky started slowly undressing. While he unbuttoned his dress, Victoria stood there playing with her wet pussy. Ricky watched as she took her fingers out of her wetness and put them into her mouth. When he slid down his pants and his boxers, Victoria looked at his mammoth dick and gasped. Ricky 8.5 inch rocked on her dick was at full erection. "Oh my God," she muttered. Ricky had the biggest, baddest, blackest dick that she ever seen. After a long sigh, Victoria walked over to the bed and laid her naked body across it. Ricky quickly joined her as he climbed on top of her excited body. He began kissing all over her neck and shoulders. While he kissed on her breast, Victoria reached under the pillow and took out a condom. "Here, big boy, it's a magnum. Just like you asked for," she said. "Lie back and I'll put it on for you," Victoria said. Ricky lay back and watched as Victoria ripped open the condom and slid it all the way down his dick. It was a perfect fit. He placed Victoria on her back and started kissing all over her body. She moaned as she maneuvered his way around her breast. As his lips maneuvered their way around her breast. After kissing all over her body, Ricky grabbed a pillow and put it under her hips. He then spread up on her legs and slid his hard dick into the wet pussy. Uh, Victoria yelled out. He filled her, oh, damn. He filled up her entire inside. "Oh, yes." Oh, Victoria moaned out. Her body trembled under him. Her hands cupped his firm ass. Ricky stroked hard and long for several minutes. His superior sexual strength overpowered and overwhelmed her. Victoria streamed out, powerful orgasms split all throughout her body. As Rick continued on with his dominant sexual performance, the closet door slowly creaked open. Walking from the closet was an older, naked white man. Ricky saw the man standing there and quickly jumped up off Victoria. "What the fuck is going on?" Ricky asked him shot. "Who the fuck is you?" Ricky shouted. "That's my husband," Victoria shouted. "I'm sorry if I scared you," the man said calmly. "You been watching the Ricky asked stunt?" "Yes, I saw everything," he said. Victoria, "What the fuck is going on?" Ricky asked, walking over and picking up his pen. "No, please don't go, Rick. This is my husband, Tom, and this was his fantasy too." This nigga wanted to watch his wife get railed. I'm fucking crying. What time? Today is Tom's birthday. He wanted to do something special, something totally different. She said, "You want to see your wife get fucked?" Ricky asked her. Tom nodded his head and said, "Yeah, but I wanted it to be about black men." And so did she. So she showed me your picture on the internet, and we both decided on getting in contact with Tom. Says, Ricky stood there shaking his head and told her, "Please, Ricky, he's on this. All he wants to do is watch this." "You didn't say anything about somebody watching me fucking Victoria." "I'm sorry, I didn't think you would do it." She confessed. "You paid me 500. Like that's all you said to." Ricky said, reaching down and picking up his body. "Please, Ricky, don't leave." She back. "I'm out of there." Ricky, I'll pay you 1,500 if you stay telling you yelled out desperate. Ricky stopped what he was doing and looked at both of them. He saw the serious expression on his face. 1,500, no strings attached. All you want to do is watch me fuck your wife, Ricky. Yeah. You got it, Tom. Tom said. Ricky said, please, please stay. Victoria pleaded softly. Ricky tossed his pants and bowed back and forth. He then looked at the smile face. You go stand over there, Ricky, instructed Tom. Tom walked over to the corner as Ricky climbed back on the bed with Victoria. Thank you for changing your mind, she said. Ricky turned her around on her stomach and started fucking her from behind. This time, he fucked her more aggressively. Victoria screamed and moaned filled the room while orgasm rushed throughout her body. Her trembling naked by her husband, Tom stood in the corner smiling as he masturbated. Chapter 25. Confessions from the Heart. Sunday afternoon, when Ricky left Victoria and Tom's house, he drove straight home and went to sleep. He was tired. His body was in need of rest. Before he got into his car and drove away, he made sure that he had both gotten their money's worth. For them, it was $2,000 investment with a great return. It turned out to be the best birthday present of Tom's entire life. He stood there watching, thoroughly enjoying himself. And Ricky had his beautiful, sexy wife screaming and climbing up the walls of the bedroom. Ricky did things to Victoria that Tom never knew existed. That's why before Ricky left, Victoria and Tom promised to call him back very soon. Once Ricky got back to his loft, he took a warm shower and then went to bed. Early in the morning, he got dressed and drove over to his parents' house see his daughters, to see his daughter. Before Asia had left to go to church with her grandparents, she had told her father about the wonderful day with Angie. After Asia and her parents drove off to church, Ricky called India on her cell phone and thanked her. Before he hung up the phone, he told her that she could take out Angel whenever she wanted. India excited beyond words by giving his daughter away to someone else to look after. He had to have a lot of trust and faith in that person, no matter how long it would take her. India took his time to penetrate Ricky's impenetrable love. She was he's out here catching bodies. And she just like, yeah. You know, it's crazy though, child. I ain't hating no more, man. I ain't gonna lie. Experience like this, that should teach you something. Roscoe stood in the living room watching as Tori and Melinda walked out of her apartment carrying a suitcase and bag. He stood there and told her something, but the anger in his eyes was clearly visible. When he tried to talk to Tori, she didn't want to hear it. Her mind was made up. The relationship was over. She told Roscoe that the most they could be was friends. She loved Roscoe for all that he had done for her. She wasn't in love with him or sexually satisfying, and Tori was fed up with settling for less. Roscoe watched as the two women got into Tori's mother Chevy minivan and drove away. He went back into his lonely, quiet room and slammed the door. He had to restrain himself from not pulling the 9mm silencer from under the t-shirt and killing them both. The chance of one day getting Tori back is what had kept him alive today. Roscoe sat down on the sofa and let the tears fall from his confused eyes. He could tell that Tori was hiding something from him, as he was determined to find out what it was. As eager clouded his thoughts, he sat back in tears. He knew that no lies lasted forever, and once the truth was revealed, someone would pay severely for all his pain. Pissed. Hello, Gloria. What's up? Ricky said, checking the call ID on the cell phone before he answered. You, as always, how's my young black lover doing? She asked. Tired as hell, he answered. Don't burn yourself out, little boy. Then I won't have no more use for you, Gloria joked. I'll be fine. Don't I always come through, Ricky T? Yes, you do, and I have no complaints at all. How's the little one? She's fine. I went to see her this morning before she and my parents went to church, Ricky said, looking at the picture of him and Asia up on the mantle. Gloria, can I ask you a question? You always do, and I always answer truthfully. Why don't you and your husband have any children? Ricky asked seriously. The question had caught Gloria completely off guard. For a few seconds, the phone went silent. Gloria, you alright? Ricky asked in concern. Well, yes, Rick, I'm fine. You just hit me upside my head with a boulder I never saw coming. She replied. I'm sorry, Gloria. You don't have to answer that question. No, Ricky, I enjoy our open, honest relationship. That's what makes you stand out from most men. You're a genuine, compassionate man who truly cares about people in your life. Anyway, I can't have children, Ricky. I've had that unfortunate problem for a long time now. My husband and I tried everything, but nothing worked. Adoption was out of the question, and if I was going to take care of a child, I wanted to be my own. Well, what's the problem. It's hard to explain, Ricky. Many years ago, I had an affair on my husband. We had only been married a year. I got pregnant by my lover and had an abortion without my husband knowing. After the abortion, something just didn't feel right. My mind and body weren't the same. Each time my husband got me pregnant, I lost a child. It felt like I was cursed by God. Not only did I commit adultery, I murdered an unborn child, a child that never got a chance to cry, smile, play, or live. On the day I had abortion, I played the role of God, and by doing what I did, God cursed me to never have children and never be satisfied with my marriage. Gloria said in a sad voice. Gloria, I'm sorry to hear that. Ricky said, sincerely, thank you, Ricky, and I believe you. Just never forget how blessed you are that you have a beautiful daughter. If you ever find that true soulmate, do it right. Learn from your mistakes of others, and you'll avoid any of your own. For the next hour, Ricky and Gloria talked on the phone many times. They confided in each other about the problem. And outside, they were two people who had it all. Looks, money, and success, but inside them, both had a plethora of unwanted confusion. Later that night, after India hung up the phone with her new best friend, Asia, she walked back over to the living room table where Nancy was sitting. Who was that? Nancy said, counting a stack of $100 bills and a friend. India said, grabbing a handful of money from the table and helping her count. No, female, doesn't matter, Mom, India said in a irritated voice. Damn right, it matters. You ain't been with a man since you came home from college, and I've been wondering. Nancy began, well, you can stop what you're worrying, mother. All a woman can do for me is my hair, nails, and toes, India said in a serious way. Nancy smiled, just wanted to make sure I'll be fine, mother. And besides, I have my eyes set on someone. I know what he feels the same way about me. Then what's the problem, Nancy said, putting a rubber band around the money stack. India stood up from the chair. She looked straight into her mother eyes and said, the problem is that there's another woman coming between us. For some strange reason, she won't let us have our happiness. One thing I learned about life is that when something is evil, there's nothing or no one that can stop it from happening. And they said, turn and walk away. Mr. Orgasm, Mr. Orgasm, what's my name? Ricky asked. I sweat covered his entire body. Mr. Orgasm. Tori cried out as another orgasm exploded with their trembling body. Ricky was standing up in front of the mirror with Tori's arms around his neck and legs wrapped around his waist. I'm coming again, Mr. You're making me come again. Tori cried out in pure pleasure. Oh my gosh. She screamed, slumped down on his shoulder. Ricky walked over to King's side bed and gently laid her down. Tony crawled up on the pillow. Tori crawled up on the pillow and got in the fetal position. Her body was shaking and trembling with pleasure. Ricky grabbed the dry towel from off the headboard and used it to wipe the wetness from her thighs. And he folded up the towel, then started wiping off her whole body. He used another towel to wipe himself off. When he climbed in bed with her, he cut her in his arms. He looked her into her face and he saw the look of satisfied woman. He put the silk sheet over them both. It felt good on their skin. What you do to my body should be outlawed, she said softly. I can't do it without participation, pretty Rick, he said, rubbing his hand across her body. First up, pretty, because we still got a long night ahead of us. Okay, just let me speak for about an hour. How you want to be awakened with my warm tongue or my love stick? Yeah, surprised me, she said as she dozed off. Chapter 26. Only God knows. I mean, we get it. Fuck it. Monday afternoon. Did you enjoy the CD I put together for you? Twist said, riding in the passenger seat of Ricky BMW. A classic, Ricky said, satisfied. Ricky. Nah, I need a big favor from you, Twist said. Name it, you got it, Ricky replied, driving his car along the Scully Kill Expressway. I wanted to know if I could borrow your car Friday night. What's the special occasion, Ricky? I asked, turning out the expressway and driving through the beautiful Fairlight Park. It's Kim's birthday. I just wanted to take her out to dinner and a movie and stuff. Yeah, no problem. You can borrow. I have a date with the winner of the Mr. Orgasm #1 fan contest. But I have a limo pick me up my lucky day for a night on for a date night and my lucky date for a night out on town. Ricky said with a smile, a limo? Yeah, India put it together. The limo and dinner at a five-star restaurant for me and the lucky contest winner. What does the girl look like? Twiz asked. It's a blind date. I have to wait and see. I think India lined herself up. And she lined up. Man, I know India don't like that. She can hardly watch you give your yellow roses off for him. Twist said, well, the contest wasn't my idea, it was Nancy's. I think there was some other motive behind it, Ricky said seriously. Why do you think that? Twist asked seriously. I think she set up the number one fan contest because she knew I had thousands of female admirers. That's a good thing, ain't it? Twist asked confused. Not if she's trying to turn her daughter off from me by putting her in charge of the contest, letting India see all of my fans and go through all the emails they send me. The contest was just another way Nancy's keen to keep me and her daughter apart. I still understand why Nancy don't like you and why wouldn't she want you and India to be together. It just seems like y'all two are perfect for each other. What's the real difference between you and Nancy? Twist asked, looking at Ricky while he continued to drive. Ricky pulled his car over to the side of the road. He turned down the radio station straight into Twist's face. Me and Nancy once had an affair. What? You and Nancy? Twist asked in a shot. Yeah, it was a while ago. Right before her husband Richard was robbed and killed. Oh, this before I got the DJ job there, Twist said. Yeah. Way before you arrived and many months before Andy graduated from Howard University and came back to Philly to help my mother run the club. You and Nancy had an affair? Twist said again and told this week. So what happened? I broke it off. I just couldn't do it anymore. One minute I'm smiling in Richard's face in a minute, and the next minute I'm fucking his wife. Inside of a suite at a Holiday Inn, Ricky said seriously. I just told Nancy that I couldn't do it anymore. She got angry with me, but I didn't care. My conscience was killing me. That's why she treats you so bad. That's why she don't want you and India together. Twist said she putting two and two together. Yeah, but that ain't all, Twist. Ricky said there's more. After a long silence, Ricky said, I think Nancy wanted me to kill her husband. What? Twist shouted. Ricky turned the radio aside again and said, one night after making love, we were in bed talking. She asked me would I kill a man for 20,000. She did, yeah. And I had a feeling that she was talking about me killing her husband, Richard. I told her no, that I would kill a man. I would never kill a man for money. After that night, I ended our affair. I knew she wouldn't like it, but I didn't care. I knew she wouldn't fire me from the club because of the club's main attraction. She needed me a few months after that. After she asked me if I could kill a man for money, risk it, rob and kill inside his office at the club. It was easy to put it all together at that point. Shit, she probably would have hung my ass up to dry for that murder. Do you think Nancy has something to do with the Swiss Act? Honestly, I don't know. But that strange coincidence doesn't that I honestly don't know, but that's a strange coincidence when you say, well, yeah, maybe Nancy got someone else to kill her husband since you wouldn't do it, Twist said. But she never asked me to kill her husband. She just asked if I would kill a man for 20 grand, Ricky said. Yeah, Ricky, but there just has to be a reason for a woman to ask her young lover a question like that. A few months later, her husband ends up robbed and murdered. Something just ain't right, Twist said. When the police interviewed everyone at the club right after the murder, I didn't say anything about what Nancy said to see me. Uh, when the police interviewed everyone at the club right after the murder, I didn't say anything about what Nancy had said to me about killing a man for money. Why not? Twist asked, curious, because I didn't want to explore our secret affair, and plus, I didn't want my family, especially my daughter, getting involved in it. So I told them that I didn't know anything because it was best to keep myself out of it. Ricky answered. So that's why you avoid India and you hardly ever speak to her in front of her mother. You're protecting India from the truth. Twist said, yeah, I guess you can say that. Plus, Nancy has threatened me and told me to stay away from her daughter or else. Ricky said seriously, or else what? Twist said, become angry, or else I will end up like Richard. Ricky muttered, she told you that? Not in the exact word, but I knew what she meant. Man, this is crazy. Maybe Nash told India to stay away. Why else would she have to sneak over to your parents' house to take out your daughter? Twist asked. I don't know if she did or not, but Twist, I'm not gonna lie to you. Every time I look in the India's beautiful face, my heart feels like there's nothing inside my chest. First time I saw her, I was blown away by her beauty. I've had dreams about that woman. I've even made love to other women, closing my eyes, imagining them to be her, just so it can help make take my name, just so it can help take my mind away from it. Does it work? Only thing I see beautiful, only until I see her beautiful face and that perfect smile again. Ricky said, so it's crazy that you can have almost any woman in the world except the woman you truly want. Tell me about it, Ricky. Ricky said, shaking his head. It's crazy how the book, like, Ricky not really a bad dude, child. Like, he just kind of a slut. But it's all good, though. Life made him that way. Bro, life fucked him, he fucked her. Bro, it's crazy that, tell me about it, Ricky shaking his head. There's another thing about India that I learned not too long ago. He said, putting his car back in my what that I found out that India and Asia's mother Cheryl's birthday are the exact same day. They are both cancers born on June 28th, exactly 6 years apart. And that's the same age that Asia is now. And now India is involved in her life, and the two of them can't get enough of each other, man. Man, that's freaky. Twist said, do you think that India is Cheryl reincarnated? No, I wouldn't go that far to a Ricky Lab, but I would tell you this: when God takes away, He gives back to all those who truly deserve it. He doesn't give us what we want, but what we need. He knows our hearts better than us. He knows our intended desires and fears. He knows our wrongs and our rights. He already has our soulmates prepared for each one of us. If all these signs mean something, and India is the person that God wants, made to life in my life, then it will happen. And nothing can stop it from happening. A lot of people on earth play God, but our God is the jealous God. None of them would go unpunished. Ricky parked his car in front of the club. Then he and Twiz grabbed the bags and went inside. As soon as Ricky entered the club, India was right there to greet him. All he could do was shake his head. 27. Killing me softly. Monday night, after the showstoppers had performed the 20, the 20-minute exotic dance routine, each one of the dancers did the solo performance. Once again, Thunder, Neo, and Flex and Oregon had all done their thing. 300 screaming fans had gotten their money. Ricky had come out on the stage in a blue policeman uniform with all the accessories, badge, haircut, nightstick, and hat. In dark shade, he slid across the stage on his knees, swung all around the pole, flipped, flexed, and even shaped his gorgeous body across the light stage. He performed his 15-minute erotic performance to the genuine classic poem. You're on it, let's do it, ride it. Alright, right. While Ricky was on stage doing his thing, DJ Twist was inside the DJ booth mixing and scratching the song throughout Ricky's entire solo performance. After Ricky tossed all the clothes to set, and he threw the boys to the crowd, he jumped off the stage into the crowd. A swarming fan, Andy was standing on the balcony enjoying Ricky's entire show. But when she saw Ricky walk into the crowd and give an attractive looking Puerto Rican woman one of her signature yellow roses, India had to force herself to control the tears that welled up in her eyes. A few feet away, Nancy was watching India every move with a big smile plastered on her face. After Ricky and a beautiful Spanish woman walked upstairs into one of the private cozy chit-chat rooms, India eased out a side door when no one was looking. She climbed into her Range Rover, put her head down, and finally released the tears of pain from the combined to her eyes. Roscoe and Damon sat inside the Escalade watching as the swarm of excited women started exiting the club. Cars and trucks were lined up and down the street, while music and marijuana flooded the air. When Roscoe spotted Tori and Melinda walking out of the club, he quickly got out of his truck and approached them. Both women were looking good, each dressed in the latest designer fashion, Dolce & Gabbana, Fendi, and Louis Vuitton. Tori, you got a minute? Roscoe asked, looking into her beautiful light-skinned face. Roscoe, please don't start. I told you already that if you still would like to stay friends, then that's fine, but the relationship's over now. Now, I don't want to fight with you. I'm telling you this. After hurt your feeling, I just made my decision. I decided to move on. She said seriously. So just like that, you saying fuck me, huh? After all I done for you, he said angry. She's not saying fuck you, Roscoe. Melinda started to say, bitch, shut the fuck up. I ain't talking to you, ho. Roscoe yelled angry. Tori saw the rage in Roscoe's eyes and just shook her head. I don't believe I actually going to marry you. Now I see that women ain't nothing but bitches and whores to you. You disgust me, Roscoe, Tori said, walking over to her mother by car. Roscoe followed behind and grabbed her arm. She pulled away and said, so now you gapping on me, huh? First you called me a bitch in the parliament, now you calling me, you call Melinda a bitch and a whore. And you pulling on my damn arm like some crazy ass psycho. Tori said, I just came over to talk to you, that's all. What do we have to talk about, Roscoe? It's over. And why would you want to marry a bitch anyway? She said, opening the car door. She popped the lock and Melinda opened the passenger door and got outside. Roscoe, stop making this shit worse than it is. I will always love you. Just having love and being in love are two different things. Just like love and infatuation, I ended this relationship not only for myself, but for your own good as well. I was just tired of living a lie, Tori said as tears welled up in her eyes. So you played me. 3.5 years you were just playing with me, playing like a sucker. Spending all my money and living the good life for free, he said vehemently. No, I was fucking you whenever you wanted sex, sucking your dick, cleaning up behind you, ironing your clothes, everything else you needed from me. So don't even go to Tori retorted. So nigga ain't got nothing to do with you breaking up with me. He questioned, is that all you ever think about, nigga? Did I ever ask about your cell phone blowing up all throughout the night? Or you coming and going wherever you please? You still ain't answering me, Roscoe said. Seeing her, I see avoid the question. I told you already, I'm not saying it again. No, ain't no nigga got nothing to do with it. Breaking up. Tori said that she ain't got in the car and slammed the door. She started the car up and sped down the street, leaving Roscoe standing there on the sidewalk. He looked around, saw people smiling, laughing, and coming and going. When he walked back over to his truck, he saw Ricky get inside the BMW with a beautiful Puerto Rican woman. When Ricky drove past Roscoe's truck, he saw the painful look in Roscoe's eye from inside the club. Ricky had watched Roscoe and Tori arguing. He stepped out the window until Tori and Melinda had gotten to the car and drove off down the street. After getting inside his truck, Roscoe turned to Damon and said, that bitch cheated on me. I could see it in her lying eyes. So what we gonna do, Damon asked. First, I have to be 100% positive I'm right. So what we're gonna do on Wednesday night is go make a surprise visit to see Melinda. Roscoe said, pulling up down the street. What if she won't talk? Damon rolled up the or she talk, I guarantee that. Roscoe said with evil grin on his face. Detective Hightower followed Flex to the Feathers Nest Motel in New Jersey a day earlier. He had followed the secret lovers to the end of the Dove Motel. Yeah, that's literally Randy. Randy just they from. I don't know what's gonna happen. Detective Hightower followed Flex to Feathers Nest Motel in New Jersey. A day earlier, he had followed the secret lovers to the end of the Dove Motel that was also located in New Jersey. Even though the state of New Jersey was out of his jurisdiction, he was determined to get all the information he could get on Nancy and Fleck. Big Nook had given Hightower 3 other tapes back with hours of recording. Bobby had given him hours of audio footage on footage, but Hightower still hadn't had any solid proof that Nancy had played a part in her husband's Richard robbery and murder. So far, everything was all speculation. Hightower watched as the skinny white guard walked over to his car. He rolled down the window. The guard passed him a copy of the receipt from the room. He used her platinum Visa credit card this time. The guy informed him. Hightower passed the skinny white man $100 bill. Did you hear anything after Hightower asked? The same as last month. Detective moaning, groaning, headboard banging. I had to call up in the room once to tell them to keep the noise down. The man said, I don't think they take a break. Thanks, Schmitty. I'll leave it now. Call me tomorrow on my cell phone and let me know what time They clocked out. Hightower said, "Sure would, detective." Smith said, putting the money in his pocket and walking back into the office. Hightower back Hightower back into his car, backed his parked car out of the parking space, and drove out of the parking lot. As he headed back to Philly, the thought of Nancy and Flex having sex in the motel room never left his mind. Is he getting aroused by this shit? 'Cause, like, I'm confused now. After taking a nice warm shower, India dried herself off and walked into her cozy bedroom. She lotioned herself down, her entire body down, walked over to the wash area, and turned on the CD player, crawling across the silk sheet. She lay there, inhaling an exotic aroma from the large scented candles she had placed all around her bedroom. Tears fell down from the corner of her eye. Ricky had a lock on her heart that couldn't be broken. It was killing her softly enough to be able to do anything about it. She reached under her pillow and grabbed a jackrabbit vibrator. She had named her sex toy Mr. Orgasm and began massaging her clit. With both eyes tightly shut, she left her a wonderful sex to do what it did best. India Ari's classic song, Ready for Love, flowed out of her speakers. The combination of touching, smelling, and hearing was her aphrodisiac. As the powerful orgasm swept throughout her trembling body, she lay there in the tranquility of her cozy bedroom, yearning, craving, lusting, and crying. Mhm. Chapter 28, the center of one. Thursday evening. After Ricky and Thunder left the gym, Ricky got a call on his cell phone from Victoria. When he drove over to see her, she and her husband Tom were both smiling away from him. An hour later, Ricky left the strange couple, sexy dreams, and $1,000 richer. He drove over to his parents' house and enjoyed some quality time with Asia. All she talked about was her new best friend, Asia, and how India would call her every day to check up on her. While at the parents' house, Ricky enjoyed a delicious, soulful meal with the whole family. Afterward, he and Nicole walked outside and had a brief conversation. Nicole told Ricky about the deep grade that Victoria had given her in psychology class. It was the first passing grade she had received in class. After Ricky left the house, he drove over to the executive suite apartment on City Line Avenue to go see his friend Carmen. When he got there, Carmen had surprised Ricky with a new pair of black alligator shoes, matching belt, and a cream colored Versace mock net sweater. And they ordered a large domino pizza and sat on the sofa and watched a movie on Netflix. When Ricky finally left the party, Carmen satisfied naked body with sleepless sleeping under her still fishy sheet. When Ricky got home, he took a long, soothing, hot shower. After drying himself off, he put on his black polo robe and slippers. Then went to the cozy living room. He turned on the music and lay across the sofa, the leather sofa. Once again, he thought about the cloudy direction of his young life. He couldn't help but think about India, beautiful India, his daughter's new best friend and role model. When the song "For You" by Kenny Lattimore flowed out of the speaker, Ricky smiled to himself. In the tranquility of his elegant home, he lay back thinking himself while enjoying the music. The ringing of his cell phone interrupted teaching for a second. He thought about not answering, then he changed his mind and picked up hello. He said something. Hi, Rick, it's me, Tori. Hey, pretty tomorrow I'm going by your mother house and dropping off $5,000. Ricky, you don't have to do that for me. I'll just wait. She said, Tori, I tell you, I don't mind giving you the money to move you into a new apartment. I know you don't want to be at your mother's house, but you don't have to do it or want to do it. You're my friend, and I really enjoy our time together. And besides, what? Are you okay with this? With all your female friends? Are you this with all your female friends? Yeah, I try to be. Like I told you before, I have a lot of female associates who I care for, and you feel the same way about me. Sex is only a part of who I am and what I stand for. A lot of men are good in bed, but like everything else, many men are good with everything else and lack in bed. I try to balance myself out. I try to be great in all aspects. The physical, the sexual don't last forever, but respect, real friendships, and true love never fade. Each friend. I believe you came into my life for a reason, and it has nothing to do with sex. Tori said, if I ever do get married, I know the kind of man that I'm looking for. I'm glad to be of some service, he laughed. So what are you gonna do right now? She said, changing the subject, lying back on the sofa enjoying my music. Do you mind having some company for a few hours? She asked me like, how soon can you get over here? Walked to the front door. Ricky got up from the sofa and walked over to the door. When he opened, Tori was standing by her mother's car. She was dressed in a long blue coat and a pair of straps in his heels. He stood there smiling, holding his cell phone to her ear. Ricky smiled and invited her to the loft. He walked inside and shut the door behind. You're pretty bold, he said, sitting down on my sofa. I didn't know if you had company or not. I just figured you didn't when you kept on talking to him for me, but I promise that I won't make it to have a success. Ricky smiled. He actually liked her surprise visit. Well, since you're here now, let's get back on the sofa and enjoy some good romantic R&B. He suggested, fire with me. Tori said, unbuttoning her knee coat and letting it slide down her shoulders onto the carpet floor. Ricky stared at Tori, stood there in a red and black Victoria's Secret lingerie set. She walked over and joined him on the sofa. Her body was smelling good. Tori cuddled up under his arm when Ricky's cell phone started ringing. He looked over, caller ID. It was the twins, Terry and Carrie, from Trenton, New Jersey. He didn't answer. One of your friends? She asked. No, two. Ricky said, rubbing his hands across her arms and shoulders. Does this mean tonight I'm gonna have to make up for both of them? She asked for a second. Maybe. Ricky laughed off. But how about for now? We just lie back and enjoy this wonderful soul music. Found me at the smooth, soulful music filled living room. They cuddled in each other's arms. Tori sat there enjoying the sensual touch on her skin while Ricky sat back enjoying the sound of the beautiful woman in his arms. Chapter 29. No lie lasts forever, Chap. Wednesday afternoon, after Ricky woke up in the morning, he took a quick warm shower and left the loft to go pick up Asia for school. After he dropped her off, he went to the bank to deposit the money. Then he drove over to the gym and worked out with his friend Thunder and Neil for an hour. While Ricky was on his way back home, he got a call from an attractive Puerto Rican woman that he had met at the club on Monday night. Her name was Sophia. He asked him if he could swing by her job to see her. Sophia was an assistant manager at the Marriott Hotel in Philadelphia. When Ricky walked through the Marriott sliding glass door, Sophia spotted him right away, tall, dark, and handsome, bald with a goatee. Beautiful, beautiful smile and sexy body. The perfect man, Sophia thought as she approached them. They gave each other a hug, then walked into the elegant spacious lobby. As they started hugging again, Sophia slipped the key card inside his pocket. Room 312 is empty. I'll be up there in 1 minute. That's when my lunch break starts, and I have a whole hour. She whispered, and Ricky smiled, but before he released his hug on Sophia, he noticed a familiar face walking through the lobby. Don't move, Ricky whispered in her ear. What's wrong? She asked, tightening her grip around his waist. I see somebody I know, he said, walking Sophia over to a square. When Ricky released his hug, they both stood there watching Nancy walk through the lobby and straight out the large glass doors. That's Miss Robinson, you know, the owner of Club Chancellor. She's a regular here. Sophia said she's here at least once a week, sometimes twice. Every time she comes, she meets up with the dancer you work with. Sophia said, what dancer? There's 19 exotic dancers at the club, like he said. The real cute one, tall, light skinned, curly hair. The one who always dances before you, Sophia said. Lex? Like he said in short, yeah, that's his name. Sophia said, do you know how long they've been meeting here? Yeah, for a while now, at least 7 or 8 months. Sophia replied, well, are you sure? He asked. Right, I'm the hotel assistant manager. There's not too much I don't know that goes on here at the Marriott. There goes the guy right there, Sophia said, pointing at Flex as the guy off the elevator and rushed through the lobby. Ricky and Sophia both watched the Flex walk out of the glass door. Damn, I don't believe it, Ricky said, standing there shaking her. Ricky didn't want to believe it, but something inside him was telling him that Nancy and Flex were behind her husband's murder. Room 312, right? He said, right, I'll be up there after I sign off for lunch, Sophia said as she walked away. When the school bell rang, all the students stood up with their books and started walking out of the crowded classroom. Before Nicole left the classroom, Victoria left her name. Victoria called her name. Nicole, do you have a second? Victoria asked, and yes, Miss Blank words. Nicole said as she approached the desk, you did well today in class. I'm very proud of you, Victoria said. Thank you, Miss Blank. psychology is hard, but I'm not gonna give up to you because well, I just wanted to tell you that I appreciate what you did for me. Your brother Ricky is a wonderful man. So it's a blessing. Yeah, I heard Nicole said. Well, I just wanted to tell you keep up the good work too. And if there's anything I can do to help you, don't be afraid to ask. Thank you, Miss Langston. I'll definitely hold you to that. Nicole said, well, smile, see you tomorrow, and make sure that I put up, and I'll make sure I put up another word in to Ricky. Bye. So said, walking out of the classroom. Wow, Victoria Center to daydream about the sex she had with Ricky. Nicole was walking down the hallway, down the crowded hallway. Damn, Ricky must have watched her well. Nicole thought to herself. India stood by the window watching her mother park her Mercedes and rushed from the car. When she walked into the crowd, India was standing there waiting for her. Mom, where have you been all this morning? I had to open up, order the beverages for bars, set up the reservations for the VIP tonight, and let workers and dancers in. India said in a frustrated tone, that's your job when I ain't around. I had a meeting at the bank this morning, and then I had a very important run to make at the meeting at the bank. As you said, walking through the crowd, is everything ready for Ricky's blind date with concert? Yeah, yes, Mom. He said, good. Since the contest was set, I'm thinking about a contest for all exotic dancers. Since they all have their own group of fans, the contest is happening to promote the club. While Nancy and they were talking, Fleck walked through the door. Tommy dropped the heart and he said, walking towards the hi, Fleck. He said, yes, son. I'll talk to you later. Tell Nick to meet me in my office. Nancy said, yo. Hey, gang, you know, I'm over here reading the rest of this book, though. Right here, it's different. It's kind of freaked out, gang. So that, we get it. All right, bet. I'm gonna recap in a second, bro. This shit is so juicy. So we finna find out. We know, I ain't gonna lie, we know Nancy set her husband up. We finna find out how this bitch finna get caught, though, because she definitely set her husband up. She paid a young dude, and one of her young lovers. Now, mind you, it's like the book on she was really in love with Richard, but Richard kept on cheating, kept on cheating, kept on cheating. So the book I'm reading called Kiss the Girls and Make Them Cry Game by Brittany Williams on Brown. And we on page 212, it's 250 pages, gang. On Brown. This is a great book, chap. This recap is gonna be juicy. I'm telling you, it's not any different. So, but yeah, so as of right now, everything's just tying together now. And I'm gonna break all that shit down. Like Roscoe lost his girl, he deserves it. Roscoe and shit. I don't like sorry what book my kid was talking. How you good, man? You good, good? Kiss the Girls and Make Them Cry by Brittany Williams. Bro. You know what I'm saying? It hit different. It's an overly freaked out ass novel. I ain't going, bro. I'm fucking with it, man. I'm fucking with it. We get it. Bro. Alright. Yes, my everything good. Since the content was there, I'm thinking about a concept of all the exotic dancers. They all have their own group of fans. The contest is helping promote the club. While Nancy and India were talking, Flex walked through the door. Hi, Miss Roberts. Hi, India. He said, walking back. Hi, Flex. He said, you understand. I'll talk to you later. Tell them to meet me in my office. Nancy said, walking to her office and shutting the door. And Big Nut walked out of the man's room. India told him that her mother wanted to see him inside her office. So Big Nut and Nancy in the office now. I'll be lurking, probably gonna game in a few. Say less, man. Say what? I'll be in there. Uh, Then she walked over to the empty table where her laptop computer was. 30 minutes later, Ricky and Swiss walked into the club. Ricky sat down in the empty chair beside India and said, what have you done to my little sweetheart? While I was on India asked concerned. All she ever talked about now is her new best friend India. I showed her love in the bed later that night. Ricky stood on the edge of the table, looking out at all the chairs. Started musty traveling with his sweat. While DJ Swiss at the music bouncing on the speaker, one in the boisterous crowd was filling the stage with money and pennies. Ricky had turned the place out. The women were clapping and screaming out his name. Ricky strolled. Ricky strolled across the stage looking for the lucky someone to give his special rose to. Some women in the crowd were begging him to be that special female he would take care of. He would take into their him. Some women in the crowd were begging to be that special female He was taken to the empty check-out room. The large crowd was filled with familiar faces, and all the eyes were on famous Mr. Orgasm, an attractive, slim, dark-skinned woman standing in the middle of the crowd. Caught his eye. Ricky jumped off the stage and danced his way through the crowd. He stopped midway in the crowd and started grinding on the heavy-set, brown-skinned woman. The excited woman grabbed his dick from behind. Ricky just smiled at the horny, heavy-set woman got her feel low. Other women were pulling on his arms and squeezing his ass. Took After Ricky finally made it through the club, he passed a beautiful brown-skinned woman in yellow rose and whispered in her ear. Her smooth chocolate face lit up with a big smile. Ricky turned around and danced his way through the crowd once again. The woman pulled on his arms, grabbed his dick, and squeezed his eyes. When Ricky finally made it to the private chit-chat room, Loki on the second floor, his chocolate kiss was already standing there eagerly waiting for him. Standing in the secluded area of the club, India had to hold back the tears. When she eased out the side door and got into the Range Rover, she couldn't suppress the tears any longer. When Roscoe and Damon watched all the women start to pour out of the club, Roscoe started up the truck and sped off down the street. She'll be home in about 20 minutes, Roscoe said, driving through the red light. After Ricky got dressed, he and his new friend walked out the side door and over to his parked car. Like a gentleman, he walked around to the passenger side and opened the door for her. When she climbed inside and shut the door, the woman leaned over it and unlocked the door for him. Ricky got inside and started up his car. The engine of BMW purred to life as electronic dashboard lit up. Before Ricky pulled off, he saw India staring at him from inside the window. He could see the sadness in her watery eyes. Sorry, Ricky had to force himself to turn away. He knew that it was painful for India to see him leave with another woman, but what India didn't know was that it was just as hard for her. Ricky turned to the beautiful female and said, "Ready?" "I've been ready," she replied, smiling. She slowly pulled off. Roscoe made sure that he parked his car around the corner from Melinda's apartment. He and Damon hiding behind a row of manicure bushes right outside her apartment. They basically waited as Tori pulled up in her mother's car and double parked. A few minutes later, Melinda got out of the car. She watches as Tori drive off. Roscoe and Damon were both dressed in all black sweatshirt, jeans, gloves, and ski masks and Tim. As soon as Melinda walked in her front door, they quickly jumped out and grabbed her. Roscoe held her arms while Damon punched her in the face as hard as he could. The hard blow knocked her unconscious. Then Damon used her door key to open the door. They dragged her slow body into the empty apartment. They laid Melinda's body on the sofa. Damon shut the front door and rushed into the kitchen to get a glass of water. When they walked into the living room, he threw the cold water in Melinda's face. She started slowly waking up. When she had finally regained consciousness, Roscoe and Damon were standing in front of her with pointed guns. Roscoe reached out and grabbed Melinda by the neck. A terrified look rested in her eyes. "Bitch, what the fuck is going on?" he said. "What the hell is going on with Tori?" "Roscoe, please. I don't know what you're talking about." Melinda said, a tear sprang in her eyes. "Bitch, you want to play games," he said, jamming the loaded gun between her eyes. "Please don't kill me, Melinda. Bitch, I'm going to ask you one more time, what the fuck is going on?" Melinda saw the look of pure evil as she trembled. "Mr. Orgasm. Tori and Mr. Orgasm had sex like we at the club in one of the small private rooms," Melinda cried out. "What?" Roscoe cried. "Tori met him back at the house one night and what, bitch?" Roscoe said. He turned her out. "After being with him, she told me that she didn't want to be with you anymore." Roscoe slapped Melinda with his gun. She fell back on the sofa with her hands covering her bloody mouth. "Please, Roscoe, please. I told you what you wanted to know. Please don't kill me, bitch. Just like your adulterous girlfriend, you're nothing but another whore who chased after money and sex." Roscoe shouted angrily. The two men both stood up. Melinda pointed the gun. Before she could scream up, her bullets riddled her body. They shot Melinda 9 times in the face and chest. When they got back in the truck, Roscoe drove off down the dark street. "As soon as I see that nigga Ricky, I'ma kill him. I'm gonna put that on my unborn kid. And the same goes for that no good whore Tory," Roscoe said as a tear fell from the corner of his eye. Chapter 30. The consequences of sin, child. The consequences of sin, child. Thursday, when Tori received the early morning disturbing phone call from Melinda's landlord, her painful scream filled the entire body. Melinda's shot up body was discovered when the landlord came by to fix the bathroom sink. After seeing Melinda's bloody, almost unrecognizable corpse lying on the sofa, the landlord immediately called 911. He then called Tori, who was listed as Melinda's emergency contact. Melinda's body was immediately taken to Philadelphia Medical Examiner's office. The slaying was broadcast all over the TV, news, and radio. The police had no clues or witnesses, and the neighbors had told the detective that no gunshots were found. Tori was now scared for her life. Something deep inside her was telling her that Roscoe, her fiance, was the person behind this brutal murder. Killing Melinda was the one to let her know that she was next to die. With the money that Ricky gave her, Tori left her mother's house and used it to check in a motel. She took a week's worth of clothes and her cell phone with her. When she got to the motel, Tori called her job and asked her boss for an emergency leave of absence. Her boss at the hospital, who had learned about the tragic murder from Washington, told Tori to take as much time as she needed. Inside her motel room, Tori led the tears of pain, sorrow, and loss drip from her terrified face. At the same time, she never been more scared in her life. Roscoe and Damon had been driving around all around West and South Philadelphia searching for Ricky. When they met Flex at the club, asked him if he saw Ricky around. Flex told them he hadn't seen him and wasn't expecting him till the next strip show on Monday night. They asked Flex some more questions about Ricky, but he didn't have any more info to give him. When you see that nigga, call me ASAP, Roscoe told Flex before driving off. When Roscoe drove by Tori's mother's house, the elderly woman told him that Tori had left the house with her suitcase and got into a cab. Roscoe knew that Tori was now running for her life. With their loaded 9mm Berettas under their shirts and a loaded AK-47 lying on the back floor of the stolen car, Roscoe and Damon continued to drive around on the murderous hunt. With a look of pain on their face and revenge in their heart, Roscoe and Damon were determined to track down Ricky and Tori. They both had crossed the dangerous line. The power of lust, sex, and infatuation had been caused. While Tori was inside a North Philly motel, scared for Ricky, who had no idea that he was now a wanted man. As the men continued to drive around looking for the next victim, no words were spoken because both men knew Melinda's brutal murder was just beginning. Friday, Ricky got out of the BMW and walked around the driver's side to where Twist was seated. Twist rolled down the window and shook Ricky's hand. Take care of my baby, Ricky said. Don't worry, Ricky, I got you, homeboy. I just gonna hang out with my big girl I'm hanging out with my girl for her birthday and show off a little. Oh no, Chad. Twist got this man card, Chad. Oh man, fuck. Don't let that happen to Twist, Chad. Like, what the fuck? What the fuck? Come on, man. No, no, no. He asked to drive this man car. It's his girl's birthday, right? And they looking for him. Don't nobody else got their car. Oh man. So say what's my I'll call you in the morning. Enjoy your blind date. Hopefully I will, Ricky said, walking toward his loft. Ricky stood there and watched the twin drove down the dark street. When he disappeared, Ricky went into his loft to get himself ready for his blind date with Hunter's woman. After taking a hot shower, he dried himself off, lotioned down his muscular body, and put on his clothes. Ricky was impeccably dressed, looking sharp as a blade. He wore a black polo blazer, a cream-colored Versace mock neck, black polo slacks, and a pair of black Gucci loafers. His hair was freshly shaved. His goatee was nicely shaped up. The polo fragrance covered his body. The iced-out roller covered his wrist, and the one-carat diamond earring was up in his left ear. It was 7:35. Ricky was expecting the limo to come pick him up at 8. That was the time that India had told him it would be there. He sat on the sofa listening to the music as he waited. As a song by Nora Jones flowed out of the speaker, Ricky got lost in her beautiful voice. But soon, the sound of a loud horn brought him out of his peaceful zone. He turned off the music and dimmed all the light when he walked out of the front door. An all-black stretch Mercedes-Benz limousine was parked in front of his loft. After locking the door, Ricky walked over to the limousine, opened the back door, and slid inside. The driver rolled down the time separation glass and said, "Hi, Mr. Johnson. My name is Charlie. I'm your driver for the evening. I'll be taking you to meet your companion for the evening. She's currently waiting as we speak. If there's anything you need, just pick up the phone and call me up front. I was told to not disturb you for the rest of the evening. There's champagne in the bar and the TV if you get bored. I hope you enjoy yourself tonight." He said the thing to help wake him up. I said, well, Hope you enjoy yourself tonight. You said turning back around and pressing the button that rolled up to fix the separation glass. Ricky reached over and turned on to the radio WDAS, popular Philadelphia radio station. The whistle playing classic R&B songs. If Only You Knew by Philly's own Patti LaBelle. Flow smoothly out from one end of the sound system. Flow smoothly from out of the sound system. Ricky relaxed in a comfortable leather seat and started humming the melody. The song brought back so many wonderful memories after limo cruise through the dark Philly streets. He closed his eyes and once again let himself get lost in the music. Chapter 31, The Point of No Return. The Point of No Return, chat. That's what we got with it now. I went from chapter 2 to here. Yeah, we've been sitting there chilling. Half an hour later, the limo pulled up and stopped in a secluded area near Penn's Landing. Charlie rolled down the tenant separation glass and said, "This is where your day asked me to come pick her up. She'd be wearing all black." Then he rolled the window up. Ricky opened the door and stepped outside the car. He stood there looking all around. There was a nice, cool breeze coming from the calm Delaware River. A full moon was high up in the sky, surrounded by bright, shining stars. The temperature was in the mid-60s, perfect for a pleasant fall night. He turned around and noticed a woman dressed in black slowly walk toward him. Nervously stirred his body. He couldn't see her face, but he could see that she was tall and slim. When India finally approached him, Ricky stood there with surprise written all over his countenance. India looked stunned, her face and hair in that perfect smile. She was dressed in a black satin trim wrap dress by Vera Wang. On her pedicure feet was a pair of black Prada stiletto boots. Ricky stood there in total silence. India stood there staring into his shocked brown eyes. Yeah, I told you that shit was gonna happen again. I told y'all. She lined herself up. Her mom lined her dad up. Everybody out here lining something up. Yeah, you ain't gonna hold it upside head, bro. Oh, yeah. Please try to tie this out, right? I'm gonna finish these books out. Fuck it. I waited for this moment with you from the very first time I ever saw you. This time, I'm not gonna let you run away. And they grabbed his hand and continued to look into his eyes. I'm tired of crying for your attention, yearning and craving your love. Thinking about you all day, every day, touching myself at night, wishing that you instead, chasing you and seeing you rushing away. I see you. I love you, Ricky. I love you. I'm not afraid to say it because because this is how I feel. I love your daughter. I love everything about you. I don't care what happened in your past, what's going on between you and my mother. I will not continue to run away from you. I will not go another minute from this moment on without you being a part of my life. He said, I will not go another minute on from this moment on without you being a part of my life. Right off. Ricky looked into her searchingly watery eyes and started wiping her tears. Ricky, if you feel what I feel, just tell me, Ricky, please. I gotta know, she said that. Slowly, Ricky said, in all my life, I've only told one woman that I love her. That was Asia's mother, Cheryl. Tonight, I can honestly look into your eyes and say that what I feel for you is a feeling that I've never known before. Yes, India, I do love you. Ricky confessed as they embraced each other and started kissing passionately. Yeah. For 5 undisturbed minutes, they kissed each other. They kissed without separating for a break. Both of them were burning with desire and passion. They were more turned on than they had been in their lives. They got into the limo and closed the door. Charlie rolled down the window and said, "Where to?" Back to his place. And just as the tongue dropped, reacquainted. About 20 minutes later, the limo pulled up in front of Ricky's private lot. After Ricky shut the door, they were at each other like two wild animals, and he snatching and tearing up each other's clothes. Their body couldn't be apart another moment. Cupid had called, and both their ears had heard his loud voice. Ricky picked up Indy's naked body and carried her into the nearest carpet bedroom. He placed her on the wall, on the bed and quickly joined her. Ricky climbed onto her body, and once again, they started kissing passionately. Their hearts beating as one. Make love to me, Ricky. Make love to me now, India cried out. In one smooth motion, Ricky slid his hard, long dick into India's wet, silky paradise. She moaned out in pleasure as she reached her arms around and cupped Ricky's eyes while he stroked in her. She matched him stroke for stroke, meeting with his every charge. Tough. She was like, she finally met his match, huh? Oh yeah, make good love to me, India. India's long soft. Goddamn, tired, Ricky licked around her neck and earlobe. The feeling was so good that he could feel himself coming inside of her. He hadn't had sex without a conversation or coming with burning, floating deep inside her. Let it all out, baby. Keep making love to me. India moaned as she pulled Ricky's trembling naked body closer to her. Ricky was so turned on that he was still rock hard. He put India's leg on his shoulders and started stroking inside her with all the force in his body. Oh, baby Ricky, I'm coming, baby. India cried. The powerful words kept going through her body as sweat dripped through both of them. Oh Ricky, I love you. I'm coming again. India screamed out in pure pleasure. They were both so turned on that neither one knew when to stop. Both of their bodies had been taken over by a sexual force that wouldn't be denied. A force of lust, passion, and love. A force of lust, passion, and love. When Ricky lay on his back, India straddled herself on top of him and slid his still heart into her throbbing waist. They melted into each other's arms. They grunted and moaned out each other's names. Ricky lay back impressed with India's flexibility. She rode him like a born pro, as if Dick was made perfectly for her. India rolled Ricky into his total field. He came inside of her wet pussy again. She could feel his thick love cream filling up her inside. She sucked on his lower lip and kept on riding away. Well, I'm coming to get in this free ride, man. Harder and faster. Oh, Ricky. I'm having orgasm. India slumping down on this sweaty chest. Ricky turned her body around and crawled down from her thighs while India lay back and he teased her clit with his one tongue. He did the alphabet trick with his tongue starting from A to Z. Then he did the same trick in reverse of B to A. Oh yes, India said. Wonderful feeling, made her come. You want to get it. Ricky was far from done with her. It was now time for him to perform his famous triorgasm trick on her. First, he started stimulating her clit. Then, he slowly moved his warm, wet tongue to her vagina for a few more. Then, he slowly back to her clit. Then, he felt India reaching her peak. He used his two fingers, his two long fingers to stimulate her late G spot and anus at the same time. The pleasing sensation started heightening sensitivity all throughout her trembling body, giving India satisfied body and earth-shattering orgasm. Oh my God, Ricky, I'm having another orgasm. India cried out of ecstasy. Ricky cried up on her. Ricky crawled up on her naked body and slid his dick back inside of her. India looked into his eyes and said, "Tell me you're all mine. Tell me." She cried as she stroked him after a long passing experience. Ricky looked into her eyes, into her serious eyes and said, "From this moment on, I'm all yours, India." The words were like music to her ears. Twist and his attractive young girlfriend never noticed the stolen green, dark green Buick Regal following close behind them. Before it blocked, the car was close on their tail. Twist and his girlfriend Kim was hard to BMW, enjoying music from the radio. When Twist pulled into the parking lot of the AMC movie theater in Delaware Avenue, the Buick quickly pulled up and blocked them off. Suddenly, two men jumped off in the car. One of the men was carrying a Russian AK-47 machine gun, and the other two had not loaded 9mm Beretta in his hand. Twist and his beautiful girlfriend didn't have a chance. The sound of a non-stop shooting filled the dark sky. It sounded like the 4th of July was happening in the middle of September. Twisting his girlfriend died instantly on her birthday. The mangled body slumped down inside the bullet-riddled BMW. The two shooters quickly got back into the stolen car and sped off throughout the parking lot. When the police finally arrived on scene, they saw the brutal massacre of the young teenagers. The vicious assistant, the vicious assassins were already gone. After ditching the stolen car, Roscoe and Damon got back into the Escalade. Damon rolled up another haze-filled blunt, lit it up. They passed it back and forth, blowing the thick smoke in the air. There were no spoken words, no grief for taking two lives. Murder was easy for them. The consequence of sin was a penalty on every sin was one day. Chapter 32, chapter. Saturday morning, Ricky and India made love all night long. Literally, literal. Together, their bodies experimented with every sexual position in the book. Missionary dog style, reverse cowgirl on top, sideways standing, sitting, or anal antics. Now they lay in bed staring at each other's eyes, satisfied. I'm not leaving you, Ricky. It's all about us now. India said, walking her fingers up and down his arm. I want you to tell me everything. I promise I won't hold anything against you, she said in a serious voice. Ricky sat up on the bed and said, I have a lot of female friends, and that's all they've been, friends. To be honest, I kept it that way because a part of me was holding out for you. But after today, I will call each one of them and tell them I can no longer be their private dancer. I want my daughter to have a real family, and I want it to start today with you and me. After Ricky revealed everything about everyone, he said, I have something else to tell you. I really need to tell you. Is it about that fatty out with my mother? What? How did you know? Yeah, sure. India sat up beside him. She reached out and grabbed his hand. Before I graduated from college and came back to Philly, I helped my mother run the club. My father and I had a very long talk. He told me that he and my mother were no longer getting along. He told me that he and my mother were no longer getting along, and he asked for a divorce. He also told me that he was almost positive that my mother was having a secret affair. After my father was robbed and murdered, when I came back to my mother, the first thing I noticed wrong was the way she would always treat you. How she could, how, how she would treat the number one dancer at the club like she was nothing. Almost every day she has something bad to say about you. The first and only person that she told me to stay away from was you, not Pretty Boy Flex or Big Boy Thunder or anyone else. Just you. Whenever you came around me, she chased you away. Many times she discussed the idea of switching your and Flex dance position. After a while, I started to put two and two together. And one day, I said to myself, how can she not like a humble, honest, respectable man who loves his daughter and who's also responsible for the success of her own club? Other things that she did, like the number one fan contest, trying to make me jealous. That's when I finally figured out that you were the one who must have ended the affair. That's why she can't stand you to this day. Like he just stood his head up in total amazement. And girl, you're good. He said with a smile. And the truth is, your mother and I, your mother and my affair only lasted a month, and I broke it off because of your father. I was tired of smiling in your father's face and then sleeping with his wife behind his back. The guilt was killing me. That's when I decided to end the affair with your mother. I knew that she would be upset with me, but I honestly didn't care anymore. I made my mind up, and I was standing on my decision. Ricky said, seriously, is that all? It seemed like you want to say more. Andrea said, no, there's one more thing that turned me up completely from my mother. Just said, I want you and me to be totally honest with each other. From this moment on, I don't care what it is, Ricky. I believe we are soulmates. And together, we can get through anything that the devil puts in our way. Your mother asked me one day if I would kill a man for 20K. What? India shouted in disbelief. I told her no, and that was the last of our affair. India reached out and they gave each other a long, passionate hug. Tears fell from her eyes. Ricky looked into India's crying eyes and said, we are two people with so many burdens, and now it's time to start pushing them all away. After the sweet kiss, Ricky said, I'll start telling my female friends that I found a soulmate. And I'll also tell your mother I'm quitting my job at the club. My exotic dancing days are over. Now, any shows I perform will only be for you. Before you quit, I would really like for you to do just one more show. And you said, why is that? Ricky said, because you owe me. And you said with a smile. Ricky got out of bed and India sat there watching as his strong, naked, Adonis black body walked out of the bedroom. Moments later, the smooth, melodic voice of the borderman started flowing out of her speak. India lay back, smiling on the king size bed. She rested her head on a large soft pillow, looking up at the ceiling. She saw her reflection staring back at her in the mirror. While Ricky was inside the kitchen, he heard his cell phone ring. He thought about answering, but then he decided not to. Whoever it could be could wait. He thought. The fascinating night with India had been long overdue, and he didn't want to be disturbed by anyone. When he walked back into the bedroom, he had a breakfast tray in his hand. His friend just got killed. On the large tray was cheese, egg, turkey bacon, grits, toast, strawberry jelly, and two orange glass and knives and spoons. He set the tray on the bed, and then he joined his beautiful soulmate. So after you dreamed my entire life, you filled me back up, huh? And he said with a smile. I guess you can say that Ricky smiled. Well, I'm gonna have to spend a whole lot on my money on food shopping. India said with a smile, and why is that? I have a lot of sexual energy in me. If I'm drained, then you be too. India said laughing. Mm-hmm. Chat, let's go. We can finish this book. Like, chapter 33. The Cries of Pain. Late Saturday night, wrapped inside of India's loving arms, Ricky and India cried throughout the whole night. When Ricky found out about the brutal slaying of Twist and his girlfriend Kim, he just couldn't believe it. After talking to Tori and learning about her girlfriend Melinda's murder, they both realized that Roscoe and Damon had to be the two culprits responsible for the three homicides. The loss of his friend Twist gave Ricky a pain that couldn't be explained. It felt worse than a knife stabbing his carrying heart, his crying heart. Ricky knew that the brutal slaying was intended for him and Tori, not for Twist and Kim. It was something that he would have to live with forever. He knew that even though he had committed the murder, he was just responsible. Because his actions innocent people were not dead. Ricky told Nancy that he wouldn't show up at work until things settled down. He wanted to tell Nancy that he had quit, but he didn't because he had promised his new girlfriend India one last performance. When Sunday morning came, Ricky started calling all of his female friends, telling them that he no longer answered. Hold on. This man, Roscoe and Damon is on a fucking rampage, chap. They are just killing it. Just like it. I'm pissed. Alright, bet. Let's get in. Where was that? Where? He knew that even though he hadn't committed the murders, he was just as responsible because his actions innocent people were now dead. Ricky told Nancy that he would tell Nancy that he had quit, but he didn't because he had promised his new girlfriend India one last performance. On Sunday morning came, Ricky started calling all his female friends. Don't let one actually read no book. Tell me what he was no longer a single man. They all understood. Each one wished him well with his new relationship. The last three women that were left to tell were Carmen, Torrin, and Gloria. For Ricky, because of the bond that he shared with these three women, he felt that the phone call would suffice. Wouldn't survive. These women had actually grown to be some of his best friends. It was important to him they showed to respect that a phone call or text message just couldn't offer. As much as they'd been there for each of them, they had equally been there for him as well. At times when he was going through things and needed a listener, been they they've been just that. Come on, you're going with me, Ricky said. He and India got into a Range Rover headed for Executive Suites on City Line Avenue. When Ricky pulled into the parking lot, Carmen was standing there waiting beside her car. Ricky parked beside her car and got out. India remained seated in the passenger seat. So you finally found her, huh? Carmen asked, smiling. Yeah, I'm sorry. Don't be sorry. I'm happy for you. Carmen said, cutting him off. You're a very special man, Ricky, and I'm sure that she must be very special also. Or else you wouldn't have driven over where. That's the pretty girl who manages the club, I see, Carmen said, looking over at him. Yeah, she's the one, Ricky said. I've seen the way y'all two always look at each other. I knew it had to be something, so you noticed, huh? Many times, Carmen said. Love has been in both of y'all eyes for a while. I want you to know that I'm still here for you, no matter what. Just because there was no more sex between us doesn't mean that we still can't be friends with each other. Ricky, as much as I enjoyed the exciting sex, I love the genuine person you are. I'll always be your friend, and I know you'll always be mine. I want you to know that I'm really happy for you, and I appreciate all the wonderful memories that you left me with. What's your girlfriend's name? Her name is Pretty. Thomas said, walking over to the passenger side window. India rolled down the window. Hi, she said, innocent. Hi, India. Ricky told me your name. I just wanted to tell you that you have a very special man. I truly wish y'all the best. I truly wish the best for y'all. Carmen said, sincerely, thank you so much. India said in a sweet voice. Carmen walked over to Ricky, and then they embraced for a long, passionate hug. Before he got back into the Range Rover, he said, before you marry Hard Rock, I want you to really think about everything. You are a black queen, so please don't settle for less. Don't let sex or money control your decision because neither one will last forever. As Ricky got into the SUV, Carmen stood there in tears. And then India drove out the parking lot. Then he and India drove up. Ricky next stop was a small motel, Roosevelt Boulevard. Tori was waiting on out back when the red Range Rover pulled up and parked. Ricky got out and approached her. Her face showed fear and worry. They gave each other one hug before they said a word. Ricky went into his pocket and took out 5 new $100 bills. He gave them to her. This for you to stay here for a few more weeks until things settle down. If you run out and need more, just call me. I told you that I'm a true friend and only and one thing that I will never do is abandon him, he said earnestly. Is that your new friend, Toya? Yes, her name is India. And she's my new and only woman. Ricky said, I just wanted to tell you face to face, I didn't want to lie. You both We both, I just wanted to tell you things, I didn't want to lie. We both know that neither Roscoe nor am I right now for Tori. You deserve so much better, and neither one of us can get that to you. Money and wants. Ours was strictly sexual. You need a man that will give you so much more. I'm not that man. I'm in love with that woman inside that truck. Now I've been for a while. But if you ever need me, I'm just a call away. And that's my word. I'm truly sorry about my friend, about your friend, but just know this, that's what comes and goes around. God don't like ugly. Just know what comes around goes around. God don't like ugly. Thank you, Ricky. Thank you so much, Tori said. After a long hug, Tori cried as she watched Ricky and Indy back up into the Range Rover and drive away. Ricky called Thunder on his cell phone and told him to meet him back at the private law. After he hung up, Ricky called Gloria and called her if she. After he hung up, Ricky called Gloria and asked if she could get away. She told Ricky that she was on her way over and would be at the loft in an hour. When the luxurious Rolls Royce Phantom pulled up and parked, Ricky, Thunder, and India were all standing outside. Gloria stepped out of the car looking like one of the models from the Vogue magazine. From head to toe, she was dressed in Christian Dior, dress, heels, glasses, and jacket. When she looked over at a beautiful young woman wrapped inside of Ricky's arms, she already knew why he had called her. Ricky asked India and Thunder to wait while he walked over to Gloria. They gave each other a hug. Gloria took off her friend and said, I see you have wonderful taste. She's very beautiful. So you know how Ricky said. The only thing that lasts forever is love, handsome, Gloria said in a soft, serious voice. I felt it on the drive over here. Now seeing her and you together, it's obvious that the two of you are in love and belong together. I just wanted to keep my promise to you, Ricky. 'Cause I knew you would. I expected nothing less of you. So that's it, huh? Gloria asked in a sad voice. Yes, I'm afraid, but I want you to know that I'll always be here for you, just not sexual. Everything you gave me, I'm returning it all back, Ricky said. No, I won't accept it. Believe me when I tell you, handsome, you earned it, every bit of it. She kind of, well, I accept it all except for law. I'm moving out in a few weeks and I'm getting a new house. Getting out with me and Asia and my new girlfriend, Ricky, from Washington. After a long time, Gloria said, you're one hell of a man, Ricky, and being with you taught me a lot myself. I can look into your happy eyes and see that you finally found yourself. Just make her proud and make sure you set an example for other young couples. Lord knows the world needs more. I wish they were more like you. He said, I wish there were more men like you. My friend is over there. His name is Thunder. And I wanted to introduce you to. Ricky said, smile. Gloria looked over at Thunder, smiled. Then she turned back to Ricky and said, I see you know my taste. Tall, dark, and handsome, right? He said, smile perfect. Gloria said, looking back over at Thunder and up and down. Your friend is the big boy. I wonder if he's flexible. Gloria said, flirtatious. Well, you find out for yourself. My girlfriend, India, and I had to go make an important run. Afterward, we're driving to Baltimore for a few days. Ricky informed her. What's in Baltimore? Nothing. We just wanted to get out of the city for a few days. I've never been there. Ricky called Thunder over him and Gloria. When Thunder walked up, the he and Gloria was staring shut, lost their eyes. So what's your name, Thunder? He asked, flirting. That's what they called me. He quickly responded, blushing. And why is that? Gloria continued first, because everything I do it hard like thunder. I make sure a person feels me. He said seriously. Gloria could feel herself already getting wet. Just looking up at the large black man, I turned her on. Thunder wasn't as handsome as Ricky, but he wasn't ugly either. His huge body was a much bigger version of Ricky's. I'll leave you two alone. Thunder has the key to the lock. Don't break nothing, Ricky said, joking like he walked away. Gloria reached out and grabbed Thunder's huge hand. I can't promise you that, she told Ricky as she and Thunder walked toward the front of the loft. Gloria, take it easy on Ricky said, laughing as she and Indy got into the ranch. I'm sorry, Ricky, but I can't promise you that either, he said with a smile. After Gloria and Thunder walked into the loft and shut the door, Ricky slowly pulled off. They had one more stop to make. the one that truly mattered, Nancy off. 45 minutes later, Nancy was looking out of her bedroom window when she saw India's red Range Rover pull up in the driveway and park. She quickly ran out of her bedroom and down the stairs. Nancy hadn't seen or heard from India in 2 days. When she called her, India refused to answer her call. India walked through the door and saw Nancy standing there with her hands on her hips. Where the hell have you been? She fumed. I've been fucking my man. The same thing you've been creeping around doing with your love flex. India shouted. A shocked expression instantly came over Nancy's face. Don't talk to me like I'm still your mother, Nancy stated. You're nothing but a jealous whore who cheated on my father. I know everything. All about your and Ricky affair and why you had so much. Also know about you and the place creeping all over my city in different hotels. How do you know that? Nancy asked in shock. It doesn't matter. What matters now is you always no longer have any control of my life. You have always been a money hungry, manipulating liar. Nothing hurts more to me than calling you my mother. My father loved you with all his heart, and all you ever cared about was his money. You slept with two different men who worked at the club. I hate you. I hate you for everything you stand for. I'll leave this. I'll leave this. I'll leave this house. I'm leaving this house. I don't want anything that reminds me of you. If you had anything to do with my father's murder, I hope you rot in hell. India vented, screaming at her mother. Nancy stood there, confused and tears. Her whole body was trembling with sadness and pain. Save your phony tears. You're only sorry because I found out the truth about your deceitful ways. Now I want you to see who I've been fucking and enjoying every single moment of it. The same man that I'm gonna one day marry and give lots of beautiful children to. India said, opening the front door, standing right there in the door was Ricky. Nancy almost fainted. You don't want us to love each other because he wouldn't love you. The only thing you and your money can't stop is true love. Is inevitable for us to connect and become one. We are soulmates, and that is something that you would never have. We are soulmates, and that is something that you will never, as long as you live, because when you did, we are soulmates. That's something that you will never have as long as you live, because when you did have yours, you didn't appreciate it. Like you said, India, please, please, India, I'm your mother. Please give me a chance, Nancy cried. I give you a chance. Did you give my father a chance? The powerful words felt like a stab in the heart. Nancy fell down on her knees, crying with her face on the floor. Mother, I do want to thank you for one thing, for showing me how not to be the woman you are, India said, walking out the door and slamming it behind her. Nancy remained on her knees in tears. She could hear India's truck starting up and driving away. Money, lust, power, and sex had always been her motivation, but none of them combined could cure her crying soul. Her daughter's harsh words had more damage to deal to Nancy than a knife or a gun. Now she sat weeping, filled with pain. Mm-mm. When the tables turned, 3 days later, Wednesday afternoon, while Ricky and Andy were on Baltimore, they stayed at the luxurious Embassy Suite Hotel together. They should dine out at the fine dining room. Down. Chapter 34. The table turned. 3 days later, Wednesday afternoon, while Ricky and Andy were in Baltimore, they stayed at the luxurious Embassy Suite Hotel. Together, they shopped and dined out at a fine Italian Cajun restaurant and enjoyed soul food. They saw a wonderful show at the local jazz club and visited the famous Baltimore Harbor, where they took in the lovely view and ate fresh carbs. In the daytime, they visited all the famous Baltimore sites. At night, in the tranquility of the private suite, they made blissful, uninhibited love. They had they had such a wonderful time that they decided to stay for a few more days. While Rick and India were in Baltimore, loving their heavenly break from the world and Philly in hell. Mm-mm. But they're just out kicking and enjoying themselves right now. When Flex walked into the club, chance the big nook and three of them quickly grabbed him and threw him into the ground. Nancy was inside her office when she heard all the commotion going on inside class. She ran out of the office and saw Flex handcuffed and being read and underwritten by Big Nut. Look what the hell is going on, she yelled. Nancy Flex had been arrested and charged with the distribution of drugs and selling illegal substance to minors. Big Nick said as he lifted the Flex off the ground and walked him outside. Nancy followed the group of police officers out of the club. When she walked outside, police officers swarmed everywhere. Nancy, where are the shooters? Big Nick. Nancy Fleck had been arrested and charged with distributing drugs and selling illegal substance to minors. Big Nick said as he lifted Fleck off the ground and walked him outside. Nancy followed the group of police officers out of the club. When she walked outside, the police officers swarmed everywhere. Big Nick pushed Flex in the back of the vehicle. And Big Nick pushed Flex in the back of the vehicle. Big Nick pushed Flex in the back of the police van and slammed the door. Chat, I'm gonna get tired of this fucking type of question myself to stay for reason, but we got more shit though. We got like 10 pages shot. Yeah, definitely. Then he walked over to Nancy and said, I've been on an undercover investigation for quite a while now. I've gathered enough info on Flake that will put him away for 30 years. So all you gotta inflict is some drugs. She questioned everything. We can't discuss that with you, Ms. Robinson, but I'm sure you'll be hearing from us very shortly, Detective Hightower said, walking up from behind her. When Nancy saw Hightower's face, her heart felt like it had dropped inside of her chest. Remember me, he said, smiling. How could she forget Hightower was the detective that was assigned to her husband's murder case? Nancy stood there watching as the police officers got back into the car and drove off. All the male dancers stood around watching and total disbelief. Everybody can go home. The club will not be open tonight. I'll notify each and every one of you when I. He said, how could she ever forget Hightower protected that was assigned to her husband's murder case? Nancy stood there watching as the police officers got back in their cars. The vans drove off. All the male dancers stood around watching and told disbelief. Everybody can go home. The club will not be open tonight. I notify each and every one of you, and I plan on reopening, she said, rushing inside and going back to her. Fleck was handcuffed to a table inside the 18th Police District interrogation room. I don't know if she's going to get me a lawyer. Hey, man. Fleck was handcuffed to a table inside the 18th Police District interrogation room. I don't know shit. Give me a lawyer, he shouted. You think this is going to get him? I tired bark. He walked over to the door and opened it up. Bobby, come on in here, he said, with a freckled face. Basically, when Bobby walked in the room, the smile on his face and his shiny police badge hanging around his neck. Fleck's eye almost popped out his head. Okay, tell God, I really want to break your fingers, but I ain't gonna work again. I don't know what that is. All right, Chad, we can power through. We almost done. I'm over getting tired. Hold up. They brought in Bobby. Now we sold Bobby out some drugs earlier. They took out me, Officer Bobby wearing hot top. Oh shit, Flex is slumping down the chair. If you don't tell us everything we know, I'm gonna make sure the judge throws the book early. Okay, talk about me, Officer Bobby wearing a top tower says small. Oh shit, Flex says slumping down the chair. If you don't tell us everything we need to know, I'm gonna make sure the judge throws the book at you. Right now, Flex for all the drug surveillance and wiretap conversations we got on me. This nigga just snitched on the answer child. We got you, pretty boy. If you don't cooperate, the guards in state pen will have you pretty out bleeding for 30 days, 30 long years. Flex out. There was scared look on his face, and when he looked over at freckle faced Bobby, he just shook there and shook his head. There was only one way out of the situation he had for himself. Now, what do you want to know? Yeah, sure, What do you want to know? He said to be everything. Nancy Roscoe dinner. If you lie to us, say goodbye to the deal we'll ask the prosecutor to give you. So either tell us everything Flex or do your 30 years. Period. 4 hours later, Flex had told Detective Hightower and the other interrogator everything he knew. He told them all Nancy plot to kill her husband Richard and about the 20,000 cash that she gave him to do so. Well, I made a flex that told Detective Hightire and after everything he knew, he told him about Nancy Pop kill her Richard about 20,000 characters. She paid him to do it. Flex told the detective to give him the gun to kill and Richard and all about the drug they had stole from Roscoe. And then what surprised the detective most, especially Big Nook, was when Flex told him about Nancy's murder plot to kill Richard. Ricky. Whoa. Nancy had offered Flex 30,000 to kill a man who had broken her heart. She wouldn't have paid 10,000 more than she paid for the murder of her own husband. Yes, that's it. Later that night, Nancy was arrested at Philadelphia, and after she was charged with conspiracy to murder her husband, Richard, a secret lover. Like, mm, 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 mm.